All right. Uh, recent comment complained about how I don't have my thoughts collected, and there's lots of ums and ahs and pauses and so on and so forth, and that I should edit that shit out. As I already explained, um, my ability to locate, and well, there's there's the issue of I'm using just an ordinary, you know, low-end business computer or whatever, so I don't have the processing power or whatnot to support probably a first-class piece of software, even if I could afford to have one, or if there is one free out there, but I can't find one that's free. The only software I can find that's free is, for video editing. Doesn't seem to work very well, if at all, on trying to like chop bits of it out, or and paste it all together or whatever. I've tried several free tools to do that shit, and it's like they don't work. They say, it's like it shows you that, oh yeah, it worked just fine, and then you play back the video, and either the video is corrupted and doesn't play at all, or else it plays, but like a huge chunk of stuff that supposedly got edited out, its preview showed that it was gone. It's still there. So it's like, that's, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. I don't know what I can do about that, guys. And as I said, it's like, for what I can do, it's like the processed video file is not nearly as compressed as OBS does by itself, so it's massively more efficient to simply try to do things in one take with OBS, even with all the massive, me pausing to collect my thoughts shit. It still winds up with the file size being really small in comparison to anything else that I try to edit and produce later. So I don't know. I can make some effort, but absolutely no promises. I'm trying not to leave as many gargantuan pauses between statements or whatever. All right, so you may notice that there are a bunch of tabs open, like a bunch, and that's another thing, by the way. It's like I don't like to. A lot of YouTubers, I'm sure, like script shit out. I don't do that. As on the one hand, it's like that means it may be rambly at times, and it may and I may not think of something to say immediately or whatever. But the other side of that, I think, is that that I'm giving you an honest take on shit, because I didn't like how should I spin this? It's like I didn't do that. I just I'm just coming at it as it is. Anyway, you notice that I got a lot of tabs open here. A lot of tabs. This is not all for one video, I don't think. I think I'm gonna try to split it up. So we're gonna EFAP this thing. Although I'm gonna do it, we're gonna try 1.5 speed, because this this is 4 hours and 7 minutes of the High Council, and most of it is just they're pointless normal bullshit that they go through. There's only certain parts, but I can't remember precisely where they are. Hence the need to go back through it. There's only a few parts in here that are like really, really important, that are informative, I suppose. Although to a certain extent the whole thing is informative, I guess, in a way, to show largely that there was nothing wrong before, suddenly there was. It didn't seem to be anyway. It's like, you've got the High Council, which, again, I haven't actually watched it in I don't know how the fuck long. I knew that Mecha was part of it nowadays, has been for quite some time, but, but like I said, it's like, I guess after Ethan left, it's like I probably never watched it again, or if I did, I only caught part of it here or there or whatever. But apparently, Jeff from World Class Bullshitters, Mecha, and Tom are the new or were, now it's different, but were at this point, on May the 11th, the High Council, and I guess had been for a while, and I don't guess there were any other people, which is, I don't know, I mean, I mean, when it well, I mean, honestly, the only one of the original High Council that was worth a shit was Ethan. I'm sorry, you know, but really that's kind of true. Anyway, so I don't know. I mean, you know, after Ethan left, it's just an inferior product. Okay. So there's this, and then we're gonna hit a few posts on the farms, and then that'll be that for this video. But then there'll be another video that EFAPs another relevant stream from the Fandom Menace people, and then some more crap on the farms and shit. Not sure. And then there's another Mecha video to maybe go through. If I don't know, might try to go through that at high speed, or might just go to a clip from it or something. Anyway. Oh God, this is, I don't know. This is going to take forever, probably. Even like I said, we're starting at 1.5 speed, and I don't know. To me, I did watch this all the way through. I mean, I wasn't paying total attention to it all the time, but I was doing something else. But I was listening to it, and it sure seemed like Mecha and Tom were, for the most part, getting along. You know, and also when Mary Mayhem pops in at some point, she and Tom seem to get along. You know, it's, you know, you know, I don't know. All right.
We're also joined by our friend Tom from Midnight's Edge After Dark.
Where?
Oh, you didn't hear?
Oh God, this is apparently a stupid thing that they just do.
Girl, like a girl.
Jammeram's a girl, guy.
It looks like a girl.
They.
So they them.
You know what? It's a Star Wars character that I have spent $0 on and will continue to spend absolutely $0 on. Why? Well, they don't make the toy, and two, it's Ram Jammeram. We make fun of Ram Jammeram. He makes us money. We don't make them money. Jammeram! Thanks, Star Wars. If you're going to make a character based off me, I don't really believe that, but if you would, why not make fun of it? So, folks.
You're prettier than that.
I believe I am. Look, I am not a... Thank you. That's two. That's all that counts. Me and you.
Yeah.
And Japan.
No comment.
So, folks, tonight we're going to be... excuse me. We're going to be talking about a few different things. We're going to talk about Gina Carano and The Mandalorian. Apparently, she's nominated for an Oscar. Let's close this window while we're talking, too, so the family
Emmy, you mean, but yeah.
Yeah, Emmy. Sorry, what did I say? An Oscar? Yeah, Gina Carano's movie from the Daily Wire is so good that I'm giving her the Oscar nomination.
It's pre-nominated.
Yeah, it's pre-nominated.
And Comics Division does show up. I don't know if he's part of the High Council or if he was just a guest,
Spaceballs 3.
but he does show up.
I can't wait. Maybe we can go
And a large amount of like the
we'll go to Plaid.
argument, debate, whatever you want to call it, that crops up is actually between Tom and Comics Division, rather than Tom and the women. So I don't know. Oh God. Good God.
Just gotta keep it on.
I got a Bill and Ted figure and Bill's leg broke off.
I mean, it's one thing to do that for, it's one thing to fucking do that for one stream, but I'm assuming that they do that every motherfucking stream. It's just, it's a constant thing. It's like, God, that must get old.
Oh no, Bill is down.
You hurt
The
him.
robots weren't built too well.
You broke him.
They're made by Toy Biz. They're fucking garbage.
Oh.
They're not very good. Here's Ted.
Reminds me a lot of my G.I. Joe figures when I was a kid.
The phone booth is almost like...
Those G.I. Joe action figures were cool, but
for when we were kids, it's better than this.
the bottom of them were, you know, was
yeah.
their legs or whatever were held together with a piece of rubber on a hook, and you know, rubber decays over time, so eventually they would, you know, crumble, snap.
And they had Dr. Zaius, so I had to buy Dr. Zaius. Oh, Son of Frankenstein. So fun fact, Son of Frankenstein was filmed in color, actually.
Oh.
I look.
When I remember him. And of course,
A lot of people make a big deal about how stupid these people are for collecting toys. I can't say that because it's like I'm sitting here with a Godzilla figure and a Gamera figure and a Mecha Godzilla figure and a Ghidorah figure. It's like, you know, staring at me. It's like I can't really be like, oh, you know, it's so dumb, you know. But I don't know. It's funny. The last several years that I was a teenager, I went through a period where I would, for very short periods, set up sort of like little mock battles or whatever with miniature army men, like not army men, but like the miniature ones, the ones that are like, I don't know, an inch tall or so, maybe just under. That was the last, you know, playing with toys that I ever really did. That was in my late teens, and then around the time that I turned, I don't know, 18, something like that, 18, maybe 19, I can't remember for sure. It's like I just stopped. I mean, I, play video games, sure, but somehow just playing with physical toys just became a thing that I didn't do. It's not like it was something I planned not to do. It's just, and I still see toys online or whatever, and sometimes I buy them because they're so fucking cool looking, and I, if I can afford it, well, occasionally if I can't afford it, still do it. That's, well, it's kind of like buying a fucking comic, I guess, It's like, sometimes you can afford it, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you buy it even when you fucking can't afford it. Anyway. But there's, I don't know, there's some part of me, some part of my mind left over from childhood that is probably whispering it'd be so fun to play with it. But what the truth is that, like, it would have been so fun to play with it when I was a kid. As an adult, it's like, you get a toy, and it's like, yep, it's cool looking, and it's going on the shelf. What do you guys think? If people are actually going to comment on this, tell me what you think about the whole Gina Carano thing. It's like, you think she's going to win? Assuming that it hasn't already happened or not happened by now. Yeah. Think she's going to be rehired? And here's another thing. It's like, I don't know whether Jessie is part of the High Council or whether technically she's not, but you just constantly hear from her because she's always in the background there with Jeff.
Well, like Script Doctor pointed out, usually the people that make these choices are like the showrunners and the producers. So it's very likely that this could be Jon Favreau who put her up as kind of a fuck you to Disney.
Yeah, but Disney can veto that kind of shit.
Not really.
How? They own the company.
What are they going to veto, though? It's their choice to put up whoever. They have the other listings. There's other women they could have put up in there.
Pardon me.
The only one they put up there for that.
She wasn't the only one. There was what was the other actress was?
She was the only actress up there for nomination for that specific.
I should arrest Kathleen Kennedy. Well, if you were an actual cop, sure. Although, it'd be hard to keep her without showing an actual crime that she's committed.
Yeah.
And Bo-Katan was 2. And
the chick with Boba Fett had just as many episodes. I can't remember her name, but yeah.
Sorry, I had a traffic race outside my apartment.
Yeah, what's funny is she's listed as a.
Does he have his? I mean, look, I know that cars can be really loud, but does he have his windows open or something, or are the walls like made of cardboard? As you'd think there'd be a little bit, of insulation there against the sound of traffic. But that happens several times during this video, and apparently it happens all the fucking time, which is part of the reason why he's apparently moving, or they are moving.
And that has nothing to do with how much they do or don't appear in the show.
Right.
It's a matter of how they're contracted. So
what's funny is...
she's contracted as a recurring cast member.
And there's some of this back and forth all the way through about how, Tom will say something about whatever the fuck the topic is, and then usually it's the women disagreeing with him, although Comics Division, when he comes on, does as well, I believe.
There's probably only signs a guest star contract and is even willing to take potentially less money in certain cases. Though for him, he probably gets a huge bonus for being who he is. But essentially, it's a different. The contract's going to be different. A recurring role when you're offered that type of contract.
But everything seems to be pretty civil, until it suddenly fucking isn't. And it doesn't get really uncivil, and I mean, there were several people that posted in the comments on this video about how, the drama starts here, or and then other people saying, no, it really started here, either further ahead or not as far ahead, whatever. And so it's just, you can't get a good read on what's really going on based on that, apparently. But it isn't until the absolute end that things really do get, like, considerably, heated or whatever.
You know, and she's billed as recurring, or she's just billed as, you know, with so and so.
And,
now they're
you know,
locked in. Now,
I'll
the
let it
what's
be a
depends on
surprise, but I
Oscar
think you can guess whose fault it
versus
is.
my main is whatever the fuck they think. Now, that may be the ones for supporting versus main. Again, with guest star versus recurring, but it can also come down to things like, okay, maybe there's a shoe in that category for recurring for a male, and maybe Carl Weathers feels like adding an Emmy to his roster this year, so he's much more competitive in the guest star spot. From the get-go, he said, yeah, make me a guest star because then you can nominate me as a guest star, and then I can get a guest star Emmy. So
come on.
And behind the door stuff, the stuff that doesn't concern, you know, the fans. So it doesn't mean, and for people who are looking to like read into it, there's no, you know, deeper.
Well, that's kind of where I was getting at. It was kind of like just more or less like this is just the way things are. She was there, she did the job, she got paid, she's credited. If they want to nominate somebody, this is the only choice they really have, kind of thing. And again, like you said, unless it's like the Oscars where they kind of decide. Because I remember that was the whole thing with a few actors.
Gina Carano is not a great actress.
Best actor,
you know,
supporting
she's
actor,
not.
actor, actress, whatever.
And yet,
In supporting actor because they knew
she seems to be a great person. So,
Same thing with Heath Ledger and a few other ones.
I don't know. You know, I mean, I don't know how much any of us should allow that to affect how we feel about her performance or whatever, but I don't know. I have to admit, it's like, to me, she wasn't to begin with, but she became a major factor in me giving a shit about The Mandalorian. Because I always have been into the expanded universe, which of course Disney killed. Of course, you know, fuck them. I, you know, consider it to be more real than anything that they have done or ever will do with Star Wars. But
for people who are victimized or bullied by large corporations.
Exactly, you can write it for her, Jesse. That's
Hell to the yeah. I would have, and part of it too, and I would also make things clear too, is, you know,
And see,
I'm
yeah.
support, not on behalf of this company, but on behalf of the work I personally did as an actor to do my best job. You know?
her, you
I
know,
think that's totally what she should be doing.
her,
This is such a Twilight Zone world we live in.
she seems to give attitude all the time, Jesse does, and yet, you know, things are still fine. They're still fine. Tom, you know, Tom and her getting along, or at least they seem to be. Ooh, yeah. So, nice rogue ass on that one, Chris. There, that's awesome. Love the X-Men cartoon from the '90s.
This is a very similar situation here, where you have a no-name nobody from Lucasfilm who basically put this out there.
I was so looking forward to seeing like that version of Rogue live action, and then we got what we got, and it's like, oh god damn it.
He just danced around it. He didn't say, "Oh yeah, we knew that we had to do this," or "Yeah, that was an unfortunate thing."
I think maybe Comics Division just got here.
They just didn't offer her a contract.
Yeah, they just didn't renew her contract. Exactly.
I mean, it's not even a renewal. It's just they didn't offer. They didn't, you know, they didn't write her into the show. They didn't offer anything. So realistically, you're right. If they were to decide to reverse course, if they were to feel that the climate is
Can't even welcome the newcomer because we're too busy jibber jabbering.
Oh, well, we decided to write her into season 3 after all.
And I think the thorn in the side though is going to be whether or not she'll say yes. Like I think it'll be.
I don't envy her that decision though.
I think it'll boil down to no, she's not. But if she does, it's going to be for the fans of Jon Favreau, and that's it.
I think she has a great narrative to spin with that, and if I'm her and I'm interested in my.
But anyway, as I was saying about, you know, my take on The Mandalorian is, I mean, it didn't suck nearly as bad as a lot of the shit that Disney's done with Star Wars. Even even before Gina showed up, it was like it already felt different. It already felt a little bit more like Star Wars. And I've considered a few times trying to make a video. I mean, I don't know. At this point, it doesn't feel like it's worth it. But I thought about going over season 1 and maybe season 2 as well, because there's some things in The Mandalorian that don't make any fucking sense. You know, it's like if you actually know very much about Star Wars, if you pay attention or whatever to various little things, and you notice that, oh, there's some problems, like, you know, like in the first episode, doesn't Mando get attacked by a couple of Trandoshans? And the thing about that is that the actors that they got, you know, playing the parts, it's like they had, you know, masks on or whatever to look like Trandoshans, but
Well, welcome into the show, Comics. What's up, dude?
Yeah, hail, Comics.
yeah, they finally welcome to the show. But they
I can hear you, Comics.
they had like just like regular gloves on
Sits up in the.
with 5 fingers, and it's like, if you remember seeing Bosk in The Empire Strikes Back, Trandoshans have 3 fingers. You know, and they don't wear fucking, you know, regular human boots, and he's gone. They have, you know, big old lizard, you know, dinosaur type feet with 3 toes or whatever. I think it's 3. Should be, yeah. 3 toes. Anyway, so it's like that's a problem for me a little bit. It's like supposedly these episodes, were like ridiculously expensive, and it's like, and you couldn't even get, the number of toes right. I mean, on the different aliens, what the fuck? And also, it was damn stupid. It's like they're on some unknown planet. We don't know where the fuck it is. But oh look, there's Jawas all over the place, and they have a sandcrawler because sandcrawlers are just inextricably associated with them. I suppose it's like okay. There's a problem with that though. The Jawas were native to Tatooine. They don't exist elsewhere in the Star Wars galaxy, except in a few special cases when they've been transplanted by somebody else, or by stowing away aboard somebody's ship or something. And they wouldn't have the fucking sandcrawler. You know why? Because the sandcrawler was not Jawa technology. It's something that they scavenged from a mining operation on Tatooine that got shut down. And they left their fucking equipment behind, including all the sandcrawlers, and the Jawas took them and repurposed them. So that's also a problem because in The Mandalorian they show the sandcrawler inside the control room or whatever is being built for Jawa, height creatures. The Mando can't stand up because he's hitting his head on the ceiling, and it's like, no, they're built for humans because it was humans who built them. You fuckwads, you dumbasses. So anybody who actually, this is one of those things. It's like, when Ethan Van Sciver or other people talk about, great big Star Wars fan, it's like, unless by great big you mean your, oh God, here Jeff goes with his Buffalo Bill impression, which is not really very accurate, but it is fucking creepy. Oh.
Kind of game that requires luck. Are you boys lucky?
We get lucky all the time.
Oh God. And by the way, this is something that I notice happens, and some people may think that it's cool that they keep on dragging up comments to leave up there on the screen, even when it's not necessarily a super chat. But when you pull it up like that, and then you leave it there, if you've got more than, right now I guess there's only 3 people, but if you got like 4 people, then the bottom person is going to be covered up by the comment. And if you leave the fucking comment up there for, 10, 15, 20 minutes, it's like, it's ridiculous.
Why are you talking like me?
I'm going to teach you a new language.
You talk like my uncle.
Oh God.
I know your uncle. He's a good man. We're very good friends.
Oh, yeah, that creepy guy?
It's not creepy where I come from.
Yeah, Mom says no, go over his house or something.
You can hang out with me anytime. I have lots of games to play.
You hear that, Beavis? Somebody who actually wants to hang out with you.
I'm uncomfortable. Moving on. Adam Walker, thank you very much. It's over, Anakin. You could put hot dogs and pineapple on pizza. Also, El Duca. Who would win, Wizard versus Jedi? Hi, everyone. Got nothing new. Well, Adam Walford.
I like pineapple on pizza. I don't understand why people are against it. It's fine for you to not want it on yours, but to do this whole ridiculous, over-the-top meme thing of, people who put it on their pizza should be, tortured or some shit. It's like, fuck you. Just shut the fuck up about the goddamn pizza toppings already. Eat whatever kind of pizza you fucking want, and don't complain that other people do the same. And now we're having, for some reason, a random Jedi versus Wizards debate or something. I don't know. I don't. Yeah, man.
One big standoff because it'd be like, "You shall not pass," and be like, "Too late, I'll have the high ground." They just stand there, just looking at each other.
Okay, that was a little bit funny there, Tom. But anyway.
Your heroes are so powerful, neither can win. Are you happy? Yeah, kind of. Like, I'd rather watch them fight. What are those walking? What are the names of the enemies in Lord of the Orcs, right? Yeah. Okay, so Orcs and Stormtroopers team up, and no, Orcs and battle droids, because we'll keep it like young Obi-Wan Kenobi, Clone Wars era.
But anyway, like I said, it's like, so many people like the EBS talk about being big Star Wars fans, although he says big Gina Carano fan. But it's like, dude, it's like so many people like him are, from the standpoint of people like myself who were into Star Wars beyond just the original movies. people like him who really weren't into it beyond the original films and maybe the toys associated with them or whatever. It's like, dude, you're a normie. You know, you're essentially a normie there. It's like, you know, you're not really. Like,
heroes come up against lesser and lesser threats as our heroes are more and more powerful. I mean, I love the Avengers movies as much as the next guy, but the Chitauri
You know,
were
and
disposable. Ultron bots were disposable. Thanos' army were disposable creatures. Like, we're getting to a point where our heroes are so powerful that they have to face an army of, like, kind of powerful people. And it's getting kind of samey. So I would love to see an epic standoff where not much happens. It'd be different.
I don't know about an epic standoff being that great, but, you know, you could have just, instead of a bunch of foot soldiers that are easily killed, you could just have an enemy that is worth a shit who kicks the good guys' asses for a while. I mean, you had that a little bit with Thanos, but, you know, he had so many minions to do his bidding for him, it's like, you didn't get a whole lot of action with him, except at the end, going up against all the heroes. But, you know, you don't have to have somebody who's, I don't know. And there we go with the fucking cars again, I think. 25 years of Twister yesterday? Huh. Yeah, yeah, my parents and I, we actually saw Twister when it came out, I guess, or when it was fairly new anyway. And we saw it at a drive-in theater, which, if you've seen Twister, you you know why everyone, when it got to that part of the movie, was kind of looking up at the clouds like, whoa. And I think his, I don't know if it's, well, I think it's because his mic is glitching or some shit. Which apparently he's doing this on a laptop. I don't get that. I don't understand people trying to stream on a fucking laptop. Like, I mean, laptops are prone to overheat at the best of times. The idea of trying to, you know, do a lot of video streaming and shit through it, it's like, man, you're you're begging for trouble there.
Damn, sounds like me when I'm sneezing.
Jesse is allergic to cats, and we have 4.
Allergic to cats, and yet you have 4 of them. Huh.
What do you think of
Of course, I'm told that cats, when they lick themselves, there's some kind of, what is it, a protein or some shit? There's something that they get on their fur from licking, some enzyme maybe or something, and that's what people are actually allergic to. It's not their skin flaking off or their hair shedding everywhere or whatever. It's like their fucking saliva that they groom themselves with. You know, something about that is what is actually making you sneeze. You know, and giving you an allergic reaction to whatever that is. And dogs don't have the same problem. That's why you can have dogs and apparently not be as prone to suffering allergic reactions to them. Interesting, interesting. I thought. My family always had we always had a bunch of cats. Well, not always. When I was little, we didn't have any cats, and then we had a bunch of cats. And then slowly over time, they died off from old age mostly. And protocol sneezing. Okay. Yeah, and at some point in here, he fucking talks about how he's gonna, Jeff talks about how he's gonna get a Mac, and it's like, apparently the reason why is because he's like, oh, there's not enough, processing power on my PC, and it's like, then get a better goddamn PC. You can get PCs that are way the fuck faster than any Mac that's made. You can. I mean, it costs a lot of money, but then again, every Mac costs a lot of money. Even the shitty ones cost a lot of money.
Thank you, Dr. Kaufman-Els. I'm with you as well. So, anything else you guys want to say about Gina Carano before we move into some more topics?
I don't know. I have a couple of Mac Minis. One of them started making funny noises. Another one is really old and I haven't used it in a while. And I have a Mac book, which the hard drive died in it pretty early on. After like, well, I'm gonna say pretty early. I had it for like 3 years or whatever. Yeah.
As I said, either the fans or John Pepper.
You know, we opened it up and replaced the hard drive with an SSD, and then I reinstalled the operating system. And of course, the operating system you can download for free or whatever, but it unless it's the version that came with the computer, which by that point they no longer sent you backup CDs for or whatever, or DVDs or whatever, so you couldn't reinstall it and have it be the OEM version. So it knows it's a downloaded version instead of the version that came with your computer, and so it's like, oh well, you don't get to use all the iPhoto and shit like that we enabled. It's like that's still there, taking up room on your hard drive, but now it's disabled. Well, that's great. And then I fucking it's like I had a brand new credit card with no interest on it for a whole fucking year. And so I bought an iMac. I was like, this is cool. I can buy it on the credit card, and I don't have to pay, any interest on it for a whole fucking year. So I bought a brand new iMac. Well, guess what? 1 fucking year later, when I, have to have it paid off by, which I had it paid off by, the goddamn thing quit working. This hard drive started to die. And unlike the laptop, it's like you couldn't just unscrew it and replace the drive and reinstall the operating system. Oh no, the iMac is built so that you have to have special equipment to carefully pop the fucking glass off the front of it to get access to the guts of the computer. So I still haven't managed to take that anyplace to some place that would guarantee to do it without breaking anything. So it's still sitting underneath a desk, fucking useless. A $2,000 paperweight. So yeah, that was the end of my being willing to spend any money on fucking Mac products. Fuck Apple.
Well, anti-racism, I mean, on the surface it sounds fine.
Although I still do like my old
So,
iPhone.
on the surface, it sounds like, okay, anti-racist, no big deal. But the problem is the ideology that's driving
I have a
it.
new Android,
It's
but
not enough to be
I like the
racist,
old
you
iPhone.
have to be anti-racist.
Don't like the new
So
iPhones.
anything else
They look
is
like shit.
kind of like cult-like activity.
The interface looks like shit. I hate the new iOS. Here we go. Here's Mary.
What is up? I had no idea what was even going on before I got here, so.
Kill the women, save the sheep. Interesting. Interesting thing for her to have there when within a couple of days it'd be the women circling their wagons around each
You
other.
just have to acknowledge the fact that you're racist because you're born, and join the cult and submit, and never question. And
Well,
yeah,
she wrote white fragility, which is included in here, but all this can be summed up as critical race theory.
yeah.
Which is garbage.
And the best of my understanding is that they're twisting a lot of like social and economic things, and
Yes, absolutely.
making the assumptions that because it benefited the quote unquote rich old white dudes and the elite wealthy privileged few back in the day, that we're still in what 1700s. We're still in this time period where only poor people are minorities and only rich people are white, and there's no crossover between the two. And
But that's actually pretty racist in and of
Yeah.
itself, to assert that if you are poor, you must be a person of color, right? And so that's really,
Well,
really,
these are
really
the people
racist.
that will say that a poor white dude living on the street has more privilege than Barack Obama.
Yeah, I know, which is batshit crazy.
Have people actually said that?
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, that's all part of it.
Well, so like, okay,
Yeah,
so,
but we
like,
don't talk to him anymore.
a little bit of personal background. I grew up like dirt poor, okay, like that hillbilly chick in the South. By South I mean Kentucky.
That's the South, Mary.
That's South enough for me, right? We know what we are. And so we, for long stretches, didn't have electricity, and there were even periods where we didn't have running water. And that kind of difficulty growing up made me really appreciate just sort of basic amenities and the sort of work and grit that you have to put into it in order to just.
It's
kind
kind of
get by
interesting to
sometimes and
consider
keep your head
that
above water until
if you actually
changes or
look
turns
at
or
the
makes it wet,
the
right?
maps,
But
the
I
Civil
had
War
grown up in
and
that
whatnot,
situation.
it's like
There were nights that my mom would chuck
geographically
my sister down
speaking,
to bed
most
on the
of the
floor
continental
couch next to
U.S.
the heater
was
and
considered
dying in our rooms 'cause there was no
the
heat.
southern
And
states.
so pin up blankets and stuff. But those moments gave me a lot of clarity about what it means to have something called grit and to never allow yourself to feel.
The women
like
talk a good
people
game
who
here.
Have had to fight and struggle. They want nothing to do with being entitled to them. They want nothing handed to them, right? Because they understand that there's value in the struggle.
But,
there's value in the pressure that you push back against all of the weight of the world that comes at you on a regular basis, and then you come out more capable on the other side. We don't want that victim status. It's actually quite repulsive.
Yeah, but that's what they're pushing is the whole victim status thing.
it's kind of gross.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole
But,
thing. Is it, I
you
mean,
know,
look at modern feminism.
not
Like,
long
back then,
later,
girl power.
you know,
Now
not
it's
long
being
after
woman
this,
power and being
within
the
days or
oppressed you are.
whatever,
And
you'd
it
have
doesn't
them
matter.
all
It's,
kind of.
the more oppressed you are. which is
KY
what
is awesome.
feminism
Are you
is.
talking
It's
about Kentucky
it-
or
it-
the
it's like
lubricant?
more, was it special you are, or the more kind of more
Um,
oppressed, the better you are, so to speak.
It's your minority multiplier, right? So
Yeah,
you take
yeah.
two different other identities, and they each have different values. And when you combine them, they combine to have different values. You have to just measure it up as like a weird, complicated version of like, I don't know, stat-based card game.
Virtue was the word I was looking for. So its oppression is virtue.
It's so weird that
The problem with all these people basically is that
whatever. Let's look at some of the shit
they
that
all
happens.
recognize, to a certain extent at least, or seem
Well, there's
to,
something that's
claim
come out
to,
for me. It's like, okay, you're not
the
allowed-
bullshit
they're willing to
of the
question dialogue
SJWs.
and open communication, but at the same time, they also say,
But
no, you're not
they're
allowed to ask
all
people. I don't
either
get personal
left of
experience
center
why.
or
If I ask
centrist
this
or
person,
whatever,
they're
or
not a person.
barely
Yeah, it's
right
like
of center,
the
maybe
situation
in
that
some
they don't talk to
cases.
black coworkers about it, which I thought was
It's
really
And so
it's emotionally
they
taxing.
all
Yeah.
want to try to do
The
this,
wording-
you know,
wording-
sort of
the situation-
fence straddling
well, the
thing that,
wording is funnier to me. Like,
you
I
know,
look at
we
this,
we
I
need
can't
to
believe this
strive
is
for
the
balance, and
real
it's like, no,
interest these days. So,
no,
let's
you
listen to
don't.
this.
That's how you
Self to
get
support
the
black
left
colleagues and vote for
eventually
justice.
getting
You know,
everything
everybody
they
knows that
fucking
I-
want and destroying
Who's gonna
everything.
help me? Who's gonna help me promote social justice? I can't do anything on my own. You know,
That's how
right?
they- that's how they treat people.
Of course, you know, they've been very, you know, the left has been very successful in
Yeah.
propagandizing people to the point that they believe that the right is evil. They believe that, oh, you know, Nazism lies on the far right, and it's like, no, it doesn't. It lies on the far
Well,
left.
Jeff suffers from internalized
You know,
racism.
communism lies a little bit further to the left than Nazism.
You know the worst thing about this whole entire
But
thing before we
all of the evil authoritarian shitbags are on the
They
left.
didn't deny that it was-
Sorry, but it's true.
All they did was say that it was
You know?
distorted and how-
Oh, they're KKK, they're right wing. Nope. No, they're not.
Beat for point, beat for beat.
They're
How
left
it's
wingers.
distorted
They're
and
Democrats.
And then there's a section of
It's
this
a
where you
spin
can
job,
actually,
Tom. That's
yeah.
why.
And then you can actually take like,
You know?
they actually have
Actually, all the
stuff
white
that's like-
nationalist groups, I
and
think,
made
in the
it stop halfway
country,
through, so I'm like,
all
this is
believe in
just like-
socialism.
like,
They
it's
just
like
want
checklist
it
of how
for
privileged
whites
you are.
only.
Yeah. It gets into some questions that are just like
Well, to ask
way
women if
out
they've
of
been
line.
violated.
Well,
Like, you can't ask
Fucking
somebody
ridiculous,
their religion,
you know?
You can't ask somebody
Like-
their ethnicity. You can't ask them to out themselves. You can't put somebody else through like, like what if it's a woman who has been violated, like in the most worst extreme way? I'm not going to use the word because I'm sure it'll get flagged or demonetized or whatever. But like, if a woman has been violated in that way, why the hell are you asking her to relive that and tell
Yeah.
you, some random effing
Yeah.
employer, Disney?
When I saw that shit, I was livid. I was completely livid. You are literally.
I'm so glad I don't work
people-
for
and
a
that
big
doesn't just apply to
corporation.
women. There are men who've gone through those experiences as well, right?
Exactly.
You're putting these
Yeah.
people in the most vulnerable position of their life, and you're forcing them to relive that moment, so that they can.
I
tell you
wouldn't
how
put up
oppressed
with
they
their
are. Perhaps
bullshit.
They don't want to
Yeah,
go back
I'd
there. Perhaps they don't want to
rather be
revisit this
destitute than
crucial
fucking
moment of their life that
work
forever
at,
changed them, right? It's like maybe
you
they
know,
don't really wanna
Amazon
take
or
that on,
wherever.
Then they're absolutely required to. What the actual kind of fucked up is this?
That's how
Or
to break
Disney.
so they can conform you into their cult. That's what it is. It's designed to break you emotionally. It's designed to bring up past trauma. It's designed to confuse and just break your
Oh,
brains.
I mean, the chat has stopped working. The chat replay has stopped working, but I just noticed Robot Shlomo.
Yeah, it-
So that would be Rob. He's in the chat, I guess.
Oh God, Vince Rutta's back in the news. Oh, rest in
Here's
peace.
my thing, though: is this is all going to come out in the wash at some point because you are incentivizing victimhood, right? You are
Oh, yeah.
incentivizing people to want to label themselves something other than they are. One of the things that ticks me off.
Wow, that's a
that
good
ticks me off
question,
about a lot of
actually,
this sort of,
Griffin.
how do I say this?
Very
without
good
crossing
question.
the line here? Just the inclusion of an entire spectrum of certain things, and people defining themselves with a bajillion different ways and putting themselves on that spectrum with increasingly bizarre things and in increasingly bizarre ways is because people are incentivized to do this. All right, you're going to have people insincerely place themselves on this spectrum. I believe we're already seeing that to the point where it's not going to matter anymore because everyone's a unicorn, and I'm almost for it at this point. If only so we can get back to a place where we start judging people individually. Like, I'm so sick and tired of it. I don't fucking care whether or not you're boning the leaf
Yeah,
on
it
a
was the
tree
super
at
chat
3 in
that
the
asked
morning,
that shit.
publicly. Like, I don't fucking care anymore.
All
I
that
just
crap
don't
about the
care.
pizza and the
I just want
wizards,
to
I
get back
guess.
to a place where I
And
can see
misspelled
other people
Doomcock for some reason.
without everything having to do with these incidental aspects of their humanity.
Yep. And by the way, Jesse, I don't know what your Twitter address is.
Well,
so I'm
everyone's
just
a
dropping it in the
hypocrite, so.
private chat here.
Oh, perfect. Check it in.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I'm just Jesse Miles. On Twitter. Yep.
I looked, but I couldn't find you. It's kind of weird.
Rating says I. Just don't
Yeah, it's fun. It's difficult sometimes finding some kind of fucking alternative to the big companies
Let's look at
because,
someone who died.
I mean,
So, we're supposed to think of this guy as one of the many starting points to become
how are
a
you
cult.
supposed
Throughout the
to
guide, we have
boycott,
been intentional
you
about
know,
addressing both white
a
and
big
black people.
corporation
These
that
groups
decides
have
to be
different
woke
distinctive
if they
identities.
make
Well, this is not
ketchup
a list. There are 3 critical
or
components of
mustard?
being an ally: learning, reflecting, and engaging.
I mean, you know, it's like, who are you going to go to?
Yay.
Because probably all of the alternative brands are either owned by that same corporation or a similar one that's also
You're very
woke.
fortunate, Jeff. You don't have to
Yeah.
go
You know,
If someone sat me down like Jeff,
it's kind of catch-22. I guess you could make your own mustard, maybe.
Where's, like, it's just so dumb. Like,
Don't even
how
know
about
how
we
to,
supposed
you know,
walk
don't
around
even have a clue how to fucking do
It's
that.
supposed to work.
You would think that
probably
right, is that you
probably
learn to
involves
stop
a great
incentivizing
deal
seeing-
of
having people see
physical
the color
labor
aspect, right?
to do
Or
it yourself,
the
like churning butter or
gender
some
aspect,
shit.
or the sexualized, like who you bone on when you're at home aspect, right? You would think that would be something that we would try to be turning ourselves away from, so that we could see the human in front of us and not this.
They don't want us
thing.
to see the human. They want to categorize us. They want us divided up into groups, divided by cis, straight, skin color, etc.
Sorry, Wendy, there
More
won't be any
segregation back.
group
That's the thing
hugging
I
on
find
this
so
stream.
insane about all of this.
It'll all go to shit
60
later
years away
on.
from segregation, making the world colorblind, and somebody was like, stop, this is all bad, throw it in reverse, we have to undo all this stuff now. It's like, whatever.
Well, that
I think we should throw it in
pendulum
reverse. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree. The pendulum shift, man, has been.
Apparently, Comics
Like,
Division
coming.
day
We're
job
watching all
is
this weird
as
shit
some
happen.
kind of
Like, the ones
IT
breaking
guy
out
or
everywhere.
something.
And
Yeah.
Well, by throwing it in reverse, I mean, like the
He
whole
talks
idea
about
of
having
the
this
colorblind society,
gigantic
everyone's
array of
like,
hard
that's what
drive,
they
server
want in
hard
reverse.
drives or
Yeah,
something
this
later
is,
that he stores all this
identity
shit on. It's
politics,
like, wow,
gender politics.
okay.
That's the stuff we obviously need to reverse, because this is all very, very bad.
Well, like I grew up in the '90s, right? And to be fair, I was relatively like sheltered and secluded because I was homeschooled. But it was really bizarre because none of this stuff.
So was I.
Right?
Well,
you just kinda went
later
out
on.
and you hung out with the people you had access to, and so whatever color or gender that happened to be didn't really matter, because when you didn't have anybody else to fucking talk to or play with, you were just desperate for interaction with human beings, and so you would latch onto that in whatever way that you could. Like, I could not care less if you insert a bark after every third word. You're a human being, and I would like to engage with you, right? And so that just was how it was. Like, you just hung out with people, and it didn't matter what they looked like, and it didn't matter what gender they were, and it was cool. It was all just really cool, right? And it's becoming increasingly weird out there.
Yeah, it is. And this document gets really weird too. It talks about how you have to go and, of course, the first thing you have to do is talk to your children and teenagers about it. Because
I'm afraid if I speed it up anymore, we won't be able to tell what the fuck they're
that's not a
saying.
reason to patron a business. You patron a business because they've earned your dollar in some capacity. And one of the things I brought up last night is that there was a Cajun place we used to go to at this one place I worked at. We went there because the food was good. It was fantastic. The people that ran the business were actually displaced because of Katrina. And yes, they were black, but the reason why we went wasn't because they're black and we want to give them our business. We went because the food was good.
Ah, there's a timeless fucking clip. The one where Wolf Blitzer's on CNN talking about the victims of Hurricane Katrina, talking about how they're just so poor and so black.
Slowing it down. It's like when people started getting attention for businesses. It's like, oh,
God.
this spotlight, this person
Oh,
has
man.
business with this thing or that problem or this disability. It's like, okay, cool. And then it's like now social media happened, and now it's like we're
Guess
trying
he's
to
lucky he did that then, because if he did that like just recently, he,
really, we're not achieving anything.
God only knows what they would have done to him.
It's really bizarre. I'm reading this. Do not question or debate black colleagues' lived experience. At what point did we step
Is he
away
retired?
from the ability to question everything? You remember that?
Just occurred to me. I haven't, I mean, I don't watch CNN, but I haven't seen anybody talk about Wolf Blitzer in a while. Is he retired or died or something? I don't know.
How to pick apart what was happening around you and to your world, so that you could process it better and adjust.
A lot of
your own
people hate
responses
Twister. I
better,
actually
right?
liked it.
Watching
I
everything
liked it a
turned
lot.
into listen and believe. That's what it turned into.
Yeah.
Well, it's easy.
Wasn't a
If you
perfect
question
movie
it,
by
then
any
you
means,
start
but
saying,
then
"I
again,
actually like this movie." Was it
how
because-
many
no, it really
movies are
wasn't. It's like
perfect?
you question, then you complain, and then when you complain, you're not just blindly giving money to the cult and to Disney, to the master.
Well,
Does
I
that
would
make
say
sense?
it's more insidious than that. It's more about don't talk to other people from your point of view.
Yeah.
Silencing voices of your black colleagues and coworkers.
Bizarre.
Well, isn't that like imagine where that can be taken to? You don't have to question someone's lived experience, right? They can then literally make up whatever lived experience they want to.
Yeah.
And-
I realize that we all have a lived experience, but I don't know, kind of getting tired of that fucking
because that can replace
term.
facts of reality. This thing is my personal truth, so therefore it must be so. I've experienced all this racism on my life, therefore all white people must be racist. That's my personal truth.
Well, look, and here's the thing. None of this means abandoning human decency. No one here on this panel is suggesting that, right? We're saying that there needs to be a big difference between the incorporation of a policy that says you can't, right? The incorporation of the notion that while you're at work, you must absolutely behave in this way because of someone's racial aspect, right? No one here is inclined to treat someone in any kind of way because of the way that they look, right? Or what their gender may be. Right? No one here wants to throw that away, right? No one here has any disrespect for anyone's life choices or what it is that they may have experienced. Everyone here is full of empathy and full of the desire to reach out to other people in their humanity, right? No one wants to abandon that. And we don't need you to tell us to do that either.
Won't seem that way
Turns
for
out
long, will
that
it?
Human beings tend to have innate empathy for one another, tend to have an ability to connect with one another on a human level, and don't need you
What
to
in
tell
the
us how to
fuck?
do that. We just kind of know it. It's absolutely ingrained within within us.
Again, it's just bizarre that an entertainment company feels like they need to do this. Like Disney, really, What do you think about the impact that your bullshit marketing leaves? Like, oh, we love John Boy, except in China, where we want to make money, so we censor black people. Oh, what do we? You know, oh, we're really we're allies. Disney, you ain't a fucking ally. You're a hippie.
We're allies. Meanwhile, we're gonna go film this movie in a country where they have concentration camps.
Why did they cut out the gay kiss in The Rise of Skywalker? In America, I had no problem seeing those two ugly ladies kiss. It wasn't a problem. I don't care if it's two ugly people, two attractive people. I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal to see two people of the same sex kiss. It's you know what?
It does to me if I'm paying money.
Yeah, seriously, I want those lesbians to be hot, not old and ugly.
Amen.
My point is, though, if Disney has the gall to lecture us here in America or in the Western world, and then they want to hide behind their value, they hide their values for the rest of the world because they don't line up with other countries. I think that's worse. I think that's damning, and I think that sends a shittier message than any internal struggle. You wanna basically brainwash people and create this weird retarded cult inside of your company. Cool. More power.
Well, here's the
to
thing,
them.
Jeff. I mean, what they're doing now, the whole social justice thing in businesses is trendy right now. That's the only reason why they're doing it. The real money they're chasing is that China dollar. That's what they really care about.
Yeah.
I was out today.
It
and
really doesn't look
Shang-Chi
like they're gonna
marketing
get
push
it
is out
either.
Full effect. I have never seen a more bullshit Marvel launch ever. I've got a toy video coming out, but I talk in the video to Jesse. I'm like, I asked her this question. Hear me out for a second. I said, have all Marvel movies been as basic and shitty as Shang-Chi looks, and were the superheroes just awesome and epic, or were all those movies great and we've just reached the terrible movie now?
Doesn't it feel basic bitch like Captain Marvel? It feels really basic bitch, doesn't it?
It does, 100%. By the way, real quick, Kiefer Riley Johnson, I took a picture of that. That's going in the World Class Bullshitters book of official canon. So thank you. But yeah, Shang-Chi does look like a basic bitch, and that's not really a problem.
Weird.
When you have, I don't know, a sequel. It's like, oh, the Avengers 2 looks cool. Not as cool as the first one, but that's the Avengers. When you're launching a new superhero, and you don't have to worry about any of the SJW crap that they want to throw in the marketing or any of the bullshit of 2020 with social media, just flat out what's in front of you, it doesn't look cool. It's a dude with a stick. I don't care what skin color, what he represents. It's a dude with a stick. Like,
Well, I mean, and maybe it will be a cool martial arts movie, because that's one thing is I love martial arts films, and I'll be honest, the Chinese do it way better than the Americans. They have some of the best martial arts films. This, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. I honestly have no plans seeing it, so I'll wait for the reviews.
It feels like this is probably going to be a repeat of Mulan, where they try to do this whole sort of kung fu
Probably.
aspect thing or whatever, where they throw in the and you're Disney. This isn't your niche. What are you doing? Like, I said that I'm saying that we can't.
Well, I thought it was coming up here because I heard them talk about it. They mentioned something about
It's just not.
your truth or whatever, and at some point in here, Jeff or somebody or other fucking, you know, they said something. Somebody here said something about about how bullshit that is, about, you know, about there's not your truth, there's the truth. Like, they said that. And then within like 24 fucking hours, you're gonna be having these same people that were talking bad about that, about the idea of your truth. You know, they're talking about how, yeah, all these ladies that are talking about how Tom, you know, was rude to them or whatever, you know, just the most nebulous complaints about how, oh, or he you know, he raised his voice at me or whatever, you know, and you're just like on the next High Council, I think Jeff was saying, you know, something to the ladies about, you tell your truth, and it's like, oh my god. Like, what the
probably haven't heard of? Is it a dead character with Black Widow? You mean that movie we should have got probably in Phase 2?
After Winter Soldier?
Yeah, after Winter Soldier. Is it going to be Soy Boy, God of Thunder, and, you know, Jane Foster Thor? I mean, is it going to be that? Yeah, I mean, what else do they have coming out? It's like, is it going to be the
You know, the
verse of Madness?
one thing I will say about the whole MCU shit is, I mean, in many respects, it is probably a good idea to do what this guy says about, you know, take a break or whatever, go on hiatus. It's like, that makes sense in many respects. But the thing is,
No, I am too.
you know, the weird thing about that is that I remember a friend of mine, it's like, you know, his kids were, what, they were in junior high, I guess. The youngest of them might not have even been in junior high when the first Avengers movie came out, and they thought it was so fucking cool, and, you know, and it's like, by the time the whole Avengers story wraps, it's like, these kids are going off to college or something. It's, you know, it's like they're, so much of their lives is, you know, has gone on, you know, and it's like, I don't know, you kind of have a limited window in some respects, unless you're just doing it for the people who are already adults.
I want them to lose money because I want them to understand that this is not what people like. I want them to get as woke
Because,
as humanly possible, because I want them
as near as I can remember, as a kid,
the money to stop flowing into these stupid companies. But they're just going to get bailed out.
Well, I feel like we're at that. We're
Why
at
in
that
the
repeat of history, right? Where you stop, when you run out of ideas, when you stop doing something good, when you stop doing something new, when you stop.
They're talking a lot of sense here, but it's like this is one of the complaints that EVS and others have had. It's like, the Phantom Menace people, it's like they weren't even fucking doing that. They weren't even telling their own goddamn fans, hey, stop spending money on corporate bullshit. They won't even stop doing it themselves. They talk shit about how we want them to stop having money, and then they turn right around and they've got a ticket to the next Star Wars film from Disney.
This is the reason why Marvel can get away with writing garbage tier comics for like the last 10 years, is because they're owned by Disney. They can basically do whatever they want. They can piss off their customers and not have the money. And what happens? They serve as an IP farm for these movies and whatnot. That's what's going on.
The new Dune film is going to suck. I'm calling it right now. It's going to be garbage. Of course, it depends. I mean, some people may not think that it's garbage. Some people may like it, but I think I've already seen a couple of clips, or still pictures or whatever from some trailer they did or something or other, and it just looks so stupid.
Yeah, because then you go back 20 years, and that's when they were making shit like John Carter and Mars.
I mean,
Moms. And Mars Needs Moms is
I don't
one
know.
of the biggest money-losing films of all time.
A lot of people, I guess, didn't like the original film from the 80s, but I thought it was great. It was very different, but I thought it was great. I did not, and there are ways in which it differs from the book, that's true, but personally I thought a lot of those differences were better. It's like, the book may be some great work of literature or whatever, but it's also shitty. It's also like, the idea that, we have to compromise, and I have to marry the princess or whatever. It's like, fuck that bullshit. It's like, you had the bad guys dead to rights. It's like you can dictate terms to them. And because you control the spice, you can dictate terms to the rest of the fucking universe. So why don't you? Instead of this bullshit about, I have to marry into the, imperial family or something. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to do any of that bullshit.
I had to go get in and clean and be like, I literally can't use this bathroom. This is disgusting. How did that happen at Walt Disney World? How?
Well, Abigail Disney was even pointing out how there's employees who eat food that's left over from other patrons, from customers and guests, because they're barely making enough.
It happened because
that's what we
the Western world is collapsing. We've imported tons of people from the third world, and you don't get the first world when you import the third world into the first world. You get the third world. And you import people who are used to shitting on the streets. Guess what? They shit on the streets. That's why San Francisco is literally San Fran shithole.
Riding around Galaxy's Edge on a scooter. That was me, by the way. You can now get drunk in Disney.
And Walt Disney was very much against that. They should have kept it that way.
Like, I wanted them to realize that letting people drink in Disney is not something that ever should have happened. That should never have happened. Your standards are falling. That's not a family park, right?
The standards of everything are falling. I mean, every civilization is collapsing around us, folks. I mean, have you not noticed? Everybody who wants all your diversity and shit. It's like, as some people have pointed out, it's like, are you are you sure you want that diversity and shit? Because what's going to happen is you're going to find yourself really missing indoor plumbing.
I had to share that. That sounds delicious.
Yes, it does. That looks amazing. That looks amazing. Fried corn stick with, you can choose a fried cheese stick instead of corn dog. Holy hell.
Yeah.
It sounds amazing, but I literally feel my arteries clogging.
Oh
Yeah, it looks like I need
Well,
a
that
podcast.
depends entirely upon whether or not it's
Mentioning IP,
actual cheese or fake cheese. If it's vegetable oil cheese, then yeah, it's
always
bad
a
for you.
problem, more so than just the
And
obvious.
if it's fried in
And then
vegetable
because
oil, that's
their
bad for you.
other IPs are gonna
You
become
fry it
public
fried
domain.
in
So, things
palm
like Mickey
oil
and all those
or
other characters, they're not
coconut
gonna
oil
technically
or lard, tallow, something like that. It should be fine.
No.
No, but it's because of anything else why they still like him. Because otherwise he would have been public domain a while ago. But
I guess if you use almond flour on it, it'd even be like keto compliant or whatever.
exploit properties, but
Real
I mean,
cheese,
it's just
coated in almond flour, deep fried in
Let's see what's up with the audience. So,
lard.
there we go. Sorry, folks. This is our last episode of the High Council with this laptop. So,
It's also the last episode of the High Council with this lineup of people.
and it looks kind of like a Super NES controller. Cesario, Japan. Dude, Super NES. Mary, what's your favorite game console ever?
Oh, God.
Excellent. Massive respect. Comics division. Same question to you, sir.
Oh God, definitely the NES. I mean, that was the console of my childhood / teenage years. So
I wasn't allowed to have console games when I was a kid. It was a struggle for a while when I was young to even talk my mother into letting me have computer games.
That's memorabilia. I can't tell.
Well, there's Pac-Man and Ninja Turtles back there, the arcades.
Oh, okay, now I see.
Yeah, I don't know. My favorite console, though, probably the PS3 impressed me the most.
Oh, were you a Blu-ray board?
Or I used to go into the old
Just the
Walmarts
little
and
gaming
there in the little
between the PS2 and
entryway,
PS3 was, we finally got to that place, where things looked almost
there was,
real,
there'd be a
I just,
couple
like,
of
if I
arcade
showed my kid
machines.
himself what we got with that, I'd just been like, wow.
I love my Xbox One, but
The,
I am very nostalgic for
I
pixel
think
art games, and it's kind of
Mortal Kombat
But yeah, I mean, otherwise, yeah, the Nintendo were probably the Super
and
NES, that era
like
is probably the most
Aliens,
nostalgic for.
probably.
Mecha, what about you?
You know, I used to watch them, on demo, and it's like I didn't know how to play them, and I wasn't given any quarters, so I couldn't try.
And it had a really good Dracula game. I really am nostalgic.
But I thought they were cool looking. I was like,
I
oh
gotta say,
man,
it's
I
a toss-up
wish
between the NES and the,
I could
Super
try that
16,
out.
because that had a lot of really good games. I love
And
military
years
games.
before that, I think I remember seeing
Yes, that was that I played Star Trek and you had to give a flower to some lady and nobody in my family could figure that out before
people
I did.
playing,
That game when I figured that out. That's my moment to shine.
Games were also a lot harder.
was it probably Zelda
Well,
or
they were a lot
something.
shorter too. I mean,
Yeah.
you might play Contra for 20 hours, but in reality, once you got good at it,
To me, the idea of playing a Star Trek game on a console just seems really weird.
Hiding how shitty old games were, but it worked.
We also had your limited graphics and CPU capabilities, and had we've evolved with the times.
Yep.
What about you?
Yeah,
Jesse?
challenge levels changed with the ease of entry into the more extreme graphics. Now the game just kind of plays for you.
Yeah, a lot of these are like enhanced tech demos, which really pissed me off. Because I just went through Mega Man X and I was like, this is what a game is like. You gotta learn the pattern, what weapon beats in this order, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
Nowadays,
But
it's like,
the funny thing about it too is that you still have these games journalists complaining about modern games being too hard. It's like, come on, it's like they really threw a shit fit with Sekiro because of how difficult it was, and it is a difficult game. It's fun as hell, but they're like, oh, there needs to be an easy mode. It's like, why? You're not the fucking game developer. It's their choice on how difficult they want to make the game and what is considered enjoyable or not.
yeah, I just personally go through a lot of them and go, oh, this looks nice. Let me press the button at the right time.
Yeah, quick time events kind of ruined everything.
Yeah, God of War was great and terrible at the same time. Because that was the one where QTEs were like in your face for the first time. I had played other games that had them, but like that one was like, oh, this, that. And then all the big PlayStation exclusives really harped on that one style of gameplay for a little bit, and they all evolved a different way. But I don't know, I don't want to shit on PlayStation. I like it. I think it's a great system. Actually, to answer my own question, either the PS2 or the Xbox 360, where I think the best two consoles.
I loved the 360. The 360 was pretty great.
That console gets shit on because I don't know, but it was a huge hit. It had great games.
Do-do-do-do-do.
All the multiplayer ran better on the Xbox because it didn't have
Discussing
the
video
control architecture
games for
that
an
was on
extended
PlayStation
period of
at the
time.
Yeah, the PlayStation eventually caught up in sales, but the Xbox whooped its ass that whole generation.
And
Rendering it all.
it has a Viva Pinata on it.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
I came with it.
Should we risk a higher
That game
playback
was, like,
speed?
So instantly evil. I mean,
It's so evil. It's so mean. You beat the hell out of these things with a shovel.
and then you have other pinatas cannibalize pinatas. It's a real evil game.
It really is. It really is. It's like the whole circle of life thing, but like fuck
Pinatas.
Disney, man. Like it straight up does what Disney won't do. It lets you watch them eat each other. I love it. I love it.
Maybe folks at this Fandom Menace meetup, if there's one of those cool arcades in Vegas when we're out for Star Wars or the Star Trek thing, maybe we go hang out.
Oh, that's right. Go-Go 13 was on NES. That was a great game.
There's even Busters out there.
I
I've
did
been around
it.
one now too.
Comics, how well do you know Golgo? Just the game or the character at all?
I am somewhat familiar.
What
with
in
the
the
character.
fuck
I watched a
is
few of the,
Dave and
animes,
Buster's?
but I
Mecca
played
talks
it
about it all the
on
time,
TV
and I don't know
game.
whether it's something that we
I'm a
just
pretty
don't
big fan of
have
that
where I
character.
live,
I actually found
or
it independently of real
if,
life.
oh yeah, there's one a few towns over and I just don't know about it
But I did know
because
that Japanese
I
art,
don't
didn't know
care.
what it was as a little kid. But I gotta say, for somebody that kind of likes anime,
She
manga,
keeps talking about it. She talks about it in the video I'm gonna do.
beautiful. I'll talk about it later.
I'm
This show
gonna
is like
look
most
at later.
anime. If anybody was like, I really want to watch anime, but I don't know where to start. Folks, if you watch Golgo 13, he's an assassin. It's really easy to follow, and it's pretty badass the way he is.
That's how he is. The man with the custom M16. That's how he was built.
The best part in the shows is he only needs one shot to
Yep.
get his kill. It's like, what? And he's like, I will take this
I don't
job
know.
and I will use one bullet.
I
And you're
briefly
like,
had, it's like
every
anime.
episode
It's like
finds a new way to make it fucking awesome. Like,
there's several anime things that I liked
by the
that I
box
came
set,
across.
So speaking of what people think, Sonny Crockett says my white Ferrari versus
In the
pale Honda,
90s
drive
and
contest.
maybe in the
Pale panel, pale chat, salacious Tom,
very
hey,
early 2000s or whatever.
Hey,
And I had
Nathan Van
very
Ness,
briefly a
years of
coworker
support, good work, Jeff. Well, Nathan,
who
very much
was
so.
also into anime, and
We have over 780
you know,
watching. We have
it's like we
400
kind of
likes.
compared
Those likes up.
interests or whatever, and
we
discovered
back in
that
order, and And then
I hadn't heard of a single fucking anime that he was into.
there will have no more.
And he hadn't heard of a single one that I was into.
These years, you mean the series from
It's like,
2008, right?
well, I guess that goes to show you there's a lot of anime out there, isn't there? It's like there's so much that here's two guys that are into anime, and neither one of us knows anything that the other one's
I don't
into.
wanna see people get beat up or hurt, but for some reason in like anime and manga, I like the crazier, zanier ones that have like these over-the-top kills. Dude, some of the kills in that movie, the guy that had the knives for fingers, he would slice up those people and they become ribbons on screen. That was so visually appealing. Great movie.
No, I also saw Queen Bee, which is a really good one too.
I bought that on DVD as well.
I read
Once
it.
I think once I got into the character, I was like, I need to own everything. And then luckily for me, it was like 5 things in
Yeah.
terms of videos to watch, but the fucking toys are overpriced.
Oh my god, the DVD is going for like $80 on Amazon.
I did not realize I got a deal. I think I got it on Blu-ray for $50.
Yeah, this is the Blu-ray actually. Yeah.
Oh, lucky me.
Yeah, no kidding.
Doreen.
I'm assuming there's some fucking reason why it is that happens sometimes. Sometimes I'll look for a movie, an old, like an 80s movie or something, and find that, oh look, here it is on DVD, but it's like $50, and it's like, I'm not paying $50 for fucking DVD. You know, and then all of a sudden you'll find that it's available on Blu-ray, for half the price or less, and it's like, why? I don't get it. Why?
For the other stuff, I do have to learn about it, so I always appreciate that kind of help. But yeah, for the channel, we're sticking Windows. Why change it? Why screw what you know?
Use with Windows, yeah.
Computers were never a difficult thing because I was fortunate. Even though I went to like a shittier Catholic school, we still had a computer lab. Like somebody made a donation, so we had the new the iMacs, the blue-colored ones, and so we kind of had those when they were new, and we learned a lot. The G3s, what they called? We learned a lot on those. So Macs were cool as a kid, and then we just always had Windows at home.
The thing that pisses me off is that they moved away from the Intel chip. It's like I love Macs. What really kind of got me to go over is when they released the Intel Macs.
That's kind of weird that they went. Well, I mean, they went to Intel under
I don't know.
Jobs, and then of course he died, and apparently now they've moved on to something else, which I assume means that they're, not compatible with any Windows shit going forward. Have to go back to virtualization.
I know this is a Windows computer.
I'm learning computer techie things, I guess, and I don't know. It's not as scary as I thought, but I'm finding I'm like, I want the better one. I want more, bigger screen, more processing.
Volume up and go higher
I'm kind of a
speed.
dinosaur when it comes to electronics.
Well, they.
You should just finish the sentence.
Okay, now does that mean that Rob is very well endowed? And, That's why Mecha likes him.
You sure I gotta wreck the socket if it's bigger.
Oh god, the chat is loving that. Billy says, "Oh yeah." I know Billy D was in the chat. Thank you, sir. Hercules. Anyway.
Take it,
Oh, man,
Billy's into that.
So, desktop computing might be cheaper, Mecha, if you want really hard processing power. So.
Yeah. I do like a perfect world. I'd upgrade both. but for right now, I'm not gonna pick one or the other. It's like my desktop's okay, and with all the data, like the Bitcoin mining people out there, they're just eating up all of the high-end CPU or graphics cards and stuff.
No, it's not even worth mining Bitcoin anymore, honestly. You're kind of 10 years too late at this point.
See, I don't want to mine it. I just want to use it for editing.
Yeah.
Gaming.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the issue too. Is not only is that it's being bought fast, I guess, because of the Bitcoin mining, but we also have like a chip shortage right now, which is making getting parts for computers to be very difficult and more expensive.
Exactly.
It's fun to need everything that's in demand right now, including gasoline. So.
I heard something about that.
That's where I was at before I jumped
I thought
on.
the phrase was science queen. Anyway.
What is going on? Can someone fill me in on why there's like a...
There was the pipeline.
Hey, you'd think that Mecha would prefer to be called a queen than a whore, but maybe not.
And so they basically had to shut down the pipeline. And so the East Coast is basically being hit with some gas shortages. And of course, there's people out there that are panic buying, rightfully so, because there's probably not going to be any gas coming anytime soon.
Oh, shit.
Anytime soon, in the next week or so. So there's been these long lines, and the media's like, oh, everything's fine. Don't pay attention to what's going on over here. There's no lines. We're not reporting. We're not seeing any lines whatsoever. Everything's fine. Don't panic. So meanwhile, yeah, I mean it's
Wow.
it's bad. And on top of that, there is a shortage of gasoline truckers. The people who drive the gas trucks, because a lot of them retired last year or switched to other things because there wasn't as much demand for gas. So there's not enough truck drivers to haul gas, which means that we're going to have a shortage for the summer nationwide. So folks, if you're listening,
some shit.
buy some gas cans, get some gas, and get some stuff to treat it, and make sure that you're taken care of, because we're in for a bumpy ride.
Well, it's a
And
good thing I
this
never
is going to
leave my
impact
house.
everything.
It's a really good thing I never leave my house. That's where I'm at right now. Like, literally,
I left my cars in Ohio.
wow.
Well, Jeff, go and buy some gas, and then
I hope they were shitty cars.
$10 a gallon or $20 a
Yeah,
gallon.
dude.
I got some empty oil containers in here.
I was gonna say, yeah, like Jeff just opens up his overcoat thing and he's like, "You want to buy some gas?" And it's like, right next to the watches.
I saw that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. All right, it'll work. The gang solves a gas crisis. Jeff pads his pockets because he bought all the gas in Southern California. I become the Lex Luthor of gasoline. What an asshole. I would so do that too. No, I wouldn't. I feel really guilty. Like, all right, I need to work here.
Make sure to stock up on food too, because when there's gas shortages, there's basically everything shortages. So.
Man, we thought we were over everything after this pandemic was, we figured out how to handle that. Nope, now we're out of shit.
Those unforeseen consequences are really starting to add up.
Well, the thing I think is interesting is I was walking down like the pet aisle at my local grocery store, and I just noticed like certain things missing. And you can kind of see this like in various other areas of the store. Like the hair product I usually use, they've been sold out, so I had to switch to something else. And you'll find random things that they don't carry anymore because of reasons. They're just not getting restocked, or they're having problems manufacturing it, or I don't know. But here's gonna be shortages, folks. Prepare for the worst.
We haven't seen rubbing alcohol in like 2
Yeah,
months.
random fucking shortages have been the problem
Yeah, they don't have anything in the
for a
stores.
long
We
time
don't
now.
have
It's
stuff
fucking
on display, so,
ridiculous.
we don't have it.
Yeah, it was like that here for like 9 months. That you couldn't get rubbing alcohol. Or,
Of course,
cleaning products.
the whole thing is basically just because of the worthless ass response to the virus, not because of the virus itself. It's like, this was not a major emergency. There was no need to do any of this bullshit. It's way the hell less lethal than the fucking flu. And in fact, probably the vast majority of all the deaths attributed to the beer bug have in fact been flu deaths. Because otherwise, the flu just disappeared. And also, somebody pointed out that more people died in 2017 than in 2020. So, nobody complained about that. It's like, there were more people that died a few years ago, and nobody fucking talked about it because we weren't trying to push this ridiculous bullshit.
I keep thinking about what I want to do next in terms of comics and stuff. I write about this crazy dystopian sci-fi future, and then I realized I should just write about living in 2021, and basically I put like a little sci-fi twist on it, like laser swords and hoverboards and shit, and I got a modern classic.
Well, that's the funny thing. Is like we're pretty much living in a sci-fi dystopian future currently.
And no, I don't think it's sci-fi, but we are living in a dystopia.
Well, Elon Musk has like that fucking neurochip he's working on, so we're getting the cyber aspect
Oh,
of
God,
cyberpunk.
they talk about that bullshit for a while.
Full-blown cyberpunk.
What happens when they hack that shit? I'm serious. Why the hell would anybody get a chip put into this? We can't keep our fucking gas lines.
I'm not taking a chip. I'm not taking a vax. Fuck you.
You could have something like that installed and actually rewire your nervous system using these chips.
I'm talking about your everyday average kind of person, though.
Oh man, I would love to be a netrunner. Come on.
No, hold on. Wait, comics, take it back a step. Elon Musk has a chip that can bypass the shit, hopefully in people that are paralyzed, and they can...
Well, that's like one of the things that you can do with these kinds of biochips. Right now, I mean, we're not at that level yet. It's just like you can implant a chip and you can basically control your computer with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's stuff like that. But ultimately, that's kind of like one of the added benefits is that if somebody's paralyzed, they can repair their nervous system by installing these chips and basically have them communicate. So obviously, the brain signals for, hey, I want to walk, will transmit to this other chip, which would allow it to happen. So it basically would bypass the spine.
See, I want to live in a world where anyone that gets injured or a soldier that gets harmed in battle, they can basically bring them back, repair them some way, and people can have a normal life again. Live, and stuff. I think that's the future. I don't have any power over this, but I had a say, like, that's what we should focus on. Let's get back to, oh, if this terrible thing happened to you, serve the country. Like,
frankly, it would be better to work on a way to just get the spine or whatever to repair itself. That would be better than trying to be like, oh yeah, let's just stick a bunch of chips and metal and shit in you. Like, figure out how to make the biological components regenerate.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, it depends on where they go with it. If we have like if they develop sleeving technology and you can re-sleeve yourself into a new body, that would be fucking phenomenal.
Sleeving sounds like getting a bigger dick.
I feel forced getting related myself. But
We know what Tom's obsessed with, don't we?
But like, if you could actually have it to where you could put your consciousness in another body, I mean, that'd be great. I mean, you wouldn't have to worry about growing old or anything like that. I mean, that could be the quote unquote potential benefits of it. But
Okay, so here's my
at the end of the day, what's going to be used is for porn. Let's be honest.
Right?
It's like being poured into your brain.
Awesome.
I'll go. I say no, and here's why. I think there's something lost when you remove that sort of human struggle with your body. And I think removing that, taking that away from people, makes them inherently less human.
What if you could be put into another body that's exactly like yours, that's still organic? Yes, Ghost in the Shell. I love that. I love that.
Or Picard.
What?
We don't talk about Picard around these parts here.
Pickard!
Another body that's like my own that's just not dead? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, or younger version of it.
So,
Did you grow it?
one of the reasons that life has meaning is because it ends.
Life finds a way to end.
I'm just saying, it's like, I'm not saying that it's not appealing in its own way, but
I'm not really against the idea of them curing aging so that you can live forever, essentially, because you won't.
Yeah, that would.
So I have a question for you then. Would you, okay, how long would you wait to jump
When the Lord is ready to call you home, it won't matter whether you are able to die of old age or not. Being ageless is not going to stop you getting run over by a bus. So,
Can you hear me?
it's like, when God's ready for you to die, you'll fucking die.
How would you do it? Would you put yourself in a new body as a feeble old man, or would you never even understand what it would be like to be an old person? And you basically
So if so ultimately, it's like if you think you can cheat death, it's like you can't. Not ultimately.
I think there'd be a point in time where I'm like, oh, this body sucks. Let's swap it out. But the other thing too is,
Because it's inevitable. It has to happen.
You could literally have them.
You should want it to happen, quite frankly. And that, in my opinion, is part of the reason why we get old. It's because God is preparing us for the transition. It's like he wants you to be with him, and you don't want to go. But it helps you. It helps you feel better about this life ending if it's getting harder and harder to live it as you're here. And it also helps get your family, your loved ones, used to the idea that you're leaving. You're gonna die. As you get older and more decrepit, they get used to the fact that yes, our beloved, grandfather or whatever you happen to be, is going to die. Helps them get used to it. Helps them, accept it.
There's definitely things where it could be very terrible, but at the same time, there could be some wonderful things out too. It's like with anything. It depends on how
When somebody wants to be a dick and just erase you.
Think how much more shocking it would be if
currently, because we're a bunch of
there was no sign that people were getting older and then just suddenly they dropped. I mean, it sounds kind of awesome in a way because it's like, oh man, wouldn't it be great to be young looking and spry and all this shit, and then suddenly one day I'm just dead, and it's like, yeah, but it'd be a great fucking shock to all your relatives. It's like they, it'd be a really, really unpleasant surprise for them to be like, oh my God, Grandpa died. It's like there was no indication that he was going to. It just suddenly dropped.
I don't think anybody's gonna enjoy watching me jerk off. Just saying.
No, you can stop sending me the videos, Tom. I don't want to watch.
You said you like.
You tricked me once, and then you had the opening of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles video. I was like, all right, cool, I haven't seen this movie, and then it's you, and I said no, and then Jesse knows. She opened all the emails for me.
Let's be honest. The majority of the dick pics that Mary got were from Tom.
Yeah.
Look, I sent it to the one comic set. I can send it to the one comic set because he clarified that they were actually pictures of Brian
Oh, God.
and Tom took that as full. Like, let's go. Next thing I know, I got an inbox full of black penises. I didn't
Well, you
even
didn't
know
say you
that
wanted
was-
my dick, right? You
Oh,
said you wanted
God.
You
World of Wonders. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of giving people what they want,
Sleeping in the next room.
Oh God, here we go.
thank you, Toxic Matthew. That was for you.
Ugh.
I really send a chill down Mary's spine.
I want my mommy.
Me too.
Ah.
You do it. I was trying to think of something.
It's my mommy, not your mommy.
Got your mommy right
All
here.
right, I'm done. I can't.
Oh, so how did we get on that really deep philosophical discussion?
I think it started with video games.
It always happens. It always
It was the bio chip from
Oh,
Elon Musk.
Oh yeah.
that was a really great. Somebody should just clip that and put that out there. It's like, oh, the High Council get into the ethics of and the ethics and spirituality of sleeping. Penis enlarging.
I have
Penis emojis.
Penis enlarging card. Yeah.
The Swedish made penis
Very
enlarging.
important.
It started with a cash order. You are correct.
It
The
started.
internet gas. That's what got us here.
Why does that sound like a movie title? Like, I don't think it's really. It started with a gas shortage and it ended with penis enlarging.
It's the High Council. It does look like Cards Against Humanity Playground wrong. We should play that on every time.
You can actually. It's called Mexican Society.
Oh, we should do that one week. We should get really toasty and do it.
Oh my god, that would be a blast. I'm so down.
I tend to get really relaxed towards the end of these shows.
No, I have a Fandom Menace deck for it.
Oh,
I do.
Why you got a Fandom Menace dick?
For Cards Against Humanity, yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
well,
must be strap on.
When you like to know. Nope.
Maybe.
It hurt.
I keep it right next to my photos of Dick Grayson.
She called it Chris Hemsworth. You gonna ask me why?
No.
Ask me why.
No.
Why, Tom?
Why did she call it Chris Hemsworth? Because it's gonna make you Thor.
No, I don't want this.
oh my God! I knew that joke. I'll just give it.
Yeah, baby.
No, it's fantastically terrible.
It was. I love my bad jokes.
I want to go back to the Buffalo Bill shit now.
Guess what, motherfucker?
There you go.
That was perfect.
Joe Exotic is the perfect palate cleanser for any subject. We can get on the ickiest shit. We can make Mary really uncomfortable.
Like this.
And you know what? He'll make it better. Case in point.
Guess what, motherfucker?
You know what? One of these days, Jeff, your microphone is going to fill up with saliva and it's not going to function anymore.
Oh, I gotta steal that clip. That's great.
Oh, that is the best thing to come from that movie.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting what Bryan Singer was trying to do with Superman Returns, this homage to Donner, continuing the universe. But again, what is with this trope of making all the iconic superheroes or heroes in general these deadbeat dads? Like when they come back, it's like, oh, I gotta recapture this and that. Like there was this weird window. Like, I think,
Hollywood hates men.
Hey, that was Lois's fault for not telling him. I'll
Okay.
stand by that.
okay, here's my question. Depending on how far along she was in the pregnancy, I could buy that because at the end of The Dark Knight Returns, Batman had faked his death. It was awesome.
I mean, she kind of insinuates that she knew and she just never told him.
But my point is, Clark should have been able to hear the baby's
Who
heart.
was it that played Lois
He has
in
no excuse.
that
Superman can
movie?
hear every fucking thing. We saw how dumb Man of Steel handles it. It was like, too much to handle.
I can't remember.
If he can't sense another heartbeat and piece
Well,
that
wasn't that
together,
how he kept an eye on Lois at all times? Was that he could always sense her heartbeat?
Well, and
Like,
I could. But
Well, that was how he kept. That was essentially how he always kept Lois from getting her ass murdered,
it's
right?
been a while since I've watched the movie, but I think it almost implies like she lied to him, even like almost told him that it wasn't his kid. And that's part of the reason why he took off.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I only saw the movie once. It was a long time ago, and it was just really
I
boring.
can't
This
remember.
movie sounds terrible. Oh my god, I'm glad I never
It's
saw
like
it.
1/3 of a good movie, and then you get the rest of this crap. Yeah. It's,
I was honestly really bored. I was
It is-
really bored.
Mary, that's the best way to describe it. I took my mom to see that movie. Okay, so full transparency. I went and saw this movie on day one because they were showing the Spider-Man 3 trailer. And haha, joke's on me, I got honey dick. But long story short, I went and saw Superman Returns on opening night. That movie was so boring. This was the first. Now, hold on, I'm not a CGI hound, but this was the first Superman film with CGI. We could have Superman do literally anything on screen. What do they make him do? He stops an airplane and lifts up a mountain of kryptonite. He doesn't fight shit. He stops a car. He has a conversation. The coolest shot was when that bullet bounced off his eyeball. I mean, Man of Steel is probably a lesser film in my opinion. I gotta go back and watch it back to back. But at least Henry Cavill had cool shit to do as Superman. You may not be able to tell what was going on that screen, but it looked cool. Like, man, that's awesome. Superman really beat the shit out of that IHOP. Like, when Superman Returns, nothing cool happened. Cal Penn kicked him when he was down. That was the highlight of that film.
Yeah, I don't fucking remember. I just remember being really bored and probably overeating because of that.
No, it's really a victim of them thinking they were going to get 2 and 3. That's probably most of the problem. I know that's a lame fucking excuse.
Well, that's kind of the problem with modern movies in general.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
They're banking on the
He
cinematic
did
universe
pretty
sequels
good,
or whatever,
yeah.
rather than just making a good film.
Because I spent too much time reestablishing the world.
Don't get me started on the Snyder shit.
We'll talk about him in a few minutes, Mary. Go
Oh,
for it.
Snyder's a totally different. Yeah, that's a, don't even
No,
get
it's
me
pretty, I don't feel like we've had a good Superman movie since.
No,
like,
it's been a while.
Nothing Christopher Reeve. Like
Superman 3, yeah.
Like I just.
Hey, Tom, join me on this island for a minute. And you might already be on this island.
Don't
Mary,
go, Tom. Don't go, Tom. He's gonna
Hold
blow voice. He's gonna.
No,
I figured out how to counteract it. Beavis and Butthead works every time.
Well, look, there's no Buffalo Jeff on this island. We're talking about Superman 3.
Okay, okay.
There was some there might be. What's her name?
Oh,
But no,
shut up,
I, don't,
Beavis.
I don't think Superman 3 is a bad movie at
I
all.
don't either.
And
I defend it.
It's if you watch it for what it is, a weird Richard Pryor comedy.
It's a very good comic book movie, actually.
It's bizarre. It's like there's an episode of I Love Lucy that's essentially, you know how she tried to get Superman for Ricky Jr.'s birthday and all that shit. Like it's just this weird outlandish movie which doesn't really suck. Like the action's solid. That scene where he freezes the fucking lake and then drops it over the chemical fire, that was neat. The part where he fights himself in the scrapyard, that whole internal struggle, drunk Superman.
Yeah, it's a cool take on Bizarro, kind of.
Yeah, it was I get it. It's not as epic and majestic as that first Donner Superman, and it doesn't have as memorable moments as number 2. But I think 3, while being lesser, still is a solid movie. And I will say that it's the last good Superman movie that's ever been made.
I mean, I agree. I mean, Superman Returns is probably arguably better film than Man of Steel, but the last great. And I agree. And I would argue with most people that one's the more comic book of all the films too. Like granted, like you just said, the first 2 films are more epic. They have comic book elements to them, but Part 3, standing on its own by itself, feels the most like you picked up a Superman comic book and just started reading it, and just it just happens to be guest starring Richard Pryor. Because guess what? That was not abnormal to comics. They used to
I
have
enjoyed
real
it as
actors
a
and shit like
kid.
that make guest appearance in comic books all the fucking time.
That is very true. And Richard Pryor is a national treasure.
That's what I'm saying. So he fit right into that role, and he got this because he went and spoiled the entire movie on Johnny Carson, and because he loved the first film so much. So they're like, oh, we got to figure out a way to get this guy in the next one. Since they already had been kind of making Part 2, it fell upon Part 3.
It's
But I
gonna
mean,
feel just a little batshit crazy to you guys.
fuck you. No, Superman 3 is awesome. That ending is kick ass.
You know what the robot lady?
Exactly.
It's been years. I just remember thinking it was fucking weird.
Richard Pryor makes a machine that figures out your weakness. How much more comic book can you get than that?
Now,
He's
Tom,
got a
there are a
point.
lot of times where you and I will disagree with shit, and there will be a lot of times where we agree. I want to throw one more point in our favor. This is not the only time that Don Rickles appears in random DC comic books. This is the 70s. He's an old man. This is meant to appeal to children. So, I get it. Superman 3 is not as good as Superman 1 or 2. I will never argue that. But damn it, DC has done goofy ass shit historically, and so for the time where they were, Superman 3 makes a lot of sense, and it's surprisingly good for what it is. You could
Not
probably
only
write a
that-
good thesis on why it's the best Superman movie if you wanted to go there.
Not only that, Richard Pryor is probably arguably one of the first modern superhero villains because of the little worm that he comes up with. They even steal that idea for Office Space.
Oh yeah, the fractions of pennies.
I've never seen
Yeah.
Office Space.
Oh, Office Space is hilarious.
Oh, it's great.
We gotta watch that.
What would you do if you had $1 million? I don't know. Jake's the same time.
I wouldn't do shit. Well, shit. My cousin's broke as hell. Doesn't do shit now. No, I would really do.
Hey man, turn on channel 12.
Don't let you go land. Oh shit, man! I thought you want to see something like that. Fuck, I love that
Who
movie.
the hell was that? Oh, don't worry about it. He's fine.
Premiere, not gonna work here anymore.
You want to watch TV? Oh, hell no, I want you fucking my life too, man.
Is that DJ Creator's best movie?
Probably his best role.
Yeah,
No,
that
for sure.
That or Batman.
I do like him. I do like him in the Beverly Hillbillies though.
Same.
Like he's hilarious as Jethro because he gets it. Like, of course, that movie overall gets is better. Go talking about movies that are probably better than they deserve to be credited, like Superman 3. But yeah, like I love his whole bit about. I think I finally figured this out. You throw this here ball down this gully, and then you throw yourself down this way and try to knock over
I
everything you can
remember
before
that.
the ball gets
Before the
there.
ball gets- I remember that. That was a genuinely hilarious movie.
That is a Jethro moment.
That
I
was a
remember
fun
that. I remember
movie.
my dad loving it. Like, really, I never really watched Beverly Hillbillies. It just, my dad.
I mean, how much better can you get than Jim Varney taking over?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and of course, who else was going to play Granny? I mean, it was perfectly cast. I mean, down to Danny Coleman. I mean, come on, it was like directed by a woman.
Yep. Penelope Spears.
I'm ruined.
Dude, I'll say the Beverly Hillbillies movie is one of those low-key guilty pleasures that I never talk about, but I've
Lily
seen.
Tomlin as well, yeah.
Dude, it's a great movie. Like across the board, even Rob Schneider and Leah Thompson's in it. Like,
Yeah.
nobody sucks in that movie. But I don't talk about it because the audience wouldn't give a shit. But I low-key like that movie quite a bit.
Oh,
I've
it's a
seen
great flick.
Star Wars movies.
It's probably the best of those 90s. We're going to make a movie out of a TV show movie.
I hated those, but I avoided them like the plague because a lot of stuff they were making I watched as a kid. And I was like, no, I don't want
The
to
only
see it.
exception I could see being the Addams Family, but that's not because, see, the thing with the Addams Family is they didn't just remake the TV show. They went back to the original concept. Because, like, even Hubert is one of the original characters that never made his way into the television show.
They blew it out of the water with Adam's Family Values. That movie was
Oh,
awesome.
that fucking movie's awesome. Especially Wednesday's shit.
Every Thanksgiving, I think that stupid song, "Eat Me." And it's Thanksgiving Day.
I remember that. I remember that. Freaking, what's her face?
Oh,
Cusack.
Oh, Joan Cusack, yeah.
Joan Cusack,
Freaking
yeah.
perfect. She was hilarious. She was absolutely hilarious.
You know-
Malibu.
what's funny?
That's Values, right? Am I remembering it correctly?
Which one?
No, that's Adam's Family Values, right? Malibu, perfect. I'm remembering that correctly. She's freaking hilarious.
You know what's funny about that? In the original film, Christopher Lloyd wasn't going to wind up being Fester.
Really?
Yeah.
It's surprising how many
He did a
people
great job, I thought.
No, the original plot was he was supposed to be an imposter the whole time, and real Fester was dead. Yeah.
Oh, really?
The test audience didn't like that, so they went back and reshot the ending where he gets struck by lightning and remembers that he was Fester. And yeah, that's why
What I like
back
about
on.
that movie is that they actually did it as a successor to the TV show. Because at the end of the original Addams Family, Fester leaves.
Well, yeah, like I said, they kind of pulled in other stuff from other elements. It wasn't just
I don't
we're gonna do
remember
TV show
that.
all over again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that's how the show ended. I've only seen about the same 10. So as a kid, I had these Adams Family videotapes. It was the best of from some weird video production company.
I thought
But they
I'd
had, like,
seen all the
five
episodes of
episodes
that
each.
at
I've
one
seen, like,
point,
10,
but maybe
15 episodes of
not.
the Addams Family in total. I don't know how that show goes outside of those episodes.
You can
I
actually
mean, it's been a long time since I watched it, but yeah, I mean, that's basically how it ends.
But there's also the animated series and stuff, and other things. The Brady Bunch I enjoyed, but
I don't know. That's
the Brady
the
Bunch,
weird
people
thing
say that,
about
like,
watching
people
old
don't care.
TV shows.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
the same.
I decide,
That's the
okay,
second
I'm
film
gonna
is
sit.
completely
You
off
know,
the rails,
I'm
right?
gonna.
They
Well, I
got
mean,
the two
obviously
adult
not
kids
in
each
one
other,
day, but
and then, you know, they set up the
like
whole
I'm
film that
gonna
Mr. Brady
marathon
cousins
this
pretend to be-
bitch, and I'm
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
go
Professor
through the
Mike,
whole
Professor-
series.
yeah.
And inevitably
Kubrick, yeah, they can make
something
his name
happens. and
So, we're gonna talk about something
I
that
don't
body
get
image
through
influence.
all the way
The Jason
through it,
Campbell stuff has been
and then the
catching my
next thing I know, it's like it's a year later or some shit, and it's like, oh man, I never finished that, did I? Well, I should go back, and I never really wind up.
FH Rebels, Dwight says Buffalo Jeff, Brie Larson, and Cecil walk into a bar.
I never really wind up
Well, wait, Buffalo Jeff Brie Larson,
finishing
Cecil?
it because
Cecil
I feel like
Buffalo
no, I
Jeff
should
Brie
start
Larson.
over. I should start from the beginning again, and then I
Yes,
make it
ma'am.
about the same. No, stop that, Jeff.
For you, get out.
Then I get about as.
No, never.
Who brought that creepy thing in here? Nobody
I
likes
think,
Brie
he,
Larson.
I think he might be my date.
No,
I
I'm
don't
talking
know.
about you.
Then I,
I'm
you know,
talking on the floor.
and then I get about as about the same amount of episodes in, and then something else happens, and it's like, oh fuck. It's just, that's happened over and over again.
Speaking of tacos, Latino Slant says super chat says Jeff tacos on me. That's a great panel.
Holly.
Thank you, Latino Slant, for the support. Jeff, you should get tacos now.
And tacos are great, so thank you for the taco money.
It's funny. I didn't hear about this. Nobody that I watched, I guess, covered it.
Because the revival didn't
I
suck.
didn't really apologize for
okay,
describing
it's Chinese.
CG as a hate group.
So London Fog 66 says
Reimagine tonight.
Oh, stop that.
No, wait, tacos.
No, you know what? I'm getting a hoodie, and it's stuff there. I'm not gonna...
Yeah, but it's got noodles, so it's like,
We've officially creeped out Mary. She's
Mary, I got a question for you. Do you?
No, I'm getting stuff there.
How do you feel about horses? Are you afraid of them? We'll find out.
Is this going to lead to a goodbye horses joke?
No, I don't have anything cute for that. I was going to say, if you're not afraid of horses, you're a step ahead of peons.
Davis rode a horse once, and it kicked him in the nuts.
I'm gonna hold it tight.
I can't have kids.
Mary,
Mary's actually been traumatized.
I'm gonna stop soon.
I'm having a Buffalo Jeff button made now.
No.
Uh,
Mary's face.
Oh,
I'm
So
sorry,
you're
Mary.
just getting a teddy bear and a bottle of whiskey. You're just going to make it all go away.
I'll be right here if you need me.
All right, so J. Scott Campbell apologizes.
No, hold on, we still got more super chats. First off, Adam Wofford says, I think I was
last
trying
time
to
I
say
went
that
to
it would be a
the
waste of time. The only movie I'm
fucking
watching now,
liquor
Hollywood is
store,
Dune.
they bitched at me for
What do you
not
think
wearing a
about Dune? Do you think
mask.
that's gonna, bring the box office
Fucking
backwards,
bastards.
back in the
No,
black?
no, I don't think it will.
It might surprise some people.
I think that's a very specific movie for a very specific group of sci-fi people. I don't think it's going to be as popular as it potentially could be. I don't know.
I'm not a Dune girl. It's not,
I
it's
would,
not my pick.
I would normally agree with you, and up until the first trailer dropped, I totally would have said the same thing you just did. But that trailer had like more views in the first couple of weeks or week or whatever than the Batman trailer did in a whole month. I think there's a lot of people that are interested in this, not just because of it being a whatever franchise, but it's got a hell of a cast.
I hope you're right, man. I
And it's
want the movie to
different.
be successful, and I want it to be good too.
And I've noticed there's this very there's an interest in it. Again, and it doesn't have something attached to it like a lot of things like Star Wars and other things where you have to know the entire lore to get into it, because it's like you just said, it's such a niche fan base that it's not like Star Trek and Star Wars and all these other things that have like this entry level where you have to know
I think it's
everything
gonna be
about it.
off-putting because it's so pretentious, though. I think a lot of people are gonna not care. They'll want to care because Zendaya's in it and the cast, but then they're gonna like just show up or hear the reviews. I think a lot of people aren't gonna go opening day because like Comics Division says, it's kind of it's a niche of a niche. It's like Star Trek or something. How many people really give a crap about Dune?
Well,
a lot of people looking.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I know of like one or two people in the community who
Don't
talk about it. Really,
think,
I don't
yeah.
actually know anything about it too much. But going
Yeah,
to
I don't know.
the
Some of those
chat,
bugged
here's
out.
some
The
of
comments
seem
won't
rather
fucking
indifferent to
load.
downright opposition
But
to it. And really the only thing I have to go off of is like.
I
is there
believe in the
interest? Because, like,
comments
what am I
somebody
having?
said they were
I'm
looking
looking
forward to
but at
Dune,
the same
and
time,
then
it's
they
like,
heard on
no,
this
it's
that
like-
Zendaya was in it,
Important to take into
and
account the original Dune's performance as well.
that killed
This
their
is
enthusiasm.
the highly anticipated first adaptation of Dune. This is the second big film, and wasn't there a TV show or something? Or
It
something
still
along
has
those
more views on the trailer than the Batman. I might point out.
That's not difficult. in my opinion.
Well, it's fucking Batman though.
Yeah, nobody cares about that movie.
Yeah.
You think so? Go out on
No.
Twitter and say the fucking Batman sucks and Pattinson's gonna suck, and watch how fast your Twitter fills up with fucking.
I-
Those-
yeah,
those-
yeah,
those-
yeah,
those
yeah.
Pattinson fans.
Yeah, it fucking stands. Nah, they don't count.
I mean, I got a little bit of shit with my trailer reaction to the Batman.
I would say every
Mainly-
one of us did comics. Every one of us who didn't like fucking fawn over it got shit all over that.
Cool, bring it on.
I only got like 3 people. Most of my viewers are like, yeah, who cares anymore?
Well, I just gotta remind you guys that there's more than just the people we know. You know?
Oh, yeah, I
I'm
just
not.
gotta judge by,
I'm
like, what
personally.
they're
I'm
gonna
not
say
the
somewhere.
least bit
You know, like, I
interested
think
in the new
it'd be a decent-
Batman.
Sometimes I'm way off on some of these. So I could be wrong. But it just really seems like the Batman and Dune are gonna be like, who cares anymore? I think a lot of people after the coup, after all this stuff, do we really want to spend money on a mediocre movie where we're still gonna have to sit there with a mask, we're still gonna have to sit there and be judged or whatever for going out? It's just not worth it. Who cares? I can stay home. I can watch it on the streaming thing. I can.
Well, and like
I will actually go, and typically when I've gone, there hasn't been anyone in the theater. So
Recently, I
They
believe
take the mask down.
walk. I don't watch
I think at this point,
CNN or whatever the fuck,
everybody's
but
just sort of over it, right? Like, pick a lane.
unfortunately, it's often
It's
on
exhausting to try to
places,
keep
and
up
I
with
believe
at
I
this point.
saw
Like, just pick a
that
fucking lane. And
some
again,
story
I
about
can't say
how,
which one
oh,
I haven't seen any buzz. I'm not aware of buzz.
America's going
Please,
back to the
what's going on
movies,
in the community?
and
So, like,
whatever's
trying
out
to quote it,
now. I
haven't
mean,
heard about it.
Well,
it's the
I-
end
yeah,
of May instead of
The thing I keep coming back to, besides, I'm with you, man.
You
I
know,
don't hear a lot of that hype.
first
I
couple
understand
weeks of it
last year and
now,
this
when
stuff,
this
coronavirus,
was
slowing down the
on,
merchandise much shit too. We saw Dune stuff
you
kind
know,
of
so
sit,
it's
everything
like-
broken and different. But overall, I just want to say, like, I've
It's
been
just-
disappointed in every big release from Warner Brothers. Like, all their big HBO Max ones that are the big theatrical releases and shit. That's why I kind of changed my stance on Dune a little. Like, my ultimate stance is, if you're excited, live and let live. I'm not a Dune expert. I'm not into the Dune lore. If you want my opinion on the old Dune movie, I'd love to talk about it, or the comic book, which I read from Marvel. Which is
I actually like the sci-fi series. That was actually pretty decent.
But I want this
I
to be a
didn't care
success
for the
people
sci-fi
that
series.
care. I want
Yeah,
this
same
to be
here.
a popular genre. Like, when I say I don't
Um,
think something's going to be a hit, doesn't mean I don't want it to be a hit. It's it's just my take on stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm with kind of the earlier assessment. I just think Dune blew its load in '84. it didn't catch on. It has this. It's Dune. It's kind of like stuffy, boring sci-fi.
Warhammer
It doesn't have the,
40K would be
when you think,
fine
like,
if it
saying that
actually
Star Trek is about
wasn't
as dry as you
woke,
can make
but
science fiction and it still be palatable these days. I'm talking really. It's not even these days. It's like since the 80s.
if
You
they
can't do
made
too
it
dry.
now, of
If
course
you go
it would
beyond
be.
that, you get
So
into too niche. But when you have a
one has to
$400
hope
million
that they
movie
don't
on the
fucking
line,
make
you're
anything
going to take it. Look, you're going to take the liberties to make
till
the
all
obscure
this
franchise
shit's
seem
blown
palatable to
over.
a larger
Of
audience.
course, by
Therefore,
then
turn off
probably
in the process, making
Western
themselves expensive
civilization
to
will
their
be in
game.
ruins, and
Well, you have a few
there won't
things.
be any money
The
to
original
spend
Dune
on a
didn't
cool
do horribly at the box office. It sure didn't make its money back. Didn't cost so goddamn much.
movie.
But it also was a movie that was chopped down horrendously by the fucking studio, and it never got to really shine the way it was supposed to. And it is one of those franchises that, like Lord of the Rings, I think will surprise people. And early reactions to early screenings had it on par with Lord of the Rings.
I hope so, man. I do want this movie to be a success.
And that's what I'm thinking is, like, you have a lot of people who know what Dune is, and they know it well enough that they're like, yeah, I'm gonna give that a shot. And it may not be in every like buddy's domain at all, but you also got to remember that this is the first time the story's actually been allowed to be told.
I'm
in its
sure I'll
entirety.
see
It's only
it,
doing half the first book.
but I don't expect it to be any
And there's a
good. I
reason why they're
expect
doing
it
what they're
to
doing. So I'll be
fucking
interested to see how it
suck.
works out, because yeah, if the box office doesn't work out for this movie, then chances are the sequel's not going to be the sequel they initially planned. So it's going to be one of those things that's kind of a litmus test. But I feel like
yeah,
I think the
problem,
audience is at like a point where they're at a tipping point where they're due for something new. I think Godzilla vs Kong, whether you like it or not, kind of showed that. It was like the audience wants fun, exciting, different things.
It's so weird though that you say that they're due for something new while we're sitting here discussing a remake or a sequel.
Yeah,
It is, but we've never had something like that before, in a sense of like.
I'm with you, Mary.
I get what you're saying, though, and you're not wrong.
Mary's not wrong.
You're not. But it is at the same time something like that is.
This is perhaps one of the first bits of disagreement. I can't remember if somebody pointed out that this is one of the spots. But you obviously have different takes here, but they're like it's not hostile.
An event movie we haven't had since 1963. It has not happened in our lifetime, right? Like, and then the same thing like Star Wars. When's the last time you could compare something like Star Wars? Maybe Lord of the Rings, Avengers?
But doesn't it just feel played out on all fronts? Like I'm not saying that it couldn't be done at some point in some way, but at this point, with literally everything feeling like it's in that vein, what makes this special? What makes this any more special than any other thing that's being remade and replastered?
You know what I'm thinking? This Dune's best case scenario, I think, will be Watchmen.
You know, regardless of the fact that the original Kong versus Godzilla movie or whatever from what did he say, 63, it doesn't matter that it wasn't in my lifetime. It's like I still watched the fucking thing growing up. I watched all the Godzilla films I could get a hold of when I was a kid.
Some metrics consider Watchmen a failure. Others consider Watchmen a huge achievement for the genre. So I think that's what it can shoot for at its very best.
I think you're underselling it in that sense, because Watchmen is even more niche of a niche.
Really?
I would partially agree with Tom, but
Because see, I think like you guys are underselling the idea. Where see, Dune.
I think Watchmen may have had a more niche audience to start with, but I think it has more widespread appeal than Dune. So I think like your audience,
Yeah, especially in the-
thing, but you can package Watchmen.
Watchmen
for a
is
larger audience,
garbage.
so I don't think you do that.
And we have to also take a look at every sci-fi movie that's come out that's not a branded one, not Star Wars or Star Trek. Like we had a good amount of science fiction failures over the last decade, right? Valerian was a flop, even though that's adapted from a comic book. There was Jupiter Ascending, that's another adaptation that failed. But science fiction, what non-branded science fiction has been big at the box office? Not on TV, because I know there's been tons of hits.
Valerian was branded though.
But it was based on a comic book, but like
Yeah.
even that, like actually just your non-Star Wars movies, and even Star Wars isn't bringing like it used
Well,
to.
see, and that's where Dune has the advantage here, is it has a built-in sci-fi fan base. Like it's well known in both the literature and sci-fi community. It has that majestic kind of appeal to it, like Lord of the Rings. It's basically
Sort of, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but look. If you're a fan of Star Trek, it's easy to think of Star Trek as being the big dog, as it were. But the truth is that Star Wars was always massively more popular than Star Trek. You know, maybe not right at first, but it rapidly rose to become, you know, the most popular science fiction thing around. And even though Star Trek is fairly popular for sci-fi, it's still not nearly as popular as Star Wars. And my impression was always that Dune had a similar, you know, disparity in popularity to Star Trek as Star Trek did to Star Wars. It's like, you know, Tom's talking like, oh, it's got a big built-in fan base. I mean, I guess he didn't technically say big, but he's saying built-in fan base as though, it'll be so beneficial to it because of that. And it's like, will it? Like, I don't think and especially, well, I don't know. I think the fan base of Dune is probably split into two camps, basically. The people who like the original 80s movie adaptation, or some version of it, because there's not only the extended version that they did release on DVD or whatever eventually, but there's also several fan edits of it. And they're pretty good, although, honestly, I think I kind of like I mean, there's some things that the longer versions add in that I like, but inevitably one of the things that they do is add in the bullshit compromise ending of, oh, look, we have to marry the princess and have a political marriage to ascend to the throne and all this, it's bullshit. And it's like, look, he's just kicked their fucking ass in a war. He's got all the leaders, all the bad guy leaders are right there in his power, and he also proves that he is a super being, and it's like, at that point, why in the fuck do you bother with, oh, well, we're going to have political bullshit go on? It's like, no. At that point, you explain to everybody that it's my way or I kill you all right now. It's my way or there'll be no more spice ever, and interstellar travel will grind to a halt. So I know that, yes, all that political bullshit is how the book ends, or how the book, does that part of it, but it's like, I don't care. Fuck that shit. Like, I like the theatrical ending where it doesn't include that. Also, I mean, and as dramatic as it is to have Thufir, kill himself, the theatrical ending also, had that cut out, and kind of just allows you to believe that, oh, he's still alive, and oh, Paul's gonna marry Chani. It's like, it may not explicitly state those things, but by leaving out explicitly saying that's not what happens, it allows you to accept that better version of events. And of course ends on, it starting to rain, and it, essentially proving that he is, that he has like supernatural powers or some shit. So anyway, to me personally, it's just it's pretty awesome. And then there's the people who don't like that movie, of course, and they like the book, and maybe or maybe not, they think that the Sci-Fi Channel series was a good adaptation, or maybe they're hoping for a good adaptation with this, although probably most of them have already heard enough to know that it's utter garbage. You have, Liet Kynes, or whatever, Dr. Kynes, has already not only been race swapped, but also gender swapped. So a white man has been swapped out for a black woman. They're already doing that shit. They're already making it woke as fuck from the sound of it. So the Dune film that they're doing is going to fucking suck. And this is an aside. This is not about how, Tom's a piece of shit because of this, or whatever. But Tom is crazy if he thinks that, oh yeah, all of the Dune fans are going to be so pleased with this utter horseshit that's about to, hit them in the face. It's like, no, dude, they're not. Not the book fans, not people like me who are fans of the 80s movie. Nobody. I don't think anybody is really going to like it because it's going to be, woke garbage, like every other goddamn thing that comes out.
Basically like Star Wars meets Lord of the Rings in its epic scope. So you have all those things going for it. It's toyetic. It hits all the points, and that's why they wanted to make Dune back in '84. It was just the studio.
Is toyetic a fucking word? Doesn't sound like it. It sounds like it's something he made up.
Was like, nope, it's got to be 2 hours. So that was really the problem with the movie, because if you see any of the fan cuts that are better, they're extended cuts, they're much better. And it makes more sense anyway. But
no, I mean, Dune is a tough movie to adapt, simply because the book is so huge.
It is very.
It makes sense why they're cutting it up, but my concern is the fact that it'll get released, it'll do poorly, and you'll never see the full book. You only see like the first half, and that's it.
What do you think the impact of the streaming on day one model? What do you think that's going to do to hurt Dune? You think because I know it's not untested, but because it's obscure sci-fi by today's standards?
Like, it's going to get tanked. I'm sorry, that's such a bad idea. It's such a bad idea for your business model to put that stuff on streaming. This isn't how you.
Although, again, I'm pretty sure that it was just in the news that even though some movie came out in theaters and it is on streaming, apparently there are quite a number of people going to see it. It's doing, I can't remember the name of the fucking movie, but apparently it did a fairly good box office. So maybe that's temporary because people, some states or whatever are just now opening up and letting people fucking go to the movies again. I don't know, but so. But it could be an indication that maybe these comments about how no, it's it's stupid or whatever, maybe haven't aged all that well.
Bring theaters back.
Well, everybody's been saying that, but Godzilla and Mortal Kombat and Demon Slayer and all these other things have been doing just fine.
Okay, but hold on, Godzilla, that's like a spectacle you have to go see on.
Well, as I just said before, but to go back to the point, it was something we haven't had in a while.
But the point you made to make last week was Mortal Kombat was a very cheap movie. Dune is $165
Star
million.
Wars,
Dune is a
Lord of
different
the
animal, and that's
Rings,
why I said if this movie does not perform,
Shrooms
we're not going to get the sequel.
equals
that they're
Dune.
pretty sure.
Interesting.
I hate to do
Okay.
I'm gonna guess. My future guess is this movie's not gonna. There's never gonna be another Dune movie after this one. This
It
is it.
depends on how it performs, but you could be right. I don't
Well,
know.
I don't think it'll perform well. I think if we're in the fan base and we're excited by stuff like that, it's like Ghost in the Shell. To some people, that was going to be a big deal movie.
Yeah, but you know what? 2 weeks ago,
Now I have to agree with Jeff. I guess it's like I expect it to probably flop because it's probably going to be it's probably going to piss everybody off. Everybody's going to hate it. Well, okay, wait a minute. Everybody who knows what it's supposed to be is probably going to be pissed off by the way that they are choosing to alter it. But if somehow they manage to make a kind of decent film in and of itself that appeals to general audiences, see, this is kind of like what happened with Star Trek 2009. I believe, if I remember correctly, it did fairly good numbers. It was absolute dog shit as a Star Trek film. And really, it was absolute dog shit as a film, period, because there were plot holes that you could, drive a planet through. It's fucking ridiculous. There's all kinds of shit that doesn't make any goddamn sense in that film. J.J. Abrams is clearly a dumbass. He claims to be a Star Wars fan, but you see him make a Star Wars movie, and it's just like watching him make a Star Trek movie. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know anything about Star Trek. He doesn't know anything about Star Wars, and he doesn't know anything about physics. Even the somewhat altered physics of a science fiction universe, there's still certain things that apply, and he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand the speed of light and things like that. It's like, oh, well, you can just go around that. It's like, yes, but only in certain circumstances. Not in all circumstances, dipshit. You don't just throw all the fucking rules out the window. But anyway, like I said, he's, JJ's a fucking moron when it comes to that shit. And so he made a terrible movie. But you notice that everybody praised it. And that was kind of a shill operation. But there apparently were a lot of people who liked that first J.J. Trek movie. And I think it's because a lot of them that were going to see it that liked it weren't Star Trek fans. They were more of a general audience. It was appealing more to the normies by being, just an action space adventure blow 'em up thing or whatever, So his particular brand of shitty movie appealed to dumbass normies. Briefly. Second one apparently didn't appeal to them quite as much, but the first one did. So, anyway. But that's the thing. It's like, it's going to be a terrible Dune movie. We can pretty much bet on that. But if it somehow manages to appeal to general audiences enough, then it could still be a success, which that'll be terrible for true fans, because frankly, I think any true fan would be happier not having any movies than having movies that do it wrong and convince a bunch of fucking normies that, oh, this is what Dune is. And it's like, no, it's not. Not even slightly. But anyway. So, I don't know. Like I said, that could happen. But I wouldn't count on it. There's I don't know. I think, to me at least, you'd lose some of the grandiosity and some of the poetry and whatnot of the story if you make it appeal to normies too much. Especially if simultaneously you're doing all the woke garbage with it. So, I don't know. I wouldn't count on it being a success. But if it is a success, it won't be because it was a good Dune movie.
Tell you what, 2 weeks ago I had no fucking clue what Demon Slayer was.
I still don't.
I was gonna say, I don't know what
But
you're
you know what?
The manga is fantastic.
Demon Slayer is one of the highest grossing movies out there right now.
Right now, though.
Yeah, because weebs. Yeah.
Regardless, it's anime, and it doesn't. My point is, though, I never heard of it before, but that doesn't mean that when Dune hits, a lot of the normies aren't going to come out just because, if the sci-fi fans say it's good. If they say it's shit, then yeah.
The problem is the media.
Except manga and anime probably have a lot larger built-in audience than Dune.
People are going to, because Dune will be in the news, everybody's going to write articles about Dune 1984 and this and that, and people are going to probably look into it and find out what Dune is before what Dune actually is. I think because it's you're adapting source material, it's a little different. Like when the Harry Potter movies were coming out, those books were fairly new, so it's like, oh, it's this big experience, and they're coming out in tandem at times. Like, this is a 60-year-old book, nearly 60-year-old book, and it's It's a weird time. I think sci-fi's out personally. I think if this was a fantasy movie, like if they were adapting another fantasy novel, something as epic as Lord of the Rings, I think the climate is perfect. Game of Thrones shit the bed, but they still want to make fantasy shit. What was that one show? Outlander. That was a big hit for a minute. Like there are all these fantasy things. Still think the temperature's right for that. All the sci-fi offerings are just on big screen. We're not talking about TV.
remember Outlander
best there's ever
offhand.
been at times. But like box office, man, it sucks to be a sci-fi fan. Like Star Wars is a joke. All these things. I hated the last Star Trek movie. I thought it was just the wrong direction to take it. Like where are they giving us? Where are the sci-fi fans getting the bone here? Where's our where's our lifeline? Like come on, guys.
All of the J.J. Trek movies are garbage. They are not good Star Trek, not by any stretch of the imagination, and it's okay for you to like them if you like them, but if somebody really likes them and thinks that it was, and here's this is the key, I suppose. If somebody really likes the J.J. Trek movies and they think that it was that any one of them, it doesn't matter which one, was a good Star Trek film, that person is not a true Star Trek fan. Now, if they like them but they don't think they were good Trek movies, that's a different story. They could still be a true Star Trek fan. But you can't be both a true Star Trek fan and believe that those were good Star Trek movies. Or any one of them was a good Star Trek movie. Because they all fucking sucked.
No, they don't even know how to define
Of course, as I said, they all fucking sucked as movies, period. So, anyway.
a sci-fi fan anymore because it's been so diluted by people who
But there's plenty of movies that I like that suck. That objectively, they're terrible movies.
shout really loud about what it is that they want in this stuff because they recognize that it hit a mainstream vein and they ran with it. And so identify sci-fi fans anymore, right? What do they even want? They can't tell because there are assholes everywhere screaming their heads off.
Now I want to see Demon Slayer because everyone is telling me in the chat it's great, it's great.
And you can pick up the issues off of Comixology, and it's a fantastic manga. I haven't seen any of the animated stuff yet, but I mean, story-wise, it's great. Better than anything coming out of Marvel DC these days.
Which isn't hard to do.
No, it's a pretty fucking low bar.
See, the one...
No, my thing about manga and anime stuff is a lot of it just seems too weird. Like I said, I think I've said this before. To me, I guess, I think there's some underlying like cultural assumptions or whatever because it's Japanese or whatever that it just doesn't click with me for some reason. So there's too many weird things that it's like, what the fuck does this even mean? It's like, what? I don't understand. It's just, I don't know. Seems to, I mean, there were certain things from the past that I liked just fine, but the more recent stuff, too much of it just feels like it just I don't get it. I don't get where it's coming from or whatever. Of course, my knowledge of it is hardly that extensive, so it could be that there's plenty of stuff that I would find quite nice.
Movie theaters had never... There's one thing that I think could have made Dune a bigger hit to come out a little earlier. This has got a pretty packed cast. If we lived in the era of the movie star still bringing a lot of weight, kind of like, I don't want to make the Marlon Brando to Superman comparison because Dune comes after that. But you get what I'm trying to say? Like, these...
If we didn't fucking live in the woke times, then maybe there'd be a chance.
Star-studded movie cast that used to just, oh my god, we got Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, this person guaranteed to make $500 billion. A cast like this, in that climate, I think you got a different beast. You got international appeal, you got old school actors, you got new actors, you got super popular ones and obscure ones. I think it's got a pretty cool cast, but if we lived in that era, I think that would be enough to at least make this break even. Now, super chat, right? Okay. The physicality channel says Disney is transforming into blank Rutgers. What fuckers from Idiocracy? Yes, they are. TLJ Screwjob says, would
Do you have time for lattes?
Was that latte? I had a job in that.
Yes, it was.
I like money. Oh, gosh. Frito Pendejo. What an unsung hero of the future. TLJ Screwjob says, would Jeff be in Wakanda groups or a white group? I would be probably in the... What's the middle ground between Wakanda and a white group? New York City. Everybody's there, right? Actually, I don't like New York City. I don't want to go.
I was in California, but nobody wants to be there either.
Party here, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I saw some interesting stuff. And this will be our final super chat where we start talking about the Mary Jane thing for a moment. By the way, folks, thank you for everyone who has joined us to support the show. Primer says, downgrade of product quality, miserable and hostile employees, shit-covered bathroom stalls. So let me get this straight. Disneyland became Walmart?
Yeah, no, seriously. Okay, so I remember this wonderful moment when I was a kid at Walt Disney World where a toy that I'd been gotten broke, and they replaced it for question. They just took it and gave me a new one, and that was that. I went back like a year and a half ago. I'd gotten these really cool like white leg warmer things that had these light up parts on them, and then one of them just stopped working. And I had that precedent set that, well, it's not working, they'll fix it, right? So I walked up and was like, hey, this thingy, it doesn't work. Well, when did you get it? Yesterday. Well, then,
I believe that's Star Wars Legacy of the Force, but because it's cut off, it appears to say, well, I mean, it's almost Gacy of the Force. But what she's talking about them, replacing her broken toy from a long time ago, and not, it's like there's two reasons for that. I mean, one is that yes, the quality of customer service has taken a massive hit over the course of my lifetime, but at the same time, it's also it's like it's why like there's a twofold reason why that happens some places. Walmart, when Kmart was a dominant retailer in the country, and then Walmart showed up and they were competing with them, Walmart introduced a policy of, we will take your returns, no questions asked. We just say yes. And once they defeated Kmart and became, the major retailer around, they decided, okay, we have accomplished what we were after. We defeated our competitor. They've had to close a lot of their stores and massively scale back their business because we hurt them so badly. Now we're going to discontinue that policy. Now you have to have a receipt, and and you may have to have other qualifications, like you can't have used it or whatever. I don't know. But it's like they used to, it was, you could buy it in one store and bring it to Walmart, and they would give you money for it. Like, they wouldn't ask you for a receipt. They wouldn't ask you for anything. It was just, yes, we will take it. But that policy fucking changed after the purpose of it was complete, and that was defeating Kmart. So, on the one hand, customer service seems real great in some respects because it's essentially a predatory practice to defeat their corporate rivals, and then once the corporate rivals have been defeated, they're done. They don't they don't have to fucking fuck with it anymore. But also because you got to understand at the same time that they were using that policy in for their own ends. An awful lot of people did exactly what I said. They went other places and bought shit and then brought it back to Walmart and got cash. So there was also the abuse of, a company having a very helpful policy to their customers or whatever, and then too many people decide to abuse it, and then it's like, okay, we can't afford to continue with this policy after a while. So, it like I said, it's twofold. There's two sides to it, but still, that's part of why you see shit like that happening. It's like, she's like, oh, they can, bitched at me or whatever. They wouldn't, they didn't want to replace it. And it's like, well, yeah, it's like, costs money, So it's like there's, you get too many people wanting to take advantage of something. It's just like, it's like I see it every fucking day, actually, because at the family business we offer certain things for free that everybody else in town makes you pay for. But the result is that people come to us for the free shit, and then they go to a competitor to make purchases. And I mean, we keep doing it for now, but eventually, probably we're gonna have to just, assuming we don't go out of business, we're gonna have to just be like, you know what, we can't afford to keep offering this for free because people, it's meant to be free as an added benefit to our customers that they come in and buy something, but instead it's like, nope, people just come here for the free shit and then they go elsewhere to buy shit. And you can't afford to do that forever. So, too many assholes fuck everything up.
I don't know what I can do at the end of the day. And it was this big argument with this woman who I was like, I would like the thing I paid for to work for more than a day. She completely argued with me. The whole tone was different. It's so fucking weird.
That's what happens when you lower the standards, I guess.
It was complete nonsense and bullshit, and now I'm mad again.
Again, as I said, not just lowering of the standards. Yes, that's happening, but not just that. It's also people abusing, anyway.
That bounces back on that question I had earlier about lowering standards, or had I lowered standards a decade earlier and had been, duped. But there are cases where things have definitely gotten shittier. Walmart, I went today to pick up some moving boxes. Jesse, is Walmart like a demilitarized zone?
Yes,
I hate Walmart. Like, I respect people that get stuck working there. I'm sorry.
But Walmarts are equally shitty no matter where you are in the country. So the nicer place you are in the country, the shittier the Walmart seems.
Yeah, this Walmart seemed like a fucking third world nation at times. It was like, there's like nothing there. It's part barren. It's kind of dangerous. Yeah. They have lines to get in the building.
Never go to Walmart at 3 a.m. in the morning, just saying.
I went to
some weird shit.
I went to one in the south on my way to Florida at like 3 in the morning. This was back in 2012, so the world was still retarded. But anyway, I did some weird stuff.
Just an observation, the Walmarts near where I live, I suppose sometimes it's like some of the customers are assholes, and sometimes some of the employees are assholes, and sometimes the bathrooms are not clean, but as far as it being like dangerous or anything like that, it's like, no. You know, as far as like, oh, everything's just terrible. It's like, no, not really. So, I don't know. Just my experience with Walmart has been reasonably decent. So I wouldn't describe Walmart as shitty. Not the ones I go to, anyway. I'm sure it is someplace.
It was ending. Remember the Mayans? We were gonna, like, I know we joke around, you know, oh, we need an asteroid or this or that, but like a good Mayan prophecy, that could put the fear of something in society would be good right now. Maybe it'll help us course correct.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Jeff. I think part of the issue that humanity is facing right now is that we don't have enough real problems, and therefore we're inventing problems, which is the reason why we end up with social justice.
Interestingly enough, it's like Walmart is one of the few places that during the height of the pandemic bullshit wasn't actually requiring every single person that came in to wear a fucking mask. Like, you got other stores that are, you know, like I said, the liquor store, you know, almost throwing me out because I didn't have one. Certainly bitching me out, like, you know, scolding me like some, you know, the old bitch that was, you know, waiting on me, fucking scolding me like, you know, like she's a teacher and I'm her student or something. It's like, you need to understand, you know, you need to wear a mask, blah, blah, blah. We're requiring that of it. Shut the fuck up. Give me my fucking booze. And you know, but the other, yeah, it's like the other grocery stores and shit are the same way. You know, it's like they're got people at the front door, you know, being like, "Oh, do you have a mask? If not, here's one." You know, because you have to have one. But at Walmart, apparently, according to what I've heard from employees, they were told that kind of, sort of, we're supposed to require people to wear, the customers to wear masks, and of course, you, the employee, have to wear a mask, but we kind of can't legally do anything about about it. So if they're not wearing a mask, don't bitch at them. Just leave them alone. And it's like, wow, a decent policy from Walmart. Don't berate your goddamn customers and try to run them the fuck off. Imagine that. Of course, like I said, I was like, I have to go, you know, a town or two over or whatever to go, you know, larger stores like Walmart. So, you know, my middle of nowhere place that I live, it's like, yeah, there's a grocery store or two here, and I can go to those. And even when they were technically requiring masks, which, you know, it's like I wore it at first because they were requiring it, and then I decided, you know what, fuck this shit. I'm tired of, you know, I'm tired of wearing this fucking diaper on my face. So I just stopped doing it, and none of them ever, you know, ever fucking said anything to me. It's like, thank you. Thank you for respecting my choice not to wear the fucking mask. You know, it's still ridiculous that all the fucking employees wear them. Which, anyway.
And, you know, the nonsense coming out of Disney, yeah, the nonsense that came out of the whole J. Scott Campbell thing, too. We don't have real problems. That's kind of the issue.
I love it. So, cool. So, chat. Now, let's talk about this one, because this has been all over. So, J. Scott Campbell apologized for statements. Okay, we're not worried about the J. Scott Campbell apologizing for Comicsgate stuff. But last week, J. Scott Campbell, very, very famous Marvel cover artist.
Pardon me. And it's also absolutely fucking ridiculous that so many people have been, you know, habituated to that practice. It bugs the fuck out of me, man, every fucking time that I see somebody walking to the doors of a store, and right before they get there, they pull out their mask and put it on their face, and, you know, even long after, you know, the state lifted its requirement that you do that. It's like, dude, what the fuck? So, you know, it's, you know, it's like, it was all bullshit anyway. You know, and even if it wasn't, it's essentially over. You know, it's like the governor was abusing his wartime-only powers to try to tell people that they had to fucking wear a goddamn mask. And now he's stopped doing it. So it's like, it was bullshit when it was going on, and now it's over. Stop wearing the goddamn mask. You don't need to. Throw that fucking thing away. But there's so many people who've gotten in the habit of fucking wearing that damn thing, putting on their diaper before they go into a place of business, and it's like, God damn it, what is wrong with you people? You know, it's a sign of how weak they are. You know, and the fact that there's so many Americans who don't value their liberty. They're so willing to, like, yeah, it's a mask, and yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are like, oh, dude, what's your big deal? You know, it's like, they wear the mask, they don't wear the mask, it doesn't matter. It's like, it kind of does, though, because it's a symbol It's a symbol of surrender. You know, those are the same people that are going to take the vax because they've been told to. Those are the same people that if they were told eventually with sufficient propaganda leading up to it, they'd be willing to put chains on. They'd be willing to put a fucking leash on their neck. You know, a fucking collar or something that zaps you when you do the wrong thing. You know, it would take a while to get them to the point where they do that, but that's the mentality of people who would do that. They would fucking surrender. Give up their freedoms just like that. Well, not just like that. It took a, you know, a scam to convince them that they're, you know, that they should be worried about shit. But still, it's disturbing how many fucking people are still wearing the goddamn masks after they don't have to anymore.
Is mainly known for his work on Spider-Man, had one of his pieces of art redrawn, and we had talked about that last week. And so he responded back in a very fun and humorous way, kind of making fun of the guy because he was an asshat, and was on his merry way. But then it got political, it got weird, and as always, when these things pop up online, everyone wants to chime in. And I thought one of the better reports with Anna's. Did you guys see hers?
Yes, it was freaking amazing.
No, I did not.
Oh yeah, she straight up photographed herself like copying it. It was great. It was spot on. It really was perfect. The only exception being that some people got super butthurt because she was wearing some non-stretchy jeans. And look, you're a girl and you wear some jeans. No difference between stretchy jeans and non-stretchy jeans. And so she did it in some jeans that weren't particularly stretchy and didn't allow for some of the booty pop. And so she did it again in shorts. But both of them look fantastic. And it was great. It was absolutely great.
I just don't know why we live, like how we reverted back to a puritanical society. Like,
Yeah.
why- It's a
I don't
drawing.
either.
Well,
I
it's
draw.
as anti-feminist as it gets to basically cover up her tits, right? Like freaking MJ's like gorgeous. She's a model. Why wouldn't she?
Well, as I've mentioned many times, the point of this, and the video was the best. You can see the outline of my boobs. Yeah. Well, but the point is that Anna is young and attractive, and she has breasts. You know, she's thin, but she's got big boobs. She's good looking. I mean, for all, like I said, for all her weirdness and eccentricities, you know, of behavior and supposed webbed toes or whatever, it's like she's still generally quite attractive. And she knows that. The problem, of course, is that the bitches that ain't got it, they don't want anybody having artwork or any good-looking women having photos or whatever that depict the female form in an idealized manner, because their body's not ideal and they find it offensive. But the real reason why they find it offensive is because they can't pull it off. They can't pull it off. They don't like it. They're so so unhappy with themselves. Yeah. Anyway, but that's the real reason. You know, that's the real reason. Of course, well, we won't go into that right now. There's a whole, I don't know, there's a whole diatribe I could go off on about free speech and whatnot, but
Wouldn't
we'll
she be there
save
with
that for
the
later.
honeys out, right?
Well, here's the thing. They always act like women don't dress like this, and some women do. Okay? I mean, it's like the whole thing with Power Girl
If they can pull it off, they do.
the boob window. They actually do make shirts with a boob window. Have people gotten that stupid that they don't remember these things? I mean, that was like a huge thing back in the 90s.
Actually, some of them do it even when they can't pull it off, and that's... Oof.
In the 2000s was the boob
How are
window.
people acting like nobody dresses like this? This is not an extreme way to dress.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. She's wearing a baby doll t-shirt, which they sell for women, by the way, and sometimes rather busty women wear baby doll t-shirts.
I'm that actually will cut out tit windows for themselves.
I just gotta Google pit window.
Dude, seriously, like women not only, what Jesse just said is completely correct. Women will cut tit windows. They will slice up. There was this trend for a while, a few years ago, where girls would take scissors and they would cut up the backs of their tops and they would like lace them so that there were these big holes in the backs of their baby doll t-shirts.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it was a big, like the more that you could show, the better, right? Like we enjoyed that. It was fun. It made us feel sexy. It makes us feel flirty. It makes us feel like we can get out there and flaunt our shit, right? Can you stop treating us like we have to cover that stuff up? We don't fucking want to. And we worked really hard to be allowed to.
Hey, Mary, you know who rocks a tit window almost as...
And worked really hard to be able to be a whore, to look like a whore, you know. Not necessarily behave like one, but to look like one. Yeah, I don't know. There's a double-edgedness to that, but we
Is
won't
good, maybe
go
better
into
than Mary
that.
Jane Watson?
Never.
No, even better. Jackie Chan.
What the fuck?
Yeah, look at that boob window, Jesse.
I love this.
Oh, Jackie Chan, he's the man.
I just got to say this about the whole entire thing. If somebody wants to do the art and make it whatever more covered up, we should just let them and not say a fucking word. So that way, when they bitch about us doing it the other way, they...
Okay, here here is one of the one of the timestamps I believe that was linked in the comments. This is, it's not, it's a disagreement, and part of it is really just because I think if I remember correctly how this goes, it's basically just a misunderstanding. But this is the start of what eventually, blows up at the very end.
They have nothing to say because we're like, hey, we let you do yours. Nobody said fuck.
Oh, but they're going to come regardless.
I know, and it's not fair. I know,
gaze.
but to me, it's like a tit for tat thing. It's like, you know what? If they want to do it, fine. Let them.
Well, the problem here is the
You look at it,
invalidation.
you can judge for yourself which one looks better.
The invalidation of the art that was
Now, obviously, I mean, we're listening at 2 times speed, so obviously there, but you notice that there has been like some overlap in their talking, but it's just to the extent that it normally happens on a live stream. With multiple people involved, it just happens. But what you don't really see is you don't see Tom constantly, talking over Mary or talking over Mecha or whatever. It's like that's not happening. And most of the argument, as it were, really happens between Tom and Comics Division.
so clearly well received by literally everybody loves this thing.
Yeah, but then
I mean, the both of the ladies there, women, whatever, they do kind of, they're on Comics Division's side, but really, like, if I remember correctly, the bulk of the conversation really is kind of between the two guys.
same argument can be made for all the ones that Anna has redone too.
No, but I do know what you're saying, but I think you and I are missing each other here. I'm talking about a piece of art that is established, well received. We're not criticizing something that's just come out and the masses have not spoken, and we are right now addressing it, right? Like, hey, this, and nobody fucking likes it. We're talking about something that everyone loves, okay? Everyone unanimously agreed that this was some awesome ass artwork, and everybody fucking loved it, right? We're way past the point of going back and critiquing this shit in some kind of meaningful way. But no, the masses spoke.
Oh, no. I have to actually disagree with that, with her suggesting that. It's like she's suggesting that, because people liked it at some point in the past, that means nobody can go back and criticize it now. It's like, no, people can go back and criticize whatever the fuck they want. Now, that doesn't, of course, mean that their criticism is immune from its own criticism, which is what happened with this whole bunch of bullshit, where the SJW went and redrew what is the guy's name? J. Scott Campbell, is that the guy's name? Anyway, redrew his piece to make it less sexualized, and acted like, I fixed it. It's like this weird thing with the arm and whatnot. Anyway, it's like, it's bulging here because of the position the arm is in. It's like, it's not, it shouldn't be doing that here with the new position. But anyway, and then Anna went and did her version or whatever. Anyway, so, but, I mean, I don't know for sure that I totally agree with Tom in his apparent position that when the SJWs do shit like this, nobody should talk about it. I mean, maybe, because on the one hand, it's like, okay, they do it, but then if nobody talks about it, then, okay. It didn't get very much traction probably, but then again it's like that's what all the fandom ministers and everybody, I mean, to a certain extent everybody who makes YouTube videos about whatever's going on, it's what we all do. If we talk about shit like, I mean, it's like I go to, what is this, Bounding Into Comics? It's like I go to Bounding Into Comics, to look for things that are happening, to be like, okay, maybe I should make commentary on this. It's like we all fucking do that, man. So if we resolve to stop doing that shit, it's like, then what would we talk about? Of course, to a certain extent, we know what he would talk about, don't we? Because he'd be talking about the corporate bullshit. Like, this is not corporate bullshit. This is this is some lefty spurg or something on the internet being like, women shouldn't have tits. Like, probably just upset because they're a dude who wishes they were a girl and they don't have tits. I mean, they could have them, but, maybe they don't want to go that far. I don't know. Anyway. But, like I said, I don't, it's like, I guess she's trying to say that, whether it's him or whether it's the fucking Mona Lisa, it's like, the masses have decided that they like this. And so no one gets to go back and criticize. It's like, no, that's bullshit, Mary. People can go back and criticize whatever the fuck they want. Doesn't mean that that anybody has to consider that there's any merit to their criticism, and it doesn't mean that the critics themselves won't get criticized for their bullshit take on stuff.
We really fucking loved it. We really fucking loved it.
Yeah, I'm looking. Look, J. Scott Campbell's work on Spider-Man he's one of the modern icons, artist icons. He's really put out some great stuff. And this cover from being over a decade old.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it. He's an icon, great, but it doesn't make him free from criticism. Like if somebody wants to criticize him, even if it's a bullshit criticism, what, you saying they shouldn't be allowed to do that?
Like, I know the news is slow, but for God,
Well, at the same time, the only reason this
It's
person's
all
getting
the time too, which is they're not taking into consideration.
well, the only reason this person's getting any attention is because we're talking about it.
Can we
That is true. That is a point.
scroll up a little bit? I think it was up above. There was the her and him. Spidey was in the suit. And if you scroll up, keep going, up. It's where they're both there. Not that one, but it was a different one where she's standing up. She's standing up, and he's standing up, and he's getting ready to walk away. And you look at the contrast between the two. She looks far more realistic than he does. Is when he's in the suit and he's getting ready to walk away. You can see the back, and every single muscle is defined, right, for him. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Oh, I got it for you right here. Hold on. Here you go. It's the Amazing Mary Jane Loans the Friends parody. I got you right.
It's on this page, I thought.
No, that was
No one told me life was going to be this way.
People complain about giving people attention, but you really have to kind of slap back and clap back and
You
slap
do.
them down and say, no, you don't get to get away with this crap anymore. We're tired of these people complaining and pissing and moaning. You guys were getting away with this with the PMRC, and we were clapping back at you then, so no, we're not going to put up with this crap.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, part of it is that he was getting the individual who critiqued the art.
Where did the whole clap back phrase come from?
Was getting a lot of attention, and it took like a couple days before even J. Scott Campbell even did anything about it.
Yeah.
And he did it rather tastefully, and of course they went after him, and then he had to release his apology statements. And I don't know what this particular article is about, but I think at least the time he doesn't get. They're going to come for him regardless because he's drawing problematic art because it's for the male gaze.
The Amazing Mary Jane. When was that? When did that come out? Like I said, I'm not a big comic book guy, so I don't know this shit.
See, here's my thing. Look at this. Take a look at this. There's no double standard here. Everything is idealized, okay? Every fucking muscle on that man's body has been highlighted and pushed beyond the realms of belief. She looks fucking reasonable. She looks like a real person with abs. She looks like a fit chick. I know lots of chicks that look like her. Fucking hell, Anna looks like her, right?
Not quite, but point taken.
The funny thing too is somebody took it and slapped OnlyFans on it. Says I fixed the problem. People stop complaining. It's true. It's like, you're complaining about artwork, but you're totally cool with the OnlyFans thing. It's not slut shaming, but God forbid a man draw a sexy chick. God forbid.
No, well, not
Yeah, you got to admit, Tom Holland has a better ass than Brie Larson.
not only that. Like honestly, here's the thing. Most chicks don't fucking mind. In fact, we enjoy looking at it. Most women, just as much as men, prefer to look at attractive people rather than ugly ones, right? Well-drawn, good-looking people, right? I appreciate that Spider-Man's buttocks looks like you could bounce a coin off of it, right? I appreciate that I could probably take shots off of this woman's navel here. It looks great. I love it. It's wonderful. Why the hell?
I wonder how many squats it would actually take a real person to have glutes like that.
You complain about this. This looks good. What is the problem?
Honestly, there's no problem. Because, Mary, thank you for what you're saying about the people want to look at attractive things. The movie star system worked for decades and decades. I mean, what was it a couple years ago with The Last Jedi? People, I don't like John Boyega. Finn looked better. Like Will Smith, we like him more. Like, across the board. And I'm not saying that's whatever, but like, across the board. Vanity for big projects. The aesthetic appeal is important. That goes into the attractiveness of your figures are just as important as other elements of your art. People pride themselves on it. And J. Scott Campbell is an artist known for his beautiful women. So
absolutely.
All they're trying to do is just shit on a guy who's a master at what he does and is super successful. Like, I've never really heard him cause any kind of issues before. Have you, comics?
No, he hasn't. He's not outspoken. I never heard about him shitting on fans. I mean, you can reserve that for like Ron Mars and a few others. Dan Slott, he's not an artist, or writer.
Ron
but
Mars.
I mean, for the most part, he's been just kind of doing his own thing. I never really followed his Twitter account, so I can't say whether he was going on and on about politics or anything. Yeah.
I mean, I think he makes it pretty clear on his like not to get into like the whole Comicsgate assertion that he made there. Whatever.
I don't know what to say about like comics or anybody, it's like any creatives in any field. On the one hand, like I do kind of feel like they are people, they should be allowed to express their political opinion if they want. But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, well, the problem is that they're all leftists and they don't have any kind of like common sense filter or something. They have their political opinions, and if their fans, if their industry's customers happen to disagree with them, they will tell those customers to fuck the hell off and not buy their products, and which of course means not buy the company's products. And it's like, dude, like common sense should dictate you don't fucking do that, but they don't have any sense. They don't have any sense, common or otherwise. They have no filters. They just, they spew their leftist rhetoric or whatever. And it's like, oh, you're MAGA or whatever, but you like comics? Well, fuck you. It's like, comics aren't for you. It's like, don't you dare buy my fucking book. It's like, okay, we won't, bitch.
But he made it pretty clear he's not a bigot. He just wants to draw his work. All he wants to do is draw. All he wants to do is do his thing, and he's interested in the freedom to do that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I support that, and that's the thing too. I think a lot of people don't get this, is that I don't want my artists to be political or go Comicsgate or whatever. I just want them to go and create good art, create good stories, create good comics. That's all I care about, right?
Yeah.
If they want to talk about politics, I don't care. But just realize, don't go and insult your audience, because that's basically what Dan Slott does.
Oh, thank you. My point exactly.
That's all he cares about, is pissing off the people who buy his stuff, because the guy really is just a miserable cunt. Sorry, didn't mean to go there, but he is.
Well, I still don't see the point in complaining, though, because if we just let them go and let them do their own thing, and they forced him to apologize, well, then that's just precedence for us to force one of theirs to apologize when they go off on Anna.
No, Tom, let me tell you why I disagree. Because we talk about the sliding scale in comic books. There's a big artist. Comics knows this guy, Frank Cho.
Oh yeah,
Cheesecake artist. He's a great artist. Not the full of his artwork.
Yeah.
The point I want to get at is,
How to Draw Beautiful Women.
yeah, I bought that book. I thought I should have bought. I wanted to buy that book. Anyway, long story short, this is his art. This is a sketch cover. But anyway, Frank Cho, another master artist. Great work across the board. But the point I want to make and why the slapback is important. Frank Cho's work is known to be
Wheat
lascivious and
cakes?
cheesecake and sexy and over the top. J. Scott Campbell's artwork is much tamer.
Oh,
We are
by
becoming-
comparison, absolutely.
So
I
the
don't
fact
know that I've
people
heard
are
of wheat
worried about
cakes
J. Scott
before. I
Campbell's
mean,
artwork being too sexy
pancakes,
after
hot
arguments from
cakes,
Frank
but
Cho
wheat
and Mara.
cakes?
The point is, Tom, is that
I mean, I guess it's
now
made out of
too
wheat, but
scandalous
still,
to show
never
midriff
heard
and a little
that
cleavage.
term.
It's not TNA, it's not bush sticking out. It's midriff and cleavage. These motherfuckers do not know when to stop. And so it's going to be back to, oh my God, Mary Jane showed her ankle in that Spider-Man cover. We better cancel whoever.
Now, here's a question for people who are actually into comics and have read a bunch of shit or whatever. Most of my experience, as it were, with Spider-Man, apart from like the live-action movies of the last couple of decades, is the '90s cartoon, the animated series, which I'm pretty sure the animated series was relatively true to a lot of the storylines in the comics. But here's a question for anybody out there watching this who knows about comics: did Spidey and Black Cat hook up? Like, did they actually have a relationship at some point? Because it seemed, it seemed rather abortive in the animated series. It was like, oh, it looks like they're about to go that way, and then it's like, oh no, they're not going that way. It's like she's going off to do her thing, and he's going back to Mary Jane. And didn't they flirt with that in? Or no, maybe it was not her. It was somebody else. I don't know. But it's like, there was. Who am I thinking of? I really don't like those. Andrew Garfield, is that the guy's name? I was like, I really didn't care for his Spider-Man movies, so I haven't watched them very much, and so I don't remember. But it's like there is the. Somebody it's not her, I don't think, though, right? It's somebody else. It's some other blonde that Peter's into, that he has a relationship with, and then but she doesn't survive or whatever, right? Or something like that. But anyway, or does she survive? I can't fucking remember. I don't, it doesn't matter. Anyway, but I don't know. It's like in the cartoon, at least, it seemed like Spidey was always going back to Mary Jane. Always, what they might split up for a little while or whatever, but it's always going back. It's like, but I felt like there was some real, especially after, she became Black Cat, especially after she got like powers and shit. It really just seemed like there was chemistry there. It was like, why didn't they hook up? It's like. So that's my question. Did it happen? Is there like a comic series where it actually happened?
True, that's it. It's a sliding scale of stupidity. Every fucking year, something else is a scandal, and you look and you go, "This isn't a big deal. That really wasn't a big deal." And it just keeps getting more and more. Everything.
I'm not saying it's not a big deal, but the best part is let him do it, and then when nobody buys the fucking comics,
Okay, Tom, here's the problem. You may not know this, but Frank Cho was fired from DC because he drew a cover that showed Wonder Woman's underwear. He was fired.
I'm not talking about that aspect of it, though. I'm talking about the fan redraws, because that's what this all stems from, right?
Yeah, see what I said about it's. There's an argument, but it seems to largely just be a miscommunication, a misunderstanding between, the points that, like, Tom's trying to make one point, and then the rest of them are trying to make other points. It's like, y'all are not really in disagreement over your individual points. It's just you're talking about different, different aspects of the subject.
Yeah, but this is not a fan redraw. He did these things because people were outraged by his art.
Yeah,
and it was
like people are equating like two different things here. I don't understand. So yeah,
we're not talking about any of the redraw ethics. We're talking about people are outraged over sexually provocative images.
Yeah.
Now the line.
Yes, you're not talking about that, but Tom is talking about that. I mean, there's no problem here. It's like if you just
been drawn to where these aren't even sexually provocative images. These are images that are tame by comparison. I was reading J. Scott Campbell's Spider-Man books at the end of grade school with the books in the library in my classroom. Like, the covers weren't that sexy and they weren't that fucking crazy. What has happened is people are so uptight that people that were getting canceled beforehand for, by whatever standard you could say, more provocative art, now we're coming for this. Where does it end? Where do you draw the line?
Exactly. And the funny thing about it, too, is that him getting fired probably was the best thing for him because he makes more money doing commissions than he ever did working for DC.
Well, let's not pretend that the people who are doing these redraws.
Well, if that's the case, then why are you bitching about it? So it's like, why are you bitching about, oh, I got fired, but it was the best thing for... Okay, well, everything worked out.
Fans of
No,
the
they're not.
genre. They're not.
They're
It's
pushing
exactly what,
an agenda, that's what they're doing.
It's exactly what Jeff said. Is these people are coming in order to tweak and alter what it is that fans truly love, right? They're not attempting to actually help our genre or do anything that would benefit or add anything to it. They're attempting to put their spin on it. These are fans. These are people who care about these characters. These are people who care about these IPs. This is agenda-driven, period. Point blank. End of conversation. This isn't about what we love. This is about taking what we love away from us.
No, it absolutely is.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
that
reason
comic
why
book is still there. It's not like it's disappeared.
well, yeah, but they made it very difficult for Frank Cho to continue working in the industry.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I mean, he literally got canceled.
Is that what you want, though? You want the
No, I'm not
yeah,
saying that. I'm
it's
not sure what one has to do with the other. Is what I'm trying
It's
to
still
figure out.
here, but how much longer will we?
It's the war on
continue
beauty,
to
Tom,
be
is what it is. It's the war on beautiful art. It's the war on, sexy people. It's all this nonsense that we've been completely done talking about for the last several years because of wokeism. This is, in their eyes, part of the problem because it's misogynistic because you're calling a sexy woman. Remember the guy that was wearing that shirt that had women on it and they basically went after him and the shirt was actually created by a woman, but they actually went after the guy because he wore it? It's shit like that.
Well, and when we move down the road, right? Like when you silence the people who are brilliant art makers, people who are going to make the things that draw fans back to comic books, right? The eye candy that sucks you into the story initially. When you silence those people and you tell them that they can't draw that good stuff, what kind of damage do you do to these IPs? What kind of damage do you do down the road? Because there are things that we won't get because of that. There are things that can no longer be explored because of that. You can't tell me that that's...
Except, and I think, didn't Tom kind of make this point? It's like he wants them to fail. And she said the same thing earlier. It's like you're bitching about how you don't want people messing with the good aspects of selling the IPs, the corporate IPs, because you want to be able to consume more of the corporate IP. It's like, this is part of the whole problem. It's like you still want to suck the corporate cock, Mary. That's the problem. You want it. You want that corporate cock, and you don't want anybody getting between you and it. And Tom's point is, let it fucking burn. Let it all burn down, and then somebody will come, Ethan, whoever, will come along with something else to replace it. And hopefully the people that replace the failed industries will be hardened against such SJW nonsense that undermined the previous businesses. That's perfectly reasonable. But I guess it's like you don't want to embrace a new IP. You're like, oh well, I'm invested in the existing IP, so I just want more corporate cock. Okay.
that kind of hindrance.
We're already there, though.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying
that's
is-
kind of the point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to save here at this point, because it's like let them fucking nuke it at this point. All they're burning down.
Yes.
Left is
Well,
theirs.
then let's nuke it.
No,
Let's
no,
nuke
I
it.
can disagree with you on it, but we're just kind of going to the greater problem. It's like, look at the whole thing with back in the 90s when they released the Marvel swimsuit edition. That would never happen now, because as soon as they did, they'd be called sexist, and that's the problem.
And that's why I'll buy a comic book that would be more than willing to do something like that. And that's my point. I guess I'm trying to, like, because this is not a modern comic. So I'm like
No,
really
you're
trying
right,
to
it's not.
stretch to see why this is such a big deal.
It's part of the evolution of that has caused the problem with modern comics.
Because I really stand by, like, I'm not going to bitch and complain about somebody else redrawing something when people in our own community do it.
Well, the reason why they're doing
whether I
it
like
is,
it or not.
the reason why that person did a redraw for, what's his name, is because of virtue points.
Well,
Right.
and-
I think there's a very big distinction to be made between Anna going and
And he was
redrawing.
doing the Shane J. Scott Campbell. That's
Yeah.
what they're doing.
Anna
well,
does-
isn't that what she's kind of doing?
I will once again mention what I have mentioned before. I mean, Halle Berry's Storm wasn't super disappointing. I mean, it was a little bit disappointing. I mean, well, it was. I mean, I personally find Halle Berry, or I mean, back then, I don't know about now. I haven't looked at her recently, but it's like, yeah, she was attractive. But they could have given her. I mean, not that Storm is known for wearing particularly skimpy outfits most of the time, but at least again, my experience is mostly from the 90s cartoon. But you could have done something to make her costume look a little bit better than, what did they just put her in like a leather jumpsuit, didn't they? It's like, it was kind of conformed to her shape, I guess, but other than that, it's like there's nothing overly appealing about it. And there's such terrible writing. Her she had one of the worst. I mean, like, none of the dialogue in that first fucking film was really all that good, but she had one of the worst fucking bits. What happens to a toad or whatever when it's struck by lightning? The same thing that happens to everything else. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Really? Shit. But of course, the biggest disappointment for me was Rogue. It's like, look at her. Look at you. tall, fit, beautiful, got that the big old hair with the with the white, the skunk stripe in it. But and she can fly, she's super strong, she life sucked Miss Marvel, which I'm still hoping some they'll cast some gorgeous babe as Rogue again and have her life suck Brie Larson, and then we won't have to deal with Captain Marvel anymore, and instead we'll have a sexy Rogue to replace her. But it's like she's super strong, and she can fly, she's nigh invulnerable, she can temporarily absorb other people's powers. It's like, God, she's so awesome in so many ways, and it's like, we could have had that. We could have had an excellent live action version, and instead, no offense to her, but we got Anna Paquin. And I'm sorry, but she's not Rogue material. Just not. Holy shit. Talk about the oh god, everything. Oh, fucking so many perfect opportunities pissed the fuck away. And the whole superhero thing is probably, as many people have pointed out, probably coming to an end. I think it was Gary or whoever, several people I think have mentioned at this point that it's like Hollywood will be done with the whole superhero thing as fast as they can. As soon as it's not sufficiently popular, they will drop it like a hot fucking rock, because they don't want to do it. It's super expensive. It's like they'd rather make something else that's easier to make. So the minute that they can justify not doing it anymore, that's what'll happen. It'll be gone. So we had this golden opportunity, and certain properties like the X-Men, which should have been fucking awesome, instead you got shit. And the opportunity will probably never come again, or if it does, it'll be far in the future, maybe not in our lifetimes. Fucking sucks.
I'm failing to see the difference here. I'm not trying to be a contrarian, but I'm really I'm trying to figure out why we should even be bitching about it.
Okay, so I can say why. Because Anna loves Star Wars. Because Anna doesn't want to see Star Wars degraded to this level. Because Anna wants to show that there are options and abilities. That you have the ability to make this better. It's not that hard.
Well, of course there are options. I mean, I've said before, it's like if I had like tens of billions of dollars and I could afford to just buy Star Wars lock, stock, and barrel from Disney, it's like I would recanonize the expanded universe, and I'd start making movies or TV shows or something out of some of the materials, like the X-Wing books or whatever. Or actually, you could make you could flip it around actually, and you could make a TIE Fighter series. You could make a series based on the character that you play. I mean, you sort of play. It's like, I think it, like in the game TIE Fighter, you don't you're never referred to anything, I think except Alpha 1, just your call sign or whatever. But I believe the character that you're kind of sort of supposed to be playing as is Merrick Steele, and so you could have him and maybe maybe give him a couple of wingmen or something, and you could have a TIE Fighter series based on him and kind of the events of the game Star Wars TIE Fighter, and then carry it forward into the EU after the fall of the Empire, where maybe probably somebody's already written what he does, but I'm not sure if they have or not. Maybe they haven't done the details, or for that matter, you could retcon it, I suppose. It wouldn't be a terrible thing to go ahead and retcon, so that you got to have the Imperial, the bad guy, whatever perspective. It's like he could fly for Isani Isard, and then he flies for Warlord Zenj, and then he flies for Grand Admiral Thrawn when Thrawn returns, and then he flies for the Clone Emperor when that happens. And it's like you just have that progression of all that shit basically every season or so. It could actually be quite entertaining, I think. It would be something different, while still being true to the original, actual version of Star Wars, instead of the shit that Disney's created.
let me show you what that looks like. Anna is trying to impact a positive change on an IP that she cares about, she is a fan of, right? And that's the distinction to be made here.
To take Mary's point and put it on a macro level, I think one of the big differences, I mean, it's this redrawing that they're doing is a continuation of the infestation that they've started.
Yes.
I think what Anna's doing is the preservation of the thing that has always been. So
Is it though when she's doing like Safe Space and Leo Gyasi and all these guys that have nothing to do with past characters? So that's where I'm trying to get here.
But it has to
I'm
do
not
with
trying to
IP. It has, but it's exactly what Jesse just said. It has to do with an IP that has been established as something that we care about as fans and we want to see preserved, not further degraded.
we have years and years and years.
Bill.
Except the whole, like, the preservation of what? It was like, those were new characters. Those were new, Snowflake and Safe, they were shitty characters, but they were new characters. Which, if Marvel and DC are going to make, shit, then wouldn't you prefer that they make new characters and make those shit instead of shitifying the existing characters? But that's what. But Tom has a point there. It's like Anna was not, was not trying to, to save existing characters. She was shitting on new characters, and yeah, they deserve to be shit on. They deserve to be criticized and mocked because it's garbage. There's no reason, not to be like, what is this? It's like, this is the new stuff they're coming out with. What the hell? There's no reason, not to go off on that. And that applies to anything where they're creating a new product that fucking sucks. It's like they come out with a new flavor of potato chips that taste like ass. Well, yeah, complain. It's called customer feedback. But it, they're. She tried, but it's like I said, Tom has a point there with what he said about it's like, yeah, those were not established characters; those were new characters.
I don't see it being a difference. I'm sorry, I see it as the same thing.
Now take that picture compared to what we're seeing with the Hellfire Gala, and just look how terrible that artwork is.
Just a second, I'll pull that up too. But the thing is, I'm just worried about the puritanical slide to whatever. Sex is not a problem.
And that part is the different part of the argument.
That's the only part of the
another part
argument.
well, and that's what
I'm
I'm
not worried
saying.
about redrawing ethics. Like here on tonight's show, this was all about how these people really need to relax about sexual imagery because it's not even sexual imagery. We've reached a point where, oh my god, the reflection in that car gave me a boner.
Yeah, a lot of it too. It's like it's going back to with body positivity too. I mean, a number of years ago, you had these articles being written saying, why isn't there a body positive, Black Panther? And they redrew Black Panther with a spare tire. And it's like, because nobody wants to see that, man.
No.
We want to see the idealized form in comic books, and that's what this is all about.
Very true. Very, very true.
We all know it's not real, but they're trying to shame people. It's like those fat celebrities that lose weight and they get skinny, and suddenly Twitter explodes. How could they do that? How could they lose all that weight? Well, it's
I don't
not
know, maybe
healthy.
they wanted to live a little longer.
Yeah, exactly. But it counters the body positive.
Look, everybody should want to be the, I won't say best, but the better version of themselves. Everybody should want to be in good shape. Now, if you can't manage it, or most likely, you just don't get around to it. It's like you need to be okay with that. You need to just kind of be okay with that. If it's not important enough to you, if it's important enough to you or becomes that, then you will probably succeed. But if it just never succeeds, it's like it probably is because it's not important enough to you. Although certainly there are ways. I mean, I would never do that, even if. I mean, look, as I've said, it's like I need to lose weight, but I have tried before for a limited time to do things like cut out soft drinks and whatnot, and it has an effect. It's like, how many years ago was it? I don't know. I can't remember. More than 10 probably, but I'm not sure how many more. Say between 10 and 15 years ago, something like that. It might have been 15 years ago. I don't remember. Anyway, it's like, so over one holiday season, it's like, November, December, whatever, I stopped drinking, Coke. I stopped drinking sugary soft drinks entirely. But keep in mind, this is also around Thanksgiving and Christmas. I did not avoid eating a lot of high-calorie foods, including sugary foods like pies and shit, pumpkin pie and maybe apple pie. I don't remember for sure, but various things that were available because it's the holidays. I ate lots of food, lots of high calorie food, and I didn't exercise or anything, and I still lost weight just by cutting out the soda. So I know that is part of my problem. I try to limit myself right now to like one Coke or whatever a day, but I know that I should stop entirely. But the thing is, it's like, I guess it doesn't matter enough to me to really buckle down and be like, no, I'm just going to stop. I'm just going to completely fucking stop. It doesn't matter enough. I'm not sufficiently motivated for whatever reason to be like, no, I'm just going to do what it takes. Because I know that I can. I've done it before. Limited scale perhaps, but still, I've done it. So I know it works, and I know if I just do, what it takes, then I can succeed. A lot of people try to play this game with themselves, so it doesn't matter how hard I work, I just can't succeed. It's like, yeah, you can. You fucking can. Don't lie to yourself. You can do it. I can do it. You can do it. We can all do it. It's not that difficult. Well, it is, but it's not. Like I said, sugar is 8 times more addictive than cocaine. And I think I've been told that it takes like 30 days of basically eating no refined sugar at all. None. Before you have, you still have like fruit or whatever, but like no refined sugar in your diet at all for a month. And supposedly the cravings will drop significantly because that's how long it takes your system to be like totally flushed of the desire, or mostly flushed at least of the desire to consume more sugar. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that. It's probably worth trying. But anyway, and you got to admit there's a sort of, obviously it's not in any way a physical addiction. That's not, but it's still an addiction of sorts that people have to these corporate IPs. Like I said earlier, it's like she wants it. She wants the corporate cock. She wants to keep sucking it. And it's like, a lot of people do. All of them do. It's like all these Fandom Menace people, maybe not Tom, but all the rest of them, pretty much, even though earlier almost all of them were in agreement that, yeah, let it burn. But they still harp on about how, we want to save the... No, you got to let it go. You got to fucking let it go. You got to tell your viewers, stop buying the corporate shit. And eventually, you're going to have to stop talking about the corporate shit. You're going to have to just walk away from it. If you want to actually affect any kind of real change. If you want to be a positive force, that's what the Fandom Menace and other people need to fucking do. But they're not going to because they're fucking addicted to corporate cock. Like Hard Bastard likes to say corporate cock. I think so.
Sensitivity thing and all this.
No, wait a minute. It's like no. Well, he says it too, but Styx was probably the first person that I heard use that term a great deal. But still, that's what's happening.
Which plays into it.
It's freaking insane.
Comics, I'm pulling this up for you. The Hellfire Gala. I'm not interested in any design, but Storm looks pretty cool.
No, that's not the stuff.
That's not it?
Yeah,
We're sending a link on screen.
that actually looks a lot better than the stuff we've been seeing. Here,
Yeah, Storm looks legit. That's the character. I'm lucky that I can't really say it because they'll find a way to fuck up Storm.
Yeah, look at the stuff that I have pulled up here, or specifically that one. But a lot of the stuff, it's bad, and you can actually find it on the Marvel site.
Yeah,
or
who's gonna buy it?
Oh, whoa, Rogue looks bad.
But again, I guess who's going to really buy it? So
Nobody. That's kind of the problem.
Well, let him fail.
Well,
I know. I mean, I am not disagreeing.
I'm not sure what's going on here because he pulled up. It's 2 times speed, but still, it's like he pulls that up and he immediately zooms in, and I don't think he ever looks at any of the rest of it. So it's like she says, "Oh my God, Rogue looks bad," and it's like that it doesn't show anything but just this. We're zoomed in on what's his ass here.
they want to do this. That's
It's
their
disappointing, is what it is, man. I mean,
No, I get
going
it.
back and looking at the stuff that we saw from the '90s with the
But
with the swimsuit issue.
Yeah, isn't this weird? It feels like they're trying to turn it into like a runway model-esque sort of.
Yeah.
Isn't that what that feels like?
And they've made him not so much, but it's like they've made most of the men look very gay.
Oh yeah, it's like one of those old fashion catalogs.
Yeah, it's really. God, Rogue looks really bad.
I just want this action figure, this man in the wheelchair with the fur. Like, is this supposed to be badass Professor X Wolverine?
No, it's what's
No.
his face?
Unknown Ninja?
The guy that Kevin Bacon played in First Class.
Yeah.
Oh, Sebastian Shaw or Stan?
Or Stan, yeah.
Wait, Sebastian Shaw is the actor that plays Darth Vader as well as the character from that. Okay, because the character and the other one had the same name. So sorry, that throws me off.
Yeah, Sebastian
Correct.
Shaw's the character. Sebastian Stan's the actor.
Yeah,
No. Sebastian Shaw is this character apparently, but yes, Jeff is right. Sebastian Shaw is the name of the actor who plays Anakin in Return of the Jedi when Vader's helmet gets taken off. And also, although he was removed later in the special editions or whatever, hopefully there's despecialized editions floating out there someplace for people to get that has Sebastian Shaw also appearing at the end as the Force Ghost, because he deserves to be there. But actually, to be perfectly honest, it really shouldn't have been him. It should have been David Prowse, but But, you know, he was the one originally cast. I don't know why the hell Lucasfilm just treated David Prowse so... They treated him like shit his entire life, the poor man. You know, it's like, goddamn, he was apparently like a really nice guy, you know, and they fucked him on everything. I don't know. Assholes. Anyway, but yeah, Sebastian Stan, of course, is the actor who plays the Winter Soldier.
Yeah. But anyway, it's a lot of it is like if you take a look at the artwork that they show on these covers, it pales in comparison to what we've been getting. And this is kind of the reason why Marvel's failing.
Again, though, let them.
No, I'm not disagreeing.
Yes, let them.
Fuck them at this point.
Fuck them to go down.
Doesn't it make you a little sad though? Does it make you
No.
Doesn't it make you... It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it makes you sad or not. They need to die. And the faster, the better. Before they pump out any more god-awful versions of once beloved characters.
Doing this shit for the last 10 years, fuck them. They deserve to fail.
It makes me happy to
They really do.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing, and I'm still.
I would rather the memory of X-Men be what we have than that.
It's not that I'm not still with the mindset of sort of grab all the clothes out of the closet and put them on and burn them or whatever, but it still makes me sad that that's where we're at. And like there's still.
God, that is such a womanly thing to do. Like, you take all the clothes and burn them. What is it with women and burning shit? It's like they do like this weird ritual, you know. They break up with a guy or whatever, and they, you know, they're like, I'm burning the pictures of us together. It's like I'm shredding them and putting them in a metal bowl, and then I'm setting them on fire. It's like this whole little ritual that tons of women do, and it's like, what the fuck is up with that?
This piece of me that aches. And really,
You know, it's like they can't just walk away. They have to do something, you know, and then they feel like they can walk away.
Does this make you feel better on the other end of this when this shit burns down? Guess what's left?
well, but
The stuff that was before.
I know that
So
the
you'll
stuff that was before,
be what was old is new again. Is what's going to happen.
Really, I hope that that's what that means. But you know, I would like to believe that it's a phoenix.
What happens when you do a
Well, the properties will wind up in the possession of some other company once the companies that have them now fail. You know, I mean, if we're really lucky, they pass into the public domain like a bunch of them should have already.
No, I get it. And I would like to believe that it's a phoenix that can rise from the ashes. But it took us so long to get some of this stuff realized in the first place. What's to say pop culture?
Well, here's the issue. As much as I kind of agree with Tom, I'm saying I kind of agree. I completely agree. Burn it down. That's what I want to see. I want to see them fail. The issue
Thank you.
is they're being propped up by a larger company, which is Disney.
That's a problem.
That's the issue. If Marvel Comics was on its own right now, they would fail.
Disney can't prop up dog shit IPs forever. They just can't. Like, eventually, they are going to go down in flames themselves. Unless they change their ways. But I don't see that happening.
Well, they would be out of business by now.
Because here's the thing, Mary, is these characters, they're bigger than Disney. They're bigger than what they're doing to them now. If they could destroy them permanently, we wouldn't have Robin Hood and King Arthur still, because there's been horrendous shit done to them over the years, too. These kind of things will permeate. They are our mythology, right?
What I'm saying is, what I was trying to get at was that what's to say that culture won't move right the hell along before it gets fixed, and then we lose these opportunities to see these things realized.
Then we'll be dead by then? I don't know what else to make you feel about.
Tom's got a point. It's like, we've already missed the opportunity, Mary. We've already missed that opportunity. As I said, it's like that you had your shot. You had the X-Men films, and it's like they would make a kind of sort of a good one and then right back to shit. You know, and it just... They just pissed away all the opportunities that they had. It's over. It's over. I wish it wasn't, in a way, but it's over. It's time to move on. You know, I mean, for fuck's sake, after seeing that first X-Men movie, I resolved myself. Is that the right word? No, that's not the right word. I resigned myself. There we go. I resigned myself to never getting the proper live action adaptation of Rogue. I knew when I saw that first fucking film with Anna Paquin as fucking Rogue, I knew I'm never getting my tall, busty, athletic beauty, Southern Belle. I'm never getting that. I'm never getting a proper Rogue. It's just not going to happen. I knew it, and I just resigned myself to accepting that, yep, we don't live in that reality, unfortunately, so never going to get to see it. And that's what the rest of you need to fucking do. Like, accept that accept what is and just fucking move on and do something else. Do something better. God. Where does all this fucking dust come from? I swear,
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
It's okay. I have my teddy bear.
No, I know. I mean, it's like, really, where else can they go but down from here? I mean, and the only way you can bring it back up, it's a kind of a cyclical thing. It goes with history. You always got to kind of go back to square one eventually. They've tried these kind of revolutions before. We saw how well that worked.
I mean, I get nothing lasts forever. I mean, I'm a realist. I mean, not even nations last forever. And the comic book industry.
Yes, and ours will be ending shortly, so brace for impact.
Will change at some point. The big two may be gone, but you'll probably still have comics.
It's the same shit I say about Star Trek.
Yeah.
People get those same people are like, oh, if you don't support this, it's going to go away forever. It's like, yeah, because Coke closed down all their fucking factories when New Coke failed, and yeah, I miss McDonald's since McLean failed. We don't have McDonald's.
Yeah, and that is an argument that you get a lot. I mean, how many people fucking said that? How many Stargate fans did I hear or read or whatever on the internet talking about how, we have to, like SG-1 was over, Atlantis was over. The producers made a deal with the devil, with the Syphilis channel. They were like, hey, we'll voluntarily end Atlantis after season 5 if you guarantee us 2 seasons to pick us up for 2 seasons of Stargate Universe. And Sci-Fi said, okay. And so they did that, and then after 2 seasons, they were canceled, and that was it. And Stargate Universe sucked. It sucked ass. If you don't think so, well, I question your taste. But anyway, people said, and there was a lot of people talking about how garbage it was. And there were plenty of people also saying, but if you like Stargate, you have to support it, because if you don't, then Stargate will go away. Well, Stargate did go away. I don't think it really had anything to do with people supporting it or not, honestly. I think Syphilis Channel was ready to get rid of it because it was too expensive. Anyway. But, the same thing, unless I'm much mistaken, I'm probably by fewer numbers by then, but the same thing was said of Stargate Origins, a webisode thing that they did, which I watched part of. I don't think I watched the whole thing, but anyway, but I watched enough to see that it was woke. I mean, at this point, it happened quite a number of years ago, but it was woke. It's like it's a retcon backstory of how the daughter of the explorer from the original movie, she was in SG-1, Catherine or whatever. It's like she figured out how to operate the Stargate, when she was young or whatever. And it's like, well, obviously that's a retcon. It's like that never happened. But that's what the origin story was. And look, she went through the gate chasing after Nazis, I guess technically, it was the Nazis who figured out how to operate the gate, but she followed them through, and somehow she's able, it's like she's a 110-pound woman or whatever, and she's able to beat the shit out of, full-grown men or what. It's so fucking stupid. It was such and it was, on top of everything else, it was really low budget. Like they had no budget for that fucking thing. You could tell how cheap ass everything was. It's like, oh my god. And yet there was the same cry that went out from Stargate fans, from some Stargate fans at least. I mean, some of them said this sucks, and they were right. And others responded, yes, but we must support it, because if we don't, then we won't have any Stargate. And it's like, garbage product is not a substitute for good product. It's not, you don't fucking support garbage in the hopes that maybe eventually it will stop being garbage. It's like, no. You accept that, okay, it's garbage now, dump it.
Like, yeah, that's not going to happen. This will just go away, and in 5 years from now, they'll try something new. Because guess what? Next year, we're going to get another fucking Robin Hood movie. It never failed. I'm not saying we're going to for sure, but my point is, eventually it's going to come back. They're not going to try to, anything new, that's Hollywood. Like they'll eventually come back around to it. It's gonna take time.
You talk about Star Trek. If you don't support it, it'll go away. I think we live in a world where Star Trek could go away.
It could, but it's never gonna go away permanently because it's a franchise. It's a viable.
How many years did it kind of lay fallow?
Well, it'll never go. None of these properties will ever go away completely, so long as the corporations own them. Because it's always going to. They're always going to see it as to their advantage to be able to make shit out of IPs that they already own instead of trying to go and buy a new one or create something original or whatever. It's like they're not going to do that. They're going to be like, oh, we already own this, so let's just remake it again. They're always going to do that because they, to them it makes sense. Which is why intellectual property laws really kind of need to be rewritten so that whoever came up with the shit originally, like, George Lucas, for instance, it's like he, or somebody he sells it to, can own it for the whole time that he's alive and maybe get a 20-year or something extension, and that's it. And then it goes public domain, and there's nothing they can fucking do to stop it. And then if they want to make money off of something, well, I mean, technically, once it's public domain, they actually could continue to make it, but it'll be merit-based because the best one will win because they won't be able to make Star Wars at Disney and be like, oh, we're the only game in town. And be like, no, because it's public domain now. And Warner Brothers can make Star Wars, and some fan can make Star Wars. And if the fan production, which they could crowdfund or whatever, turns out to be better because the story's awesome and y'all are making woke garbage and everybody wants theirs, and of course it was public domain, it's like they can sell that. They can sell that shit and actually make money off it, and they'll win. And the big corporations, they're fucked. They're fucked unless they actually learn how to make good movies again. Of course, like as I've said before, it's like they're still capable of making good movies. They just don't want to. But anyway, like I said, it's like you change the laws, and it's like they'll either you'll get some fucking free market competition going as to who can make the best whatever, or they will go and they will try to find something exclusive that's new.
Between Enterprise and
exactly.
That's
Star Wars. People get pissed at me because I say Star Wars was practically dead for years. It kind of was. Yeah, it had life support with the EU and other things in video games, but that ain't nothing.
And frankly, it would have been better for it to remain dead, as he describes it, or nearly dead, or whatever. I mean, yeah, I have to admit that when I learned that they were making the prequels, I was kind of excited. Much less so after seeing the first one, but I will admit the idea of, more actual live action Star Wars is really going to happen. It's like, yeah, there was a part of me that was like, oh man, that's so awesome. Or it's like I said, it's like the reality turned out to be less so. And now there's lots of live action Star Wars now, and most of it's garbage. So it would have been better. It would have been better for the franchise if it had remained, kind of, not dead, but on life support, however you want to describe it. It's like it was actually pretty cool, to be a Star Wars fan. It's like there was a ride at Disney in the 90s, the Star Tours thing. There was until what was it, 97 or so. There was is when West End Games lost the license for the Star Wars RPG. It's like that was good shit. And there were all those video games that were so awesome, and I mean, if you were a true Star Wars fan, meaning you were a fan of Star Wars beyond simply the theatrically released movies, then Star Wars was quite alive and well. It's only the normies, comparatively, that were like, oh, Star Wars is dead. It's like, let it die. Let it remain dead. Let it rest in peace.
Compared to the type of money they were bringing in when there was movies to push the toys and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why George had to haggle for the price he got out of Disney, because Disney's money cruncher sat down and they're like, look, it ain't worth $4 billion no more. Maybe it was 20 years ago when the prequels were hot, but it's not now. And he didn't like hearing that, and that's the sad truth of it. So,
which is utterly ridiculous because, quite frankly, properly managed, it would have been worth way the fuck more than that. You could have made so much money if you'd properly managed it. I maintain that. That's somebody who knew what the fuck they were doing could have done such a good job with Star Wars. There's so much potential there, and it's all been pissed away. And what I can't get over is that Disney paid $4 billion or something, 4 point something billion or whatever, for all of it, for the whole thing. And then they turned right around and they built, the Star Wars area of Disneyland, and I think the price tag on that was like $2 billion. And like, there's only like, initially there was like one ride, and I think maybe they opened a second one, but it's like it was a waste of money because there wasn't hardly anything that was actually Star Wars. It was all bullshit from their new trilogy. And it's like, there's not even that much stuff there. How can you possibly have spent $2 billion fucking dollars building that? And then they spent, I assume, basically the same amount to build another one at Disney World in Florida. It's like, what the fuck? How can you waste that much goddamn money on this shit? And not have made something worthwhile. But, again, the fucking possibilities were so great. Can you imagine? There were some people on the internet that made up pictures of artist renderings or whatever of a Star Wars world or Star Wars land or whatever, and it's like, if they'd done anything even remotely like that, if they built shit based on the original trilogy, even the prequels perhaps, it would have been phenomenally popular. It would have been amazing. I mean, obviously they wouldn't have actually had it built by now. They'd still be in the process of building a new park based entirely on Star Wars. But it's like that might be enough to make me find the fucking money and actually go back to Disney again. We went multiple times when I was a kid, but I've never been as an adult. And I've again pretty much resigned myself to that. It's like, that's over. That taking vacations to Disney is a thing of the past for me. But I might actually go if they built a Star Wars world. They built a whole fucking park based on it. On the actual Star Wars. Or I would have. They've mismanaged it so much that even if they tried to do that now, I'd be like, no, fuck you. But anyway. But yeah, I have to disagree with Tom there to a certain extent. It's like the idea that Star Wars was dead. It's like, no, it may have been dead from a normie perspective, but from the perspective of true fans who were actually into all the shit that was going on, it didn't feel dead at all. Star Wars felt plenty alive.
Yeah, these things fluctuate. If they come back and they keep going in a direction where things can be successful, then the franchise is going to be worth more. That's why Marvel is worth 10 billion times more than it was 20, 30 years ago. We could have probably got together, pooled our money, and bought Marvel 30 years ago. You realize that, right?
I'm reading some books about the finances
Too bad that somebody didn't.
stuff of the comic book industry. You'd be surprised how cheap certain things were paid for and how much you could get for a dollar.
The biggest filing in Hollywood, I guarantee you, is going to be looked back on is Paramount not buying Marvel for like $12 million.
Yep. Sony also had an opportunity. I read a good
I
article.
think it was even cheaper for them, if I remember right. Too.
Yeah, they could have bought. Oh, we just want Spider-Man instead. Look, Sony, go back in time and fix that shit. I mean, a Spider-Man fronted Marvel Universe. There were a lot of shit movies in the early 2000s, but there were a lot of pretty solid ones
Guess
too.
what? There's going to be a time when Marvel ain't worth shit again. But then it's going to come back around. It's just going to happen. DC has done the same thing now how many times?
I don't know. DC is a different story. Because I think that AT&T I think they will actually fucking close shop on DC. They don't watch it.
No, Monkey Jeebus, that was just before Avengers and stuff. That was even after a couple of the Marvel movies. They still
Yeah,
were.
I'm pretty scared for DC, to be honest.
Yeah,
Well,
they're so screwed. They really are.
That's just because Warner's a mess.
Yeah, Jim Lee. I don't think he's long for this world working there.
Well, for him, why would he want to be? I mean, he's co-publisher. He's a multi-millionaire. How many times over? I mean, he probably still get X-Men royalty checks to this day.
Technically,
All he needs to do is just create art. Okay, he doesn't even charge shit.
he's technically in charge of both right now. I mean, he's the go-between between DC and the films. He's supposed to be overseeing the continuity in the films now.
Jim Lee's not the right guy for that. Jim Lee's a great artist. He is
He's
not
an
the right
artist,
writer.
exactly.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. I think as soon as this whole thing with hashtag Stop Asian Hate disappears, you'll see him exit at DC.
Well, we've been saying for how many years that the guys who've been working in the DC animated side should be, running the shit. But anyway.
I would have said that years ago, but so many of those guys are gone now. It's like you're not going to get everyone back. You're not going to get Radomski, Dini, Tim, Romano. All these people aren't just going to magically come back.
No, but you can get Paul Dini. You can get what's his face.
Well, I'm sure you get some of these people still work for Warner Brothers, still doing animation. I'm sure they're still out there and ready to work. I mean, shit, that guy that we had on the channel, Russell, he worked on Batman the animated series. Like, there are people that love this shit and will go back to it. But I just think it's a little too late. You gotta understand something. People aren't going to forget all the reboots, no matter how much these companies want to tell us, oh, we can do it right this time, they'll still buy it. No, like Warner Brothers is about to royally screw the pooch with this Black Superman that they're going to try to push.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Tom said, I want them to do it because I want them to fail.
Exactly. Let
The
him.
actual one, I want them to pull.
At this point, I'm almost feel that way. Like, it makes me terribly sad because it means that I won't get to see the full fruition of like a Justice League that I think did it justice, as it were. That makes me sad because simultaneously I am.
I do want to do this shit though, mainly just to speed it up, Mary. That's another thing.
I agree.
It's like,
Yeah.
come on.
And I have to, like I said, I watched the X-Men cartoon in the 90s, and then later in the 90s, I guess, I don't know how, were they on at the same time? Yeah, there was some overlap, but I don't think they were on quite at exactly the same time. The Spider-Man cartoon of the 90s. And I don't remember if it was from the 80s or if it was like from the 70s and they just reran it in the 80s when I was a kid, but there was a Spider-Man cartoon on then too, I think. And I don't know, probably some other shit. And obviously, it's like growing up I watched reruns of the Wonder Woman, Linda Carter Wonder Woman, and reruns of the Super Friends. And it's like I have to admit the prospect of a properly done I'm not super familiar, like I said, with the comics, so it's like I don't know for sure what are the big storylines or whatever of the Justice League. It's like I don't know for sure. Probably most of the big storylines from the Justice League have already been done in animated form, because DC's done a lot of animated movies, and they're probably better than any live action shit you're ever going to see, unfortunately. I mean they're good, but it's like they're like I said, it's like they're not going to do it. They're not going to. They may not ever even do more live action Justice League. They may not get around to that. The whole thing may collapse before then. But at the same time, it's like still feels like if it was properly done, it'd be wonderful. But that's the thing. It'll never be properly done. Like, you want that. If you're a fan of Superman or Wonder Woman or whatever, you want to see that. You want to see those movies, but they're never going to be as good as they should be. They're gonna cast people who don't fucking belong, like Ezra Miller as the Flash. They're gonna they're gonna make they're gonna do like for like Zack Snyder is like they're gonna do it too dark and too edgy, and it's like it's not right. It just doesn't fit. I mean, it's like, does DC have dark storylines? Sure. Do they have the dark settings and whatnot? Sure. But they but also there's always that hope and optimism side of things that is supposed to be there, that for some reason seems to always get lost when they try to do live action adaptations. Well, not always, but often. It's like you go back to the 70s and 80s and the Superman movies, and it's like those were more lighthearted or whatever. I mean, it's the tone was just more appropriate. And the tone has been appropriate in things probably like I guess like Lois and Clark or or even Smallville. It's a different sort of thing, but still it's like that whole optimistic thing. It's like that's there, and then you go to Man of Steel or whatever, and it's like it's not there. It's dark and dreary, and it's like, the fuck is this shit? It didn't EVS say something about like that the Man of Steel version of Superman, like he's afraid of that guy. It's like he's he would be afraid of him. It's like he'd worry that version of Superman is going to kill you and your family, and not think twice about it. Maybe not on purpose, maybe just accidentally, as he destroys an entire fucking city having a fight with a superpowered bad guy, instead of, as he should be, trying to take the fight someplace else to get out, to get away from potential casualties, and but they I don't know. It's like it's like some kind of fucking psychological blind spot for people that make these movies. It's like they don't ever consider a truly good superhero. It's like, would he be risking all of these people by having a big knockdown, drag out fight in the middle of a highly populated city? No, he wouldn't. But we can't say that, because then we wouldn't get to destroy all these skyscrapers.
Yeah, just get it over with.
Get it over with, rip the Band-Aid off. Okay.
Because the longer they drag this shit out, they need a bunch of high-profile failures. Like, we were on the verge, right? Like, between You know, Charlie's Angels, Birds of Prey, those kind of movies really hitting the wall. If we wouldn't have got shut down, I'm willing to bet that by now
Like
they've
that. Yeah.
been kind of on this turnaround of, okay, we got to
I mean,
change.
well, how long can you really limp along, right? So, like, at some point, somebody's gonna get sick of it and burn it down and say, okay, so like, honestly, just scrap it and let's go. I felt like they had a potential opportunity with Flash to do like a soft reboot, you know, but they're not gonna do that at this point, and so it's just sort of like, okay, so let's just burn it down. Yeah, I'm with it.
Well, and here's the thing too. I mean, look what happened last year with the shutdown with Diamond. You know, they were shut down for what, 4 or 6 weeks, and basically they had to take out a bunch of loans to stay alive. I mean, literally. I mean, they basically were talking about how healthy the industry is, and they had to go and take out a bunch of loans because they're closed for a month.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Good Lord. Good
Yeah,
Lord.
and now nobody wants to deal with Diamond. Marvel and DC have gone and found alternate ways to go and get their distribution taken care of. Diamond will be lucky if they last another 5 years.
I can't believe Warner didn't do that with DC years ago. And I've said that before. Like, I cannot believe it because they have been so independent all these years that I cannot believe that they dealt with that bullshit all that time. With
Well,
Diamond.
there's a lot of precedence in the industry for the decisions, but like, really, not everyone can handle that too. I know Warner Books has their own imprint, but like, there had to be cost analysis for it.
Oh, I'm sure to a point, but like here's my point is this: like that was how I know most people I do at Warner's is through my video connections back in the day because they didn't go through any dealers. They did everything direct to store. They did all their own shit. They did all their own printing of videos, and that was why it was a big deal this last week or the week before when they announced the deal that they were closing down their facility and then working now with Universal for all their future Blu-ray and DVD and physical media stuff because Warner was still one of the last big ones out there that were independent still doing it. And yeah, so I mean, the fact that they were always that independent with that side of things, it just boggled me because they had how many different printing companies underneath Time Warner? I mean, they have their own distribution deal with the magazines.
I have to apologize. I made a promise I would be somewhere else.
No problem, man. That's cool.
But I want to thank
I think there
so
was a
much.
super chat that was aimed at you just a second ago, though. Dr.
Oh,
Idiot.
let me
Mary,
show-
the best medicine, it tastes bitter. Yeah.
The best
Yeah.
medicine tastes better.
Yeah.
Raimi
that was
Spider-Man
all about
2 is
it.
excellent.
I'm on board with burning it down.
Although,
It doesn't hurt and it doesn't mean that
A lot
it's
of people
so
hated
I'm-
the
I'd
Spider-Man
love to see
3,
it.
and
I'd
it's
like
like,
to see it
it
done
definitely
justice
needed to be
to it.
better, but I
You
didn't
know, you're
fucking
right,
hate
we'll
it.
get another
You know,
opportunity.
Well, and that's part of the issue. I mean,
It was-
nothing lasts
no,
forever.
it was
Remember
okay.
Academy Awards? I mean, yeah, they've been dead for like 20 years now.
But hey, Spider-Man's got a million and one opportunities,
Killed by
so
George
it's still
W.
okay.
Bush.
Yeah, exactly. The IP is always bigger than any failure to get into her. So.
Ugh, sorry.
I don't know, man.
In
Batman
business
was
for
backseat 18
100
months.
years, right?
Yeah, but that was not because of Batman, though. That was because of Warner Brothers' stupidity.
I'm glad we had an 8-year hiatus. But Mary, I know you gotta get going. Thank you for joining us tonight. We'll have you back real soon.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks so much for inviting me. Comics, you are an absolute joy as always.
Thank you.
It was so fun to be around you. Mecha, you're glorious and beautiful. Tom, so great to spend time with you. Love you, Desi.
She's in the bath. Oh, she says she loves you back.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you all later.
Bye.
Bye.
So, tonight.
So there
we're
she
gonna
ducked
have an
out
artist
and-
stream, so I'll be over there hanging out with
Yeah.
a few other artists and
No real
I'll be here to
hostility,
I'll be there.
particularly
When
when she was
Dude,
there.
I will say this, and I fucked up royally. I have had a lot of women say that to me, and I should have pulled that trigger because fuck, I didn't realize they were serious.
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, a good chunk of it happened in college when I had girlfriends. I was like, I'm not that kind of guy.
It's
But
so sweet that you're that naive, though.
don't worry, I've had my fun. But never as an artist.
I find it admirable.
Lovable?
Lovable.
Akbar?
It's a pussy trap.
That's a different conversation. We'll have that on WCBS. So, Primer.
So, yes, let's get suggest.
Yes, NG1T, thank you very much for the Keep It Up Super Chat sticker again. TLJ Screwjob says, does Golgo have the
Traps
outpay
are
for
gay.
Yes, that is TLJ Screwjob. That is Golgo 13. That is the one where the prostitute that he had paid or got to, had brought.
Hey,
brought
but
to him.
if they're
It's
good
something
enough
I need more,
looking,
like,
yeah,
it's
it's
that kind of show. It's pretty interesting. Philip Booty, thank you very much. Says, I would love to see game studios making difficulty levels on games called I'm a games journalist. I suck at games. I don't want to cry.
They legit want one. They want a level for games journalists. It's ridiculous.
Dude, I'm playing Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I put it on the second to last difficulty. Usually when I play like a platform, I put it on the hardest difficulty because I get all the shit
Some
once.
game
I
studios
like
should
getting
just
shit
do
because
that.
By the end of the game, I'm awesome at all the combat.
They really should. They should
I
have
keep-
the easier
I
than
wonder why
easier level and
people-
just label
the
it
critics, like the actual professional critics of comics and video games,
Game
want the
Journal.
elements that make them fun
Yeah.
and unique removed because the
Play on
challenge of the
Game
game is
Journal
what makes it a
level.
game.
I hate that everybody gets a trophy generation. That's why.
Dude, when Mary was here a second or a moment ago, we were talking about the game console stuff. It's a moment of pride, like a notch on your belt. I beat Zelda, I beat Ocarina of Time, I did that. Like these games used to mean something. Like even up until the Xbox achievement points, it's like yeah, I got all 1,000 achievement points. Like gamers always take pride in the difficulty and the challenge. And I hate that they want to make it like sit down, press X, watch a 40-minute cutscene, make a statement about political something, win awards. Like fuck off, Last of Us. I hate you. I don't promote hate, but I can hate a product. Hate that video game.
And I think the guy who created that should stick his dick in a pencil sharpener.
You might not reach the sides. Anyway,
I hate pigeons.
I like turtles though.
I love turtles.
Joseph Yanowich says, it's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. And I'm a size hoe. Oh, God, we have a trend now. Doug Keller asks, Jeff, when are you moving into your new mansion? Doug, I wish a 2-bedroom apartment was a mansion, but I'm just very happy to get out of my nightmarish living situation. When it's behind me, I will give you guys a quick rundown, but I don't want to live here and still talk about it. Primer says, I can see it now. Jeff Hicks, world-class gas runner. It's a dark world out there, man. I gotta keep myself safe and finance this operation. You talk about independent art, that is awesome, but it's it takes time.
Now we know what your next comic is going to be. It's going to be Mad Max Jeff running gas.
Pretty much. I always thought the smuggler light sounded interesting. Actually, let me get a pen.
Here's your chance.
Yeah. You joke, folks, but all the stuff in the jokes on the show, they have historically gone places. Stealing Solo started as a joke on this podcast. Well, on the WCBS podcast. So you never know where Gas Runner Jeff can go next. I mean, I would refine it. Gas Runner Jeff doesn't have any ring to it. No sex appeal. It's not like Buffalo Jeff. That just drips with it. But moving on. TLJ Screwjob says, why couldn't Max Zorin have won? I've wondered that question many a times. Christopher Walken didn't have all the wrong ideas, did he? I don't remember exactly what his plan was. Do you guys?
I just know there's more cowbell involved.
Yeah. Zenor Skullhunter79 says, no gas means that people won't be able to escape Buffalo Jeff. Ah!
Nobody escapes me ever.
Oh, God.
Doug Keller, thank you very much. He says, eventually the future is going to be the movie Upgrade.
Probably.
Every time somebody says the word upgrade, I think of the movie Idiocracy.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
He will
Upgrade.
burn me.
Yeah, he does.
At the very end, Yen freezes.
Dude, I always think of the follow-up line, too, where Luke Wilson's like, oh, I had a roommate in college named Luke. Is it like that? It's like, no, it's not, Joe. That is such a great movie. Folks, if you haven't seen it,
Great film.
It's the reality we're living in, folks.
yeah.
Before Disney gets rid of it.
Merlin's id says, hack the phallus, hack the phallus. That'd be terrible if you're a cyborg guy and you got like, oh, okay, that would be I'm going to write this one down and not tell it publicly. Fuck it. All right, do me a favor. Let's talk about the next super chat. I'm going to write this one down. It says, it comes from Incognito, one of my favorite screen names. Life has meaning because we can change it. Some multi-billion-dollar company somewhere, probably. What do you feel about the philanthropy of some of these businesses? How hard do you roll your eyes?
Pretty hard, honestly.
I can see it in my brain.
My next favorite thing next to the philanthropy is the corporate virtue signaling. That's fantastic too. I don't know. I got to the point where I was kind of outraged at first. Now I just don't care. It's just like, yeah, whatever. I just ignore it.
Yeah, I've noticed that the outrage stuff is just making me roll my eyes on certain things too. Sorry, that story idea had to be written down. It's $1 million concept. So see you at the movies, folks.
That's all right. I tell my ideas, so I have like actual like I go TM copyright. You can't steal it. It's in the public. But
I have a lawyer who coaches me on the right things, Tom.
hey, then I can prove that I came up with it in a date.
He's like, yeah, the nice part is like being on a stream. There's a nice digital stamp. Like, oh, 9:10 p.m. Pacific on May 11th. Jeff said shit. And I did. Incognito, thank you very much. Adam Wofford, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Adam says, there should be a law here where if you want to be immortal, you have to use it to help and guide people with your knowledge and wisdom so future generations won't make the same mistakes. That's a really cool idea.
That's what Twitter's for.
They'll
It's
change
stupid
it.
ages.
Well, Twitter's going to get liked one day.
I totally hope.
Is there anything in society with less value than
Laws,
Twitter?
more laws. That'll fix it.
Instagram, Facebook,
Karen's.
Disney.
Yeah,
Yep.
thank you, Raylos. Adam Wofford, thank you very much. He says also, Mary, that's the question from Ghost in the Shell. It's where human ends and the machine begins. And if someone is too machine, does it still have a soul? I need to go back and watch Ghost in the Shell.
Dude.
Again.
No, it doesn't.
Have you watched the anime series, Stanley Complex? It gets really deep into that because there's an issue too where the Tachikomas basically become self-aware, and it doesn't really cause a problem, but it kind of does. But it's really great because it's that the idea is.
Just a side note here about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, in my opinion, and the opinion of a number of other people, is that it's not possible. You're never going to see true I mean, they already have algorithms and things that are called artificial intelligence, but it's not self-aware. You can't program sapience. So, sorry, but the idea of an intelligent machine, the way that they're intelligent in sci-fi stories or whatever, never going to happen. It's not possible. And if you get transferred into a machine, it's like, that's not you. That's just some information. And it very likely wouldn't even be capable of doing anything. It'd just sit there. So, sorry, machines don't have souls. Artificial intelligence, not really a possibility.
When does a man stop being a man and become more machine? And when does a machine become more like a man? Or human, if I want to be more inclusive, I suppose. But you can kind of get the idea. And it's a great fucking story.
That trope, I am very hard on the subject, but I like how it's handled in that, like Ghost in the Shell. I like that question. I don't like how it's handled in Blade Runner, and I do like how it's handled in earlier stuff like Twilight Zone. But maybe it's just another like an Eastern approach to that on top of just a few other things. I like how Ghost in the Shell handles that.
Yeah, and the Stanley Complex really gets deep into it because there's a lot of stuff that gets covered in the manga that's in Stanley Complex that's not actually covered in the 90s movie. The 90s movie is good, but the actual OAV is way better.
I'll have to check it out because I've seen whatever the original thing was, the movie where the guy loses his eyes and all that shit. The one that the live action one basically rips off. I've seen that one before the movie came out.
Yeah. I think a lot of stuff they based off of Second Gig.
Okay.
Yeah, they kind of hodgepodged some stuff. They stole some stuff from the movie and then kind of hodgepodged it with Second Gig, and I didn't bother seeing it. I knew it was going to be terrible, unfortunately.
I'll save this for another show since we're getting ready to close this one out in a moment. But I've been getting all these manga and anime packages in the mail, so when I move, I'm going to sit down and watch some cartoons. I'm looking forward to this shit. So I'm going to tell you what I'm watching, and then we can maybe get each other recommendations. And that goes to everybody.
Almost an hour to go.
TJ Screwjob says, so no car.
Getting ready to close it out.
No, actually being a youthful body and not being an old man in an old man's body. That was the stupidest thing ever.
Now, that nobody guy says, an upload of your consciousness is a copy. It's not you. You would die. They kind of tackled this in Star Trek with Riker Transporter copy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? What exactly is you? Is it the your own personal algorithm that's in your head? And if you're able to copy that, that's also the kind of thing with Ghost in the Shell 2 gets into is like, the whole thing is, do androids have souls, or do AIs have souls, or is it just people, or do people even have souls to begin with? I mean, that's the thing that is kind of interesting about it. And they also kind of cover that in Altered Carbon as well, because you have the whole thing with like double sleeving. And
we do have souls.
Of course, there's the transporter thing in Star Trek. Are you even you anymore once you transport? And that's the reason why McCoy hated it.
I need to get caught up. I've seen all the TOS, but I need to rewatch all the TOS and the cartoon. I can't do it.
As an aside, about the transporter, or in Star Trek or any similar such system in any other sci-fi, there's two things actually I want to note there real quick, as long as we're on the subject. People have talked for many years about how what the transporter actually does is it kills you and just makes a copy of you someplace else, because it takes you apart at the molecular level, transforms your molecules into energy, beams that energy into, another place, wherever that is, down on the planet, whatever, and then reassembles, it in the pattern or whatever, and rematerializes you as matter. But a lot of people have said that it involves a suspension of consciousness. You die on the transporter pad, and then a copy of you with your memories and whatnot that appears to be you, but it's really not you. It's not the same you. It's a different you. It's a copy, is what materializes someplace else. So really, you're being killed over and over again when you use that technology. A lot of people have said that. There's two things to note about that. One is in an episode of The Next Generation, Lieutenant Barclay is experiencing some kind of transporter phobia. He keeps claiming that when he's in the beam, he can see something, some kind of worm creature moving around in it, and everybody tells him that he's just paranoid or whatever, and that's not really happening. And then at the end of the episode, you discover that, well, actually, those things moving around were crew members from this other ship or whatever that were stuck in the transporter buffer or something. So they were still alive in there, and he grabs one and pulls it into the beam with him, and it rematerializes as one of the crewmen. And then, other characters get on and to go collect the others that are there. But that episode, as near as I can remember at least, demonstrates that he's conscious during the entire process of being transported. So it doesn't involve a suspension of consciousness, apparently. At least not according to that one particular episode. The other thing that I will mention is if you accept the secular worldview that we're just moist robots, then yeah, probably if any sort of teleportation technology ever existed, it would basically be you stepping into a box that kills you and makes a copy of you that steps out on the other side. However, if the Christian worldview is correct, then it's possible that even though your physical body is dying, technically, that because it's being instantly recreated someplace else, it might still be you. Because while the brain is merely matter, the mind has a transcendent element to it because the mind is connected to your soul. And because your soul is not a physical thing, it can't be destroyed or recreated or anything, and instead it might recognize that, oh look, what I'm supposed to be linked to has just reappeared over there, and reconnects, and it really is you. So there's two ways. There's the Barclay episode idea that you don't actually experience a disruption in consciousness anyway, or there's the what if the Christian perspective, worldview is correct, and you have a soul, and that would actually mean that, even if you do die, doesn't matter, because the essential you is your spirit. That transfers right to the next body, the copy, and so everything's fine. So, take your pick. Either one allows you to get around the concept of, oh, you're really just, murdering people and creating copies of them over and over and over again. Of course, the reality, of course, being that the only reason that it existed at all is because they wanted a cheaper way to get, the characters from one scene to the next, instead of having to be like, and there we have the transition scene of the space shuttle going down from the ship to the planet over and over and over again. That costs money. Let's just have them blink out here and blink in there.
Next gen in one sitting. Anyway, I'm not sorry. Anyway, moving on. Daring too much for Jeff. Look up HBO Real Sports star Hugh Her turning humans into Supermen video clip on YouTube. Replacing human limbs is possible. Robot legs now full functional. I'll check that out. I'm very fascinated on that. I think it's just a weird ethical or something I feel strongly about with replacing it for the people that lost it for reasons, but as a science, I'm fascinated by it.
I honestly, because of my issue with my eyesight, because I am legally blind in one eye, I would love to have cybernetic eyes. I mean, that would just make my life so much easier.
I mean, I know it seems like a pipe dream, but really, pooling efforts, how many years would it take for society if they could get over some ethical shit too with certain research for science? Like maybe they could just fix that, get to that singularity point in terms of that, and the world would be a better place. That's what I'd like to see. Even if we,
and that's why
instead of a cyborg eye, why not just a cloned eye? You know,
I can see it now. We have the Council Wars.
why not just figure out a way to do like stem cell shit or something? Like, they could do that. I've read about that. It's like I've read about that someplace. Supposedly they can like regrow teeth now. You know, they can take like stem cells or some kind of shit and implant it where you've lost a tooth, and it'll grow a new tooth. It'll grow a new permanent tooth where you lost one. I don't know how fucking expensive it is, but they can do that. Shouldn't they be able to do the same thing with your fucking eye eventually? You know, grow you a new fucking eye. Wouldn't that be better than some weird mechanical thing that... I don't know. I mean, just... Every time people talk about, cyborg body parts or whatever, I keep thinking about, like, the Cybermen, and the new Doctor Who in, what was it, season 2 or something, where he comments that they have all the emotions removed, and Rose asks him why, and he says, because it hurts. It's just existing as they do is painful. So you can't afford to have any emotion. It's like, it seems like there would probably be... I don't know. There's something very unnatural about it. I mean, obviously there is, but you know what I mean. Like, I mean, like I said, it's like with all the technology that they have in Star Wars, it's like it is a kind of odd thing that they have cyborg body parts. It's like, oh, you got your hand chopped off? Well, here's a new mechanical hand. And it's like, okay, that's a quick fix, I guess, if you can do it like that, but wouldn't it actually make more sense to be like, well, we managed to get to you in time. Here, let us strap this, this sort of, pocket of regenerative fluid shit or whatever, nanotech or something, and it's going to take a few months, but you're going to grow a new hand. It's like, to me, like exploiting, biotech or whatever to make us regrow body part. I mean, lizards can fucking regrow their goddamn tails. That's something that just is. Always has been. That's something from nature. It's like, why don't you just figure out how to make that happen in the human body instead of like, oh yeah, let's replace your leg with a piece of metal. Let's replace your eye with some weird camera thing. It's like, how about instead we just figure out how to make you grow a fresh eye or a fresh leg or whatever? Doesn't that seem like a better solution? I mean, it does to me. It's like, if I got my hand chopped off, I would much prefer that you grow me a new goddamn hand instead of stick a fucking piece of metal on there and say, there you go, you're good as new. It's like, no, it's not. It's not fucking good as new. Even if I can eventually make it work like my hand did before, it's still not good as fucking new. And never will be. Whereas, if you grow me a new one, it's like, yeah, it probably will be basically good as new.
What was it? The game that had Adam Jensen in it. Oh crap.
By the way, keep this one for a second. I'm gonna switch rooms.
Okay. Well, anyway, so they get in kind of the whole thing with the ethics of the cyberization, and what ends up happening is they end up releasing this virus that drives everybody who has prosthetics and cybernetics, crazy. Yeah, DSX. Thank you, chat. I was totally blanking on that. But I like that kind of plot line. The guy that invented cybernetics basically is like, the cybernetics are bad. Am I seriously I'm the only one unmuted?
And that is probably a real thing to worry about. It's like, if you actually get to that point where, oh yeah, there's widespread usage of technology inside the human body, you will see people fucking figure out how to hack that shit, and, you'll be, instead of ransoming a fucking pipeline, they'll be ransoming your body parts. It's like, oh, guess what? It's like, you want your artificial lung to keep working? Guess what? You better pay up, bitch.
You're the only one not talking.
You mean I'm the only one talking?
Yeah, that.
Okay.
So Jeff's gone. We can say all kinds of crazy shit now.
Jamaram?
Jamaram!
Oh, God.
I think it's hilarious. I laugh every time he plays it.
Jamaram.
I can't believe they named it that.
Jamaram.
Why would they name it that? Just so you can make... That's all they do. They name these outrageous... They do this outrageous crap.
And
They're
Mecha
trolling
finally
it. That's
begins
what
to
it is. They're
talk
just trolling
again.
you into complaining about it. They're making it like, how outrageous can we make this for marketing?
Yeah, seriously, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, to a degree.
Like, nobody was talking over her.
Just
She
because
just
it's
wasn't
troll-based
saying
doesn't mean
anything.
It's going to sell anything.
Exactly.
I mean, because even I've got to the point where it's like, even like the really awful Marvel comics that I used to make fun of, I don't even bother buying. I mean, it's just, it's terrible.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I don't give money, you know, when I can avoid it to a lot of these things. I mean, some things you have to for, you know, if you're a YouTuber and you do a channel based on these things. But you know, if it's my own personal time and energy and money, I'm not gonna buy like a Star Wars High Republic book. You know, I just won't review the thing. I don't care enough to waste my time and energy when I know it's gonna be garbage.
Well, that's the thing too. I mean, like back in 2017 when I started my channel, Marvel was so terrible that, you know, I mean, the stuff, I mean, was so woke, it was bad. I mean, it was hilariously bad because they got really untalented people to write this shit, and it was funny. It was funny to read. It was funny to make fun of. After that, they got smart and they started going and incorporating. Well, they got better artists and better writers to do this woke stuff, and it was a little bit more subtle. And so it was a lot more difficult to make fun of. Anyway, but then again, they have the United States of Captain America, which is going to be all kinds of made fun of.
No, well, they're making these. Okay, so Captain America is racist because he's a white guy now. So it's not racist all of a sudden for them to make him a stereotypical Native. Like does this guy own a casino? He's that much of a stereotype. This Native American character that they have. He probably does. Like that's all he can do is stereotype.
Yeah, they used to be able to do-
Sorry,
I
go
was
ahead.
gonna say they used to be able to do archetype characters, where maybe some of the things would be like, oh, okay, of course he's this, or of course he's that, but they've forgotten archetypes and replaced them with stereotypes. So because these people aren't talented writers, Mecha, like
No.
I wouldn't put this shit past them. Is what I'm saying.
Oh God, it's terrible. I don't see how they can survive as a company doing this garbage.
I don't know.
I mean,
Now,
what's their plan? Like, what are their plans for survival? Just what, annoy us all until
I think their plan for survival is to outlast us. I mean, I think that's part of the issue. No, I'm serious. I mean, you look at the whole thing that we're seeing, like this indoctrination going on in schools. I mean, once you get the kids with the ideology, it's like smoking, right? Once you hook the kids,
Yeah.
you know, it's a lot easier to sell this product.
Well, I think that's what Disney was doing all along. I mean, they're making bright and colorful, appealing to children, and you know, they're throwing all this identity crap. Look at the Cartoon Network. You know, be anti-racist, see color
Oh, Jesus.
stuff. I'm like, that's the opposite of, you know, we were just supposed to treat people like they
Except
worked
the
in
SJWs
Jumper cables up to MLK's
don't
body,
buy
and
anything.
And plug it into a battery because he's basically spinning in his grave right now.
The virtue
Really, like,
signal
this
that they like
But
your
it never stops to these
product
people
when it's
because
woke.
you know, and I blame us in
But
Gen
they
X
never
because
spend
we
money
passed
on
the
it.
Generation. You know, we
So-
didn't actually do anything. But you know, that's kind of the problem is like we let these crazy people kind of take over.
It's
and
not
do
a
everything.
solution.
We have to put a stop to it. We have to call them out. We have to stop it. We have to get on Twitter and fight these people at their level.
Meanwhile, the rest of the world has real problems that we're
I know.
complaining about SJWs.
Well, the SJWs are part of the real world problems too.
They
though.
are,
They're
I know.
affecting everything.
We're
They
gonna have
don't
real
wait,
world
you know,
problems
just-
pretty
just
soon,
jackass
so
anyway.
don't worry about that.
let's talk about a man who doesn't have real world problems. Doug Keller sends in a super chat that says Elon Musk is turning into Drax from Moonraker. Are you guys ready for that? I'm ready for that. All I want to say to Elon Musk is if you ever hear the show, we will be your entertainment arm. We're right on brand with whatever FUD was supposed to be. So Elon, call us up.
Yeah, and welcome to Texas, man. Just leave your California politics in California.
Jay Fraser 360 says, Chat, have you seen or heard of Dark Side of the Ring? Yes, I have. He says it's a documentary series narrated by Chris Jericho focusing on controversial subjects and events within wrestling. Season 3 is currently airing. Well, Jay Fraser 360, I was not aware that Season 3 had started, so thanks for telling me that. Now, I have watched Season 1 and 2. I'm a huge fan of that show. I will say it is the best wrestling series produced about historical wrestling because it's the most honest. Unlike historically, the WWE likes to write their own narrative. So most of their documentary series will change things or be convenient because they want to promote this guy or this wrestler's on the outs with Vince over money. It's very pedantic and very school yard mentality. So that's why I respect Dark Side of the Ring. Now, Jay Fraser 360, I'll ask you a question. Have you seen or listened to the podcast that usually airs the day after? It's on the Grill and JR network with Conrad Thompson. Check that out. It's a great show too. It's a season 2, but it talks about each and every
I
episode.
watched
So it's a little more
wrestling briefly,
Skullhunter 79 says,
like
it's our own mortality
back
that
in
defines us. It's part of the truth
2000,
of our existence.
2001,
you guys know
maybe into 2002, but I don't think so.
No, I don't.
Nor do I. It was in quotes, and I was like, I
Just
want
for
to
a
like, oh, it's so
couple of
cool, this
years,
is really
basically.
Say it again. What was it?
It's our own mortality that defines us. It's part of the truth of our existence.
It sounds like a Spock thing almost.
Yes, but what happens if it doesn't need to define us? That's the thing.
I know you're probably gonna be like, we're not getting a club. Sorry.
I know at some point in time, it's like, yeah, I guess boredom would set in if you lived forever.
Fucking
Yeah, it's
allergies.
usually done everything at some point.
There was a great comic book series, so great in fact that I forgot the name of the title. I'm going to tell you off air. I mentioned it a bunch of times, but it's about a guy who just pretty much has lived for a long time. And he comes back to the world and starts working for this organization. It's basically like S.H.I.E.L.D., but for supernatural stuff. And I remember the name comics. I'm going to send you the link and ask you if you've ever heard of it. But
I'm pretty sure Carrot had said that, or Carrot Top, or whatever his name is.
hey, he was the chairman
So
of the
good he
board.
doesn't remember
Sounds
it.
very familiar.
TLJ Screwjob says,
Yeah,
no
happens
gas.
to me all the
Didn't pay
time,
his
too,
dues.
so.
No check.
No ticket.
I love that scene. I also love Big Trouble in Little China. What a fun movie.
Back when movies were fun. That's the thing that makes me really kind of nostalgic for like the 80s and 90s is that even like the crappy movies were better than what we're getting now. I mean, it's like, you know, I love Big Trouble in Little China. An Oscar-winning movie, it is not, but it is just fantastically fun. And it's cheesy and self-aware, and it's better than anything that we're going to get out of 2021.
Thank you, the original P-Dog 90. It is planetary. The name escaped me, but yeah, folks, check that out. Can't recommend it enough. It was a lot of fun.
Planetary?
Yeah, it's...
Never heard of it.
Is it Wildstorm? I think it's a Wildstorm book. It's... Oh, God. Is it Warren Ellis and John Cassidy? Is the team?
I guess maybe
Yes, check out
Jesse is
Planetary.
not actually part of the High Council because
that Nobody guy wanted to clarify. He says,
we
"My
heard a
favorite
lot
example
from
of
her
copy punch is
early
a better
on
example would be
before
Robot in
Mary
Business."
showed
I watched
up, I
it.
guess.
No,
But
On my radar. I need to watch it.
then she
I'm
just
aware of it.
like she was
but,
done.
I have no desire to go and watch it on Netflix. I'd rather get on my Plex server, but unfortunately, one of my
Okay,
PCs
have
is
fun
already
with your
stuff
show.
right at the moment.
Yeah.
I just been too lazy to fix it.
I have a friend who gives me access to his Plex server. It's so nice because he gets everything really quickly too. It's like, oh, the Bad Batch episode 2 is already on there. I'm like, well, shit, cool.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of my VMware machines crashed, and I just moved everything over, and I can't find Sonar or Radar the images for it, so I'm trying to figure out if I have that thing stashed on another volume someplace. So once I spin those VMs back up again, I can actually go and start collecting movies and TV shows again.
How big was your library at one point?
Oh,
my
my
library's
God.
still intact. I mean, I have like geez, hang on, let me log in my NAS. I can tell you.
I have opened Pandora's box, folks.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see here. How many terabytes do I have? Yeah, I have a lot of terabytes available. I only have 16 terabytes left.
Only?
Only.
Yeah, I have like a 45 terabyte array. So yeah, kind of like that.
Jeez.
Oh, damn. I am severely under
let's
staffed
see.
my computer. Let's see.
Yeah.
Doug Keller says,
I got a 6
Serial Mom's an
terabyte
underrated gem.
hard drive that
Is
I'm
it underrated?
gonna
I
need
thought
a
you
new
said
one
about
before long. It's almost full.
They may be underrated in the terms that it's not really talked about.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Like a lot of the John Waters films, sadly.
Yeah, I used up a little over half of my disk space.
Just a little over half. Holy shit.
Well, yeah, one year I got a rather lovely bonus from work, and I bought like $1,000
I
worth
don't-
of extra hard drives. And the reason why is because I want to say they're like 10 terabytes each. And if you shut the cases, you can actually use them as server drives because they're basically server grade hard drives, which means that their failure rate is a lot less. So I went and built my NAS using that, and yeah, I bought a shitload of hard drives. This is what board IT people do in their time. Just to let you know.
Believe me, boredom is a motherfucker. I get it.
Yeah.
I probably couldn't afford it, but it'd be nice to have
Massive hardware.
hard drives that don't fail as
It's-
often.
I think we just love to collect what we're into.
2014 was a really bad year for
Basically,
me.
my
It's
home
like
lab,
I had
it's just basically a bunch of older Dell
I
hardware
had
bought off a friend of
so
mine.
many
Yeah,
hard
still
drives fail
serviceable. And
on me
Because
that
then
year.
you can like have access to absolutely everything just digitally.
yeah,
You have all your stuff marked up.
Never had that
You know,
many
you can buy the
happen
Blu-ray,
again,
and it has a
although-
download code. You can download it, have a stored copy somewhere.
pretty
Yeah.
much.
Yeah,
Keeps
it's just a game
happening
that-
every now and
Yeah, so
then.
it's like free NAS is where it's at, and it's a great way of if you want to do Plex, which I use the majority of that for,
It's
and the
just
other
really
part of
shitty.
my disk space is going to my Kubernetes cluster.
You're what?
You're confusing Tom. So hard drive is where computers store things.
Damn DVD
Kubernetes
drive
is
apparently
a,
doesn't
it's a
work.
containerization platform. I don't
It's
expect
too
you to
bad
understand,
because I
but
really
it's
need to
basically
burn
Okay.
DVDs
That
as
got
backup
it.
because
These
apparently
are-
optical
Actually,
optical
Okay,
memory
containerization is
apparently
very
is
interesting. I
the
mean, a lot of
best
people
as
know
far
like
as
virtualization.
longevity
VMware
is
does,
concerned.
like, to a
You
degree.
keep it out of the
Amazon.
keep
and
it in the
then
dark,
Docker
and
is Docker.
it's supposed to last
It's,
for decades.
Containerization is kind of at the next level because
No
you have
problem.
hardware, and then most computers have like an operating system on that, and then you have a hypervisor, which is a kind of an operating system, which that's what allows you to run virtual machines. Which is
Appears to be
basically a way of running
true.
multiple machines on one bare metal machine.
Because I
And
just
then
listened to
containerization,
old
which is
mix
basically just
CDs and
containerizing
shit
a
that I
process,
hadn't listened
which
to
if
in
you know anything about Linux, you
more than a
understand
decade
what
probably,
process is. So like, web
and
server, that's basically a
they're
process
like
and
20
you
years
containerize that
old,
process.
and it's
And
like,
that's
yep,
what Kubernetes does. It's
they
a
all
orchestration
still work,
layer.
no problems.
All joking aside, when you break it down like that, I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So Linux is great if you have somebody there to like kind of help you through it. I think I found the one or two times I used it. This is a while back though. It's actually pretty useful, but then everything else is on Windows now. So it's like, okay, so well, everything I'm using is on Windows. Everything's here. But no, I think it's like.
I used to run Windows servers, but eventually I got to the point where I Windows was my background originally, and I was a Windows admin. I started, adminning into servers back in the 90s. What's that?
Isn't Linux like so much more efficient?
Oh, yeah, it's way
and,
better.
yeah, it's like it doesn't crash. You can do
Oh,
stuff.
it can crash. But, yeah, I
You
mean,
know what you're doing,
Yes,
like,
it
that's
can.
the one you want to go with, from my understanding. But man, I think there was so many of us. I tease Tom, but no, I'm like, I barely understand what he's talking about too. So I used to be married to an IT guy, so I'm like, I kind of know some of these terms. And I can kind of pick out a gaming rig if I need to. But
yeah, Yoda-sama, I'm actually not really a Linux guy. I mean, I know enough, and I wouldn't consider myself to be an admin. It's kind of the reason why I got into DevOps, because I suck at Linux. But yeah, automation is kind of the way to go. But anyway.
Philip Booty says Cecil Goodbye Horses Star Wars comp is good. Check it out. I have not seen it.
Goodbye, horses.
Well, yeah, that's what Buffalo Jeff used to do, is sing Goodbye Horses.
Why you call yourself Buffalo Jeff? Call yourself Spotty?
That would hurt.
I don't get it. I just don't understand.
I love this.
I don't know how I can do that. It just
I don't know, but really
It's like you're channeling him, man.
I don't. It just comes out. It's not like I'm thinking. Shit just rolls out my mouth.
I honestly think that you're really Cecil.
How the
It's like he
fuck
possesses my
do
body and it's like, that's what you
chords
say.
get so tangled up when they're doing nothing?
That's the Cecil.
You're not doing
Now,
anything.
Doug
It's
Keller
just
said
sitting
Doom Foster
there.
Director is done with Warner Brothers.
you
The same
know,
guy who directed Blade Runner 2049 was horribly.
fucking cord from
That was another
my
one that I was thinking about too. I know I said non-branded
headphones
ones,
is
so
just,
a lot of the sci-fi
it's
movies
curling
that are
up
considered,
and
Blade-
tying
tons of
itself
praise
in
Blade Runner
knots.
2049. Like Warner Brothers and these companies just care about the dollar. So
Oh, yeah, I mean, I get why people hate it. I think it's a very beautiful movie, from a cinematic standpoint. I mean, the plot's not that great, but just the visuals were just really well done. It's a shame there wasn't a better story attached to it.
Tom is not a postmodern Shirley MacLaine. He wears better shoes.
I still haven't seen Blade Runner 2049, so I can't really comment on any of its merits. But I want to watch it one day.
I have. It
It's one of the movies
sucked.
that's polarizing, though.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's like I don't hate the movie.
Yeah.
It's like I kind of I enjoy it for what it's worth. But it's like I'm not sure what they tried to do to the Blade Runner universe, but they kind of messed it up a little bit. They tried to pull a Matrix to a degree.
Yes,
but
I think the problem most people have with it is it kind of gives you answers that the first movie left open.
Yeah.
If you don't like those answers, you're not going to like the movie.
yeah, 'cause the whole. I mean, I know everyone here knows, but never mind. I'm not gonna say it.
Go for it. I
do
don't care.
Oh, the idea that Decker was supposed to be a replicant.
Well, that's kind of the question.
Okay. Yeah. It's like, I'm sorry, Doomcock. Nothing against him particularly. I was like, don't dislike him the way that some people apparently do, but he's wrong about that. By the way, Deckard is not a replicant. Okay, not. He was not. He was never intended to be. Give it a rest.
And yeah, it's up to you whether or not you want to accept the answer in Blade Runner 2049 is what I meant exactly. Yeah.
George Sculptor 79 says, "Where's my Prince Valiant movie? Development hell."
It's
Actually,
actually
Prince Albert in the can.
Christopher Mills asks, "Never considered streaming from Odyssey. What is that? Do you guys know what he's talking about?"
Never heard of it.
It's like an alt tech sort of. New
Odyssey.
tech,
Yeah,
right?
Odyssey's pretty cool.
I haven't used it, so.
Right now I'm enjoying StreamYard. As soon as I get, like I said, once I get my new computer, that's what the problem. This computer's just old. It's got a sound issue like a motherfucker. So we'll see. I think everything's gonna sound a lot better in a couple weeks. So.
Promises.
I already paid for this shit. Believe me. The only promise is this better be here by Friday because I paid $30 extra to get it. Lacking Level says, have you guys already talked about the Venom 2 trailer? We have not. What did you guys think? I thought it was a pretty decent trailer, even though I haven't seen the first Venom movie. I'm interested.
It's a Venom movie.
Did you enjoy the first Venom?
I didn't hate it. That was alright. I mean, it was one of those things where it was like, yeah, this is probably the Venom movie we got in 1997. It feels like a 90s movie. The only thing that just kind of is like, you're like, yeah, it would have been cooler if they could have connected it to Spider-Man in some way, but whatever.
Very hard
And the
for
only
me to
other bitch I
believe
have is like,
that it's actually
Brock is an
going to
asshole.
be anything like a 90s
and
movie.
they make this Eddie Brock,
Yeah.
too likable. So
Well, I mean, that's a problem. I mean, at some point in time, they kind of made him redeemable.
well, that's the thing is he's got to be the hero, so you're kind of stuck with that. But outside of that, I mean, as it is on its standalone self, it's not. It's mostly harmless, as they would say in The Hitchhiker's Guide.
I think a lot of it too is that when it comes to the characterization of Eddie Brock, from what I saw in the trailer is that there was no we, which is basically how Eddie and the symbiote see themselves. They see themselves as we, not as
He does say we a lot. The symbiote does.
Yeah, but Eddie should be saying we because it's kind of shared
He kind of
consciousness.
does by the end. That's kind of the point of the film is him just kind of coming to terms with, yeah, I'm stuck with this now, kind of thing. And I mean, I guess I got that out of the second trailer, and I got the humor in it, but I'm just not sure anymore. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I watched the trailer. It didn't really do anything for me. I mean, here's the thing. Venom is like one of my all-time favorite Marvel characters, and whenever they try to adapt him for the big screen, I mean, they always find a way of mucking it up. And you're right. Part of the issue with a Venom movie is that you need to have Spider-Man because you have to have him be a villain to Spider-Man before you can make him an anti-hero or make him a hero or whatnot.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's a problem in the tone. I mean, they basically kind of use him like a Deadpool character now.
Well, there's one other problem too, comics, and you know this. The form of Venom shouldn't look like this without
No,
Spider-Man.
I
Because
brought that up before.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly it because of the black uniform. So I mean, that's kind of the issue is that if you really want to do it right, you need to do a Venom movie. You gotta have Peter Parker in it, and honestly, that should be probably 3 movies if you're gonna get to it because you gotta have the first movie where he gets the suit. It's about him ending up battling the suit, and it ends with him getting rid of the suit. And then the second one would be about Brock getting the suit and Venom being a bad guy for like the next 2 movies before you can actually try and make him into an anti-hero.
Yeah, I gotta say, a Venom trilogy in the middle of a regular Spider-Man saga, I think would work really well. Like you do, really, you do Spider-Man 1 through 3.
Yeah, you can't rush it. That's the thing.
Yeah, because the black suit is a really important story, but the alien version of the costume is only the alien version for how many? Not as many years as people think, because he does go to a cloth version soon after.
Yeah, he does go to the cloth black suit. But ultimately, the only way, honestly, they'd be able to adapt it properly is just skip the origin and do something like Venom Lethal Enforcer, and have it exist where there is Spider-Man in the universe, and we know that he gets it from Spider-Man, so you kind of have that history, and you can do it like in a flashback really quick, summing up how he got the suit, and just move on. That's the only way you can really kind of do this right.
Did you see the movie or not?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I'm the only one who's actually watched this movie. Okay, they do kind of get around some of the Spider-Man stuff in the movie, and once you actually see it, they have subdued a lot of the things that kind of.
Wait a minute, Thomas watched the
But
movie.
overall,
Is
like
it
I said,
out?
It's one of those movies where the trailer really.
Did it
didn't do
come?
movie
I thought the.
justice. Like the movie is
I
actually.
thought they were talking about watching the trailer.
It's a good time. It's fun, and if you just kind of detach yourself from the Spider-Man part of it, it's kind of this cool, like edgy, like I said, it feels like the movie we would have gotten in 1997 probably, because New Line was going to make this movie then, and it's probably the same fucking script. I wouldn't be surprised, because it feels like a 1990s New Line movie, and that's why I think Jeff, you would probably enjoy it. You would probably have a lot of the same problems with it from the Spider-Man point of view, but you probably walk away from it going, you know what? If I can just kind of disconnect what Venom actually is in the Spider-Man universe and like this is its own kind of thing, you probably be like, yeah, I had fun watching it. You know, I mean,
I still want to watch it.
Yeah, there's some cool elements to it. And I mean, they kind of work with it, like as far as like instead of him doing the web slinging thing, it's just kind of like the symbiotes. They would make it like tentacles and shit like that. So it's just instead of it being the spider web kind of spinning, it's more the tentacles that are slinging out. And they made the eyes a little bit more different, so they look so much like Spider-Man. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so like when the symbiote is actually talking to him, it'll like form the head, and that's why the head looks like Venom. It just kind of has that kind of look to it. I mean, they kind of work around it. You know, instead of spider webs, it's veins all over him. You know what I mean? So I mean, they kind of yeah. I would love to see the R-rated cut. That's for sure.
What do you guys think of Woody Harrelson?
I honestly did not recognize him, and I honestly think he would play a great Cletus Cassidy.
Woody can do anything. Period.
Yeah.
So like that. Woody's one of those guys where you can put in just about anything.
I think he's a great actor.
Yeah, I do too. And I think he's definitely old enough to look like Cletus Cassidy.
You know, this was the first movie I've ever seen where even though the wig was pretty damn good, it's still weird seeing Woody Harrelson with hair. Like, I can't buy it, no matter how perfect it is. I'm glad they got him to play Cletus Cassidy, and yes, he needs to have the red hair, but I know it's a weird thing to discuss. But I don't know, is it maybe
You're
I can think
bald,
of
damn
other
it.
ones Jim Carrey or Nicolas Cage. Those are the only two I can think that are possibly going to handle it. And even those are probably the wrong.
Nick Cage? Oh god, no. Huh?
Yeah, not Nick Cage. I take that one back. Jim Carrey though, maybe.
Yeah, Jim Carrey. If he's he could definitely do it. Especially now the way he looks kind of weird.
Yeah, if he does brings the darker stuff.
Yeah, like he did with Kick-Ass.
Not wrong.
Jokey or goofy like Riddler.
Yeah, and like his other more serious films. Yeah.
Yeah, it isn't popular, but I would have liked to have seen Jim Carrey play the Riddler in the Nolan verse because his acting evolved.
It's kind of interesting when you think about it. We are kind of at that point where a lot of the movie stars that you grew up with or whatever, they're still around, but they look fucking old, man. Like really old.
He's playing Gorshin on crack. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It really is what he's doing.
Well, it's like, dude, it's like I love how they portray the Riddler in Batman the Animated Series. No, that was a fantastic portrayal of the character.
Great.
Yeah.
His ego and vanity are what make him a great villain. Because it's like, oh, I'm gonna tell you who I am, but you gotta play these games. And if you're so smart, why aren't you rich? It's probably that might be my favorite episode.
I don't understand why the third Batman movie of Nolan's wasn't the Riddler. It made the most sense. He's the most real world bad guy you can have. I mean, because guys like that could actually exist. So I mean, I don't understand why he didn't. Why he went with Bane is beyond me. Just because he wanted to do the guy that broke Batman's back. That's why probably. I don't know.
He did so poorly too. I mean, it looked comic accurate, but
I dislike. I've only seen that movie like twice.
not the character.
I just dislike that movie. It was not a good movie.
No,
I hate
terrible.
it. I don't like it.
Absolutely terrible. And they did Poison Ivy poorly too.
Oh, I was talking about Batman, the Rises one.
Yeah.
I don't like Batman and Robin either, but no.
Yeah.
Tom, I was with you on that whole anti-Dark Knight Rises train. Like I was riding.
I don't like it.
What's gonna break through? Your spirit or your body? Like,
Why we talk? So it makes it even more difficult to understand what I'm saying.
I mean, what was Nolan thinking with that? I mean, because he could have had a badass Riddler. I mean,
That's so Tucker saying Nick Cage as Mr. Freeze. Thoughts?
that's not a bad idea, actually.
If he could play, a deadpan stoic, yeah, then
Oh, you
maybe.
can do that. Just pay him a little extra.
But yeah, I mean, again, Mr. Freeze from Batman the Animated Series, best Mr. Freeze ever.
Nicolas Cage is one of those actors where you got to do one for him and then one for you.
Yeah.
So then you keep the one for you. Once in a while, you get one of those magic moments out of it.
Are you talking about lines or something else?
Just the way he delivers shit.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Like, you know, because like if you do subdued Nick Cage, you know, you just want him down here doing this stuff.
Well, dude, like
you
one
gotta
of his
cut around.
movies is leaving Las Vegas. I mean, shit.
he won an Oscar.
Yeah, I mean, fucking hey. I mean, that is like, talk about you practically cutting your own wrist by the end of the movie. But it is so fucking good.
Otherwise, that is a missed opportunity having Nick Cage in the classic Batman movies. Like, if anything, he should have been Mr. Freeze.
Well, they were so convinced making him Superman was a good idea.
Oh, yeah.
I'm more of an Earth Protector, Lois.
Yeah,
So
I never
would
heard
be
about
the
that
trailer
until
to see.
recently, and then I
thank you,
saw
Mighty
some
Levels for
videos
Super
on it, and it's
Primer
like,
says,
holy
"Big Finish is New
shit.
52 Starfire and Catwoman. Oh, their eyes are gonna burn.
Or
It's so funny
I guess
when
I
you
didn't
draw
pay
it.
attention to
It's
any of the
no one
90s
justified.
comics, where
Yeah,
apparently
yeah,
it
when
was
there's
canon in the
people
90s
drawing it,
that
just-
Superman had
Joe
long
doesn't
hair.
do
It's
anything
like,
to
that
women.
was so stupid.
Well, and again, I mean, I
It
know
just
I don't get
didn't
the
look
guy's
right.
idea.
It's like,
Well,
no,
the
Superman
Imperial
shouldn't
Temple,
have
the
long
Imperial
hair.
Lots. Oh my god, you're thinking
The
of
fuck?
curvy, busty women. You horrible person.
No, exactly. Well, not only that, they're not real. That's the other side of it. And then, you know, and need I remind, again, it's not like I don't understand what you guys were saying before either.
Nick
but,
Cage
these are
in
the same
that
people that wrote
fucking
articles about how, like,
weird
you know,
light-up
Robin Hood, the boxer
suit.
of the Disney movie confused their genitals as
Really
children.
kind
So
of,
figure it out.
Still trying to figure that one out.
really
Exactly.
kind of
Well, that's
more
why I said we're better off
reminiscent of Black Lightning
Well, I don't think we're better
suits
off ignoring it. I think we're better off
in,
blocking it, 'cause
in
Batman
the
is
in the
mockable.
CW
We also can't
series.
get butthurt if they turn around and get upset about it too. So,
Sure we can.
well, like I
Let's
said,
fuck them more.
it would be different if we weren't doing the same kind of shit to them on the other side, though.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Hostile Bogey Inbound. It's not just destroying beauty; it's total dismantling societal norms. Y'all love the show. Well, thank you, Hostile Bogey Inbound. Glad to entertain you. And now you just want to play Call of Duty.
Or if that was a triggering
until they
event
finish
there.
this out,
Tom just
Oh,
barely
let me get a
mentioned
little
that.
Until I said until.
Yeah, we're getting
Productivity
close
will go
now.
over.
We're getting close
Yeah,
to
actually,
the
productivity will
to
go
the
You gotta have all that energy. That's true.
There's a lot more angry people, I think, at that point.
Oh, we're all
Getting
well,
close
no,
to the
we've all been
blow
there.
up.
We know what's up. So. Those who
pardon me.
beauty seek destruction.
Exactly. Not wrong.
Double Seven Cloud says I watched Demon Slayer 4 times. I've seen the movie in theaters more than once, besides Joker, and that was just 2 times.
I need to still see it.
That's what I mean. There's stuff out there that if you put it out there, people will go see it. I mean, Godzilla vs. Kong is another great example of it. I mean, that movie has grossed more than the last Godzilla movie has, and that movie wasn't during a pandemic. And that's why Legendary
how
was
many
so
hours
fucking
has it been
pissed. 'Cause
since
they're
I had
look at
those
all the
onion
money and
rings,
stuff.
so I'm
Over
still
2 million
belching
people
them
watched
up.
Godzilla vs. Kong in the first week. Now translate that into movie tickets. It's a small chunk, but it's a big enough deal. But it also shows that people will go, and if they have the other option, it's there. But I don't think it's going to be as a detriment to the movies as people think it is. It's going to kill the smaller movies. Is what it's going to do. Because you're going to have a lot of movies where people are going to be like, yeah, I'm not going to go to the theater to go see, you know, whatever latest drama, right? They're just going to view it digitally. But a lot of people, I remember a lot of people saying, even about Mortal Kombat, they're like, I'm going to go see that in theater first. I want to see that on the big screen. So that does matter still to people. I think a lot more than some of us want to think so. And again, you know, your mileage may vary with the individual, but a lot of people were saying they were running into sold out screens when it came to Demon Slayer and Mortal Kombat and Godzilla vs. Kong. So that just tells me, it tells me that the theaters are at capacity basically. So. And I mean, some people also, again, like I said, mileage will vary because I think you said comics, nobody was at the theater when you went.
No, I saw Tenet. Yeah. There's
That was at the beginning of this shit, though.
Yeah.
Darian217, thank you very much for your super generous super chat. Real card, we've made too many compromises already, too many retreats. They invade our space and we fall back. They assimilate entire worlds and we fall back. Not again. The line must be drawn here. This is far. This far, no further. So is that from something specific? You guys
Yeah,
know? Okay.
that's from First Contact.
Okay. I watched it when it was new on tape. That was what, 96?
Yeah, 96, I want to say. Yeah.
96 or 7.
There was a weird
96.
window where I liked Star Trek The Next Generation as a kid. I don't know why, but I don't remember any of it. So I'm just like, I
Nothing
remember
wrong with it.
he liked the Borg. He became assimilated with the Borg, and that's all I really remember. And Whoopi Goldberg was always in the bar. I was like, oh, okay, Whoopi Goldberg. I remember.
Sounds like you
I love Next Gen.
Good lord.
I mean, it's so good. I ended up rewatching it like a majority of the episodes last year because of Picard, because I hated Picard so much. I had to cleanse the palate. And it's just like, goddamn, the storytelling is just so much better.
D. Gray says, shut up and listen. Or shut up and listen. Well, I will shut and listen.
That was a while back. I don't even remember what we're talking about.
I kind of vaguely remember, but I.
Oh, no, we were fighting. That's right.
Yeah.
We were going back and forth about the J. Scott Campbell stuff.
Yeah.
Stunning and Brave Paisley Hidalgo, thank you very much for both your super chats. Remember Milo Menard, the artist who drew Spider-Man in a very specific pose? Jokes on the woke that has now become one of the most famous referenced and redrawn comic book covers of all time. I do remember that one.
Too. That shit will permeate. This other crap, slow space, I was gonna call it, safe space or whatever.
Slow
all that other
space.
fucking lunchbox, all that crap. None of that shit's gonna live on. And that's what I was kind of saying earlier. Is I get it. It's one thing, but like, just fuck them. They want to do that shit. Let them. You know what? Nobody's gonna care. The only reason anybody's caring is because everybody made a big deal out of it.
Well, they can't go after these artists, though. Their livelihood. That's the line that needs to be drawn because they don't just want the images to go away. They want the people that created them to feel bad for them.
That I agree with, and that's not the part I was talking about. Though. I'm talking about we can't go off on somebody if they redraw something and make it all modest. Big fucking deal. Let them.
Yes, and so there we go. We've just, they just kind of reiterated what was established earlier, which is the thing that they were disagreeing with Tom over wasn't really what he was saying. It's like he wasn't talking about that aspect of it. So it's like there was no problem. There was no issue. So what, Anyway, it irks me just a little bit when people are doing a live stream like this, and like the purpose of having this image up has passed on. It's like it's over. It's like we don't need to be looking at this. And the same thing with the super chat. It's like you highlighted one, but you read it, you're done. And you've read many others, and you didn't highlight that. I mean, it's like, take it off the fucking screen. Don't just leave this shit up there forever.
guess what?
I
Everybody-
honestly
you
don't
know,
care as long as it's not
yeah.
like shitty artwork or something.
Exactly. Well, to their point, whatever. Let them do it. If you want to say it's shitty, that's your prerogative.
Well, yeah, it goes back to opinion, right? You know,
Exactly.
beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so to speak.
I just
Yes,
don't
it
want to be a
is.
hypocrite because we defend like people like Anna when she does that, and people go after her. But yet we're basically guilty of the same
I
thing.
just
That's all
think
I'm
it's funny. It's like that meme of like the picture of Jesus, and then they show like a restored version, and it's total crap. I mean, that's
I'm
basically
not disagreeing with you at all.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, in my opinion, they're free to redraw stuff all they want, but the issue is the attitude that comes with, oh, I fixed this for you. It's like,
Yeah, but isn't that kind of what they're saying too? And Anna redraws safe.
yeah, but that's a response to it though. It's not. Well, let's put it this way: Anna never would have done it if it wasn't for that asshat doing it the first time, and it's more of an FU than anything else.
Granted, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to stay on an even keel here with
No,
I
they have a
get
problem
it, but-
with this existing art that's a decade old. That's the problem, and I don't think they should.
that's a
be
better
going.
argument actually.
Yeah, and
because-
they did this shit to another Marvel artist when the Spider-Woman comic book came out in like, shit, this was like 2014,
right?
14. No, they did to Milo, but they did to another comic artist too.
I mean, what Mecha said though, to me personally, is a better argument. That's kind of more where Mary was coming from, and even though she's not here for me to say this, but I do grant her that at least in my point of view from the argument, because yes, that to me is a place to stand from as far as like, yeah, when Anna goes out there and does it, it's Leox Giassi, it's Safe Space, it's all these characters that are basically trying to replace or new or whatever, right?
I think it's funny when they do this shit. I mean, because the cringe level of the fact that you guys made a fucking Rock as a character. I mean, if it was a parody, it'd be funny as hell. It's even funnier and sad that they did it for actual Star Wars. I mean, yeah.
But no, and I get it. Like I said, to me, that's the only place where I see the main argument being is that they're taking a piece of recognized art and a recognized character and saying, yeah, I fixed it. Which fine, you may think you fixed it, but that's your opinion. Like,
Well, that's the whole point behind all this.
Exactly. But we do the same kind of shit is all I'm trying to say. But the difference being here is we're not taking established
Are we
characters.
actually actively seeking out SJW art and changing it and saying, hey, we fixed it for you?
Sometimes, yes.
Also, too, Tom, the artist.
Greg Land. Okay, they did the exact same thing to Greg Land for the Spider-Woman 2014.
Bro, Greg Land doesn't get any defense on this channel. He traces porn.
Well, I met Greg Land, he's an asshole too, so
Oh,
I'm,
he
not
is?
I'm not defending him as a person, but they went after him too with the whole, I fixed your art for you.
The big difference is too with this story, Tom, is that the artist himself not only responds perfectly, he gets that. Here's the thing: like his initial response, if that was the end of the story, it's the most beautiful poetic response. The artist himself goes back and redraws it a final time. Humorous, perfect, done. The crazies online took it to the next level.
Oh, they fucking went apeshit.
That is when it gets ugly. Like if that's the end of the story, person calls out artist says, hey, you're not as good as me in so many different ways, and then draws it again in their newer, more refined styles. They just stick it to him. To me, that's ultimate comeuppance. But then it got ugly. Like,
Well, they tried to cancel him at that point.
yeah, that's not a cancelable offense. You know what? He's standing up for himself. The dude made it to the top. These people didn't. And you know what? J. Scott Campbell doesn't go, well, if you don't look at it too closely, not a problem. Like,
Yeah, I know. That's the funny part about it is person, whatever, was like, don't look at it too much and criticize my work, even though I'm going and criticizing somebody else's work. It's like, wait a second. If you're going and criticizing somebody else's work by putting out a drawing and saying, trying to deflect criticism, saying, this was done quickly, don't judge my work because blah, 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 that's a fucking excuse because people are going to go and rip your shit apart at that point.
so I'm gonna move on because we do have a few more super chats and I gotta jump over to the other stream.
That's cool.
The stunning Paisley Brave and Hidalgo. The stunning and brave Paisley Hidalgo says, Tom Fish TV just released a video titled "Kids Book" published on how to avoid toxic fandoms. Look it up. I will. I might have to read it as Buffalo Jeff if anyone wants to send it a copy. Buffalo Jeff will read any book to make you uncomfortable. I should read the phone book. Dr. Idiot. Mary, the best medicine taste bitter. But we did get to read that one to Mary, Dr. Idiot. Thank you very much.
Now we know where we're at.
Yeah. Primer says Pan Am and Sears used to be massive. Not anymore.
Yep,
It
that's my
happens.
point.
And let's see. Let me pull up the other window real quick because apparently Google wants to be silly.
But here's the thing though is, I mean, I don't know if you're making that reference as opposed to my Coke and McDonald's.
No, my comments about companies now are nothing lasting forever.
Oh yeah, well that's true too. But like things like the whole like X-Men and Marvel and all those they'll just always be reestablished. Those kind of things will live on past the entities that own them. So
Here's a question I have. So are you trying to say that like when an artist like Anna redraws somebody's artwork that it's basically like when the SJWs get upset and they put too many clothes on something and they redraw it because she's an actual professional artist and not like a little Tumblr?
I don't think that makes any difference here. Is my point.
I think
It doesn't. I mean, is Mecha making the just doing the appeal to authority fallacy? Because Anna's a professional, that means she can do things that non-professionals can't. What? And it's like that's not an argument.
I think it does. If a professional artist goes and redraws something, then it's not just being hypocritical. Because
I guess it depends on the intent behind it, right? I mean,
That's my
if
point,
she's
is the intent.
because one thing is, if she's taking professional artwork and making it better
Yeah.
just to make a point of how shitty it is, that's different. I think that's completely
But
different.
again,
from
we
what
also
this
have to look at it as
No. She's a professional, Tom.
No, she's a professional, Tom. Shut up. Who's being hostile here? Who's talking over people? Not Tom.
Professional, so she gets the right to draw and criticize. If it's some little
Oh, because she's a professional, she gets special rights. That is such a leftist worldview, Mecha. Like, doctors get special rights because they're doctors. They feel that you need to have foreign material injected into your body, then you should just smile and let them do it. A veterinarian is a professional. If they decide to do something to your pet that you didn't sign off on, then you should just accept that they did it and pay the bill. And if your beloved dog or cat or whatever dies because of what they did to it, oh well, you know, they're a professional. You should trust their opinion, no matter the outcome.
Random Yahoo asshole Twitterati woke tard motherfucker, then they can get stuffed, and then they can cry and complain. I think that's the big difference, when it's like a professional, real, legit artist.
Yeah. Well, even if it's a woke tard,
It's a professional, real legit artist.
going and redrawing somebody's professional art,
you
if it was
want to go that
actually
route-
better, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Well, better or
And if Anna has special rights, does that mean that people who are better than her at art get even more special rights? I mean, Anna's not bad, but she's no EVS. CVS gets special rights, and of course, if he were here, I'm sure he'd say, "Yes, I get the most special rights."
not, if you want to go that route, that's actually more insulting to the original artist, in fact.
Well,
because
yeah, that
Anna
original
being,
artist is shitty.
Well, it doesn't matter, because if she's a professional, then she should know better. That's not something you should do as a common courtesy of being a professional. If you want to go that route, I don't want to have to even get to that point. My point is,
Actually, they should be hiring people like her instead of these people who really are lacking talent. I think that maybe more artists, like professional artists out there, should call this shit out and say, look, you're hiring these idiots who are garbage when you could just pay a little more and get a better quality product.
Well, yeah, and the other thing too, Tom, what's the difference between when just some guy or your boy Zach went and roasted a Marvel comic because of how terrible it was? I mean, we're all amateurs, and granted, we're also the people buying the product. But I mean, there's plenty of people out there, whether they be professional or not, that go and criticize stuff and say, "This is what I would have done." Like, your Critical Drinker does the exact same things with TV shows and movies, talking about.
I'm not talking about being critical, though. I don't care if anybody wants to go out there and say, "Oh, your version sucks." That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it's hypocritical for us to hold somebody else to a standard when we defend others who do the same
It's hypocritical
exact
for people to
thing.
get butthurt over what I said over the Snyder thing.
And here we go. So, as it turns out, apparently, it wasn't like she said it here for the first time, or after this said it, or whatever. It's like, no, apparently this is something that she'd been on for a while. Apparently she'd been saying this shit for a while. Now, I don't know where it originated. I don't know the first fucking time that she said the shit that she said about Snyder, but this is the thing, and we have there is a video here on BitChute that I'll look at in a future video. Still not sure whether or not to try to trust. BitChute's not as reliable to get to feed you a video fast enough, so I don't know whether I want to try to do that and do it at an increased speed, or if I just want to go with the one clip that's there, which it misses some. I don't want to say important stuff, but it misses some relevant stuff, shall we say, that's in the video. But perhaps it's kind of disturbing, in my opinion. She seriously doesn't get it, folks. She doesn't understand what's wrong with her comments. She calls them jokes, but they don't have a punchline. They're not funny. They're not jokes. Her comments about Zack Snyder and his daughter are clearly cruel. They're intended to be cruel and hurtful. Now, Mecha seems to think that, she's perfectly justified in being as cruel and hurtful towards him as she feels like because of what he did with Geeks and Gamers, throwing them under the bus. But obviously most people don't think that way. Otherwise, she wouldn't be catching so much flack for it. But, it's like, I mean, like I said, it's like, this is a weird thing about this, is that she could have attacked him in any other way imaginable. She could have gone after Zack Snyder, and she wouldn't have gotten hardly anybody telling her that she'd crossed a line. She could have called him all kinds of names. She could have said that his movies were shit, and his fans or stans or whatever the fuck would have been like, no, you're wrong. It's like, I'm sure that even a bunch of the Geeks and Gamers people would have been like, no, you're wrong. His movies are great. We love them. But she could have attacked him in any other way, and she would not catch the shit that she's catching, because what she fucking said was that, his daughter committed suicide. I don't know anything about the details of it, but I know that that's what happened, and that's why he set up that charity that's a suicide prevention charity or whatever that Geeks and Gamers was helping him raise money for. And Mecha called him Father of the Year, which, again, it's like, that is clearly meant to be cruel and hurtful, but couldn't be bothered to stop with that, and instead went on to say that he probably passed his daughter around Pedowood, and that might be why she killed herself. I mean, that's not only incredibly cruel and hurtful, that is probably illegal. You know, that's another thing that, you know, some shit has come up where apparently calling somebody a pedo is actually just an opinion. Apparently that is not considered for some reason defamatory. I would think that it's very obviously defamatory, but then the law doesn't really a lot of times jive with, you know, reality. So, but saying that he passed her around Pedowood, that would seem to indicate essentially it's like, oh, you sex trafficked your daughter, that's criminal. So that is essentially an accusation of engaging in criminal activity, and that absolutely is defamatory. And if Zack Snyder wanted to sue Mecha, he could probably sue her and into the poorhouse, into the streets. It's like, she would be fucked. She would be so unbelievably fucked, and probably anybody associated with her could get fucked out of existence basically by any legal action he decided to take against them if they're platforming or whatever. So again, I come back to, this makes me think that part of what she's so upset about is that Tom has been trying to get her to stop defaming Zack Snyder on the Midnight's Edge channel or something, trying to keep her from doing that, and is basically, you know, has tried explaining it to her probably as calmly and rationally as he can, and she just kept on with the, no, I have freedom of speech, I can say whatever the fuck I want, which is bullshit, by the way. I mean, you know, technically speaking, the First Amendment only applies to criticizing the government. That's actually what it means. It's not freedom to say whatever the fuck you want about any subject. You know, it's not. You know, that's why the slander laws exist, because freedom of speech isn't freedom of speech for everything. It's freedom of, it's the freedom to dissent. It's the freedom to criticize the government without any fear of being censored by them. That's what the First Amendment is about. It's not a, oh, I get to say whatever I want about anything. That's not what it means, folks. Not what it ever did mean. Anyway, so, you know, like I said, I can't help but think that that's what's fucking going on here, is that Tom has been trying to get her to shut the fuck up about shit that can land them all in deep trouble, that can get their channels deleted, that can get them sued out of existence, you know, and it's like, yeah, if I were him, I'd be deeply concerned about this bitch, you know, putting his, you know, his career, his livelihood, or whatever at risk. You know, it's like, and obviously she's just, you know, her, because she's such a dumbass, I guess, she does not comprehend the danger that she's putting herself and everybody else in, legally speaking, you know, and she's just like, I don't care, I'm going to speak my mind. And it's like, well, you know, there's sometimes when you need to learn to just shut the fuck up, you know, for your own good. You know, and if you fucking gave a damn about any of the people that you work with or whatever, including her apparent boyfriend or whatever, Rob, who apparently they've been together for years. That came up some fucking place. I think it was in the chat of the next video, you know, that I've got to look at here. You know, it won't be in this video, but anyway, it's like the next one is like, I believe it's in the chat, where, which at high speed playback probably won't get to actually see, but it's fucking in there someplace where he says something about how he helped hook them up apparently, and they've been together for years. It's like, oh man, Tom, that was a mistake. You know, that was a mistake. You know, women are a disruptive influence on your business. You should not have allowed them in. You certainly should not have hooked Mecha and Tom. Mecha and Tom. God damn it, Mecha and Rob up. You shouldn't have done that. You know. Now she's using her relationship with Rob as a wedge, and she's going to fuck up your whole business. I mean, if you're lucky, all you lose is Rob. He'll decide, okay, I've got to leave, you know, whatever, and that'll be that. But, you know, she could continue to try to disrupt the entire thing. Anyway, you shouldn't have known better, Tom. I mean, I'm sorry this is happening to you, but you know, you open the door. You open the door. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, again, this is speculation. I don't know what actually happened or why, you know, things going on with him. But it really seems likely that that's what's going on. Is that Tom has been trying to get her to stop saying shit about Zack Snyder or other people that could potentially get them kicked off YouTube or get them sued, and she just won't listen. You know. I mean, that definitely like she's on this real tear about she won't be silenced, and it's like, if you keep on doing this shit, Mecha, eventually you will be silenced. Eventually somebody will take you to fucking court over something you say. You defame somebody enough, and they decide they're not going to take it. They're going to take your ass to the cleaners. You're going to be in deep shit. You know. I don't want that to happen to you, but I'm still going to fucking laugh if it does, because you will have dug your own... I don't want to say what obviously comes next, but it's like, she'll still be around, I guess, but she'll be in deep shit. You'll have dug your own latrine. You'll have dug your own latrine and not climbed out before it started being used. Let's put it that way.
And you guys did, and you guys got really fucking butthurt over it. So
not us.
Not you, really?
Yeah, you want to bring this on? You want to bring this out in the fucking public? That's your fucking problem. You shouldn't have said it in the first place.
Hey, you're the ones who got upset with. So
He's right.
Snyder, Father of the Year, who's kind of a jerk. Yeah, I said it.
Yeah, and because of that.
Everybody. Not just him, every fucking buddy doesn't like you saying it. It's crossing a line, and the fact that you can't see that, Mecha, is an indication, I guess, that you're kind of a psycho. You know, so if I understand, if I it's been forever since I've tried to actually read any definitions on this shit, but if I remember correctly, it's like in psychos where they don't understand right from wrong. So they do horrible things, but they don't really understand that it's horrible. And, whereas a sociopath, they understand they're doing something horrible. They just don't fucking care. So, she genuinely seems to not fucking get it. So, I guess she's a little psycho.
People won't come on our show now. And I shouldn't even fucking be here because you're here. I don't want to be associated with somebody who wants to say something stupid like...
I want to be associated with a wokier than thou.
And when this happened, I thought that maybe Jeff kicked him, but apparently Tom just left. Which is probably a good idea. And, some asshole in the chat said, Tom rage quit. And it's like, Tom didn't want to be here being associated with Mecha while she's making defamatory comments about somebody rich and capable of suing all of them, into the poorhouse. Probably he won't. Let's be fair. Zack Snyder's probably not going to take any legal action against Mecha, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't take legal action against Midnight's Edge. But you don't know for certain that he won't, and you especially don't fucking know that somebody, some Zack Snyder stan, won't go complain to YouTube, and YouTube will take a look at it, and they'll be like, "Yeah, all your channels are gone," and that'll be that.
Person who has decided to not only come after anything anybody says like he knows better than them, but for crying out loud, I mean, come on, get over it. I've seen bands like War in concert who have done far worse. If people are going to get offended over what I say...
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. I think maybe it's in the video that's on BitChute or whatever, where she said, she compares... no, maybe it's here. Oh, is it here? I can't remember.
That still defend people like Gina Carano? Then you guys are hypocrites.
It is, yeah. There. I mean, I can't duplicate my reaction second time, but the first fucking time I heard that, I fucking exploded. Because that's unbelievable bullshit right there from Mecha. I called her a lot of names, which I won't this time, but I called her a lot of fucking names when I watched through this the first time when she got to that point, because it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bitch? You're equating what Gina Carano quote unquote did. What did she do? What did Gina Carano actually do? What did she get canceled for? What was so fucking offensive that Gina did? She pointed out, it's a fact, she pointed out that in Nazi Germany, the Jews, got treated the way that they did or whatever. There's like the Nazis were able to get away with it or whatever because there was a propaganda campaign by the Nazis to dehumanize the Jews. And you had their neighbors fucking, ratting them out and shit. That turned the other citizens against them. And she's making the comparison, and she didn't actually say conservatives, but we all know what she's talking about, what she has to be talking about, because we know who is on the outs with the powers that be right now in this country. But she drew a parallel that, you're having, like I said, she didn't specify, but we all know she's talking about conservatives, Trump supporters, MAGA, whatever, that right now there's a campaign being waged by the media to dehumanize those of us on the right politically. We know it's happening. Everybody knows what she meant. She didn't have to say, she didn't have to specify who she's talking about. We all know. And of course that's why she got canceled, because how dare you? How dare you call out the left for their propaganda against the right? That's not acceptable. And of course, they pretend that, you're being offensive to Jews and you're invoking the Holocaust and blah 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 blah. And it's like, and does it offend all the Jews? Well, it obviously didn't offend Ben Shapiro because he's working with her. Not that I like Ben Shapiro or anything, but it's like, at least he's not pretending to be offended by that bullshit. But there are Jews, most of them on the left, but not all of them, who will pretend to be offended every goddamn time the Nazis or the Holocaust is ever mentioned by anybody. In the same way, sort of, that blacks are continually offended about slavery and how their ancestors were oppressed. And they try to pretend like it applies to them, but it doesn't. It's like, you're not a slave. No black person alive today in America was ever legally a slave in America. No white person in America was ever, legally a slave owner in America. It hasn't been legal for 150 some odd whatever fucking years. It's beyond living memory. There's nobody alive who now who was alive then when that was still a thing. It's over. And although it is still within living memory about World War II and all that, not for much longer. Fast forward a few decades and there aren't going to be any people that were alive that experienced any of that shit left. Or who perpetrated that shit in any way, shape, or form. It'll all be over. But you will see the Jews be just like black people, some black people, again, not all Jews, not all blacks, just some of each group, keep on trying to play the fucking victim card for things that happened long ago, certainly long before whoever it is who's playing that card was alive. It's like they weren't around for that. They didn't experience that, but they will pretend that because they're associated with it somehow, tangentially, it was like, oh, well, some ancestor of mine, blah, 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 or some great uncle of mine was in the camps and blah, blah, blah. But, it's like they only get away with that for so long. And I suspect not for much longer, because I think the rest of us are tired of letting them get away with playing that victim card and acting like, oh, we have to feel bad. And it's like, why? My ancestors, if they own slaves, and I kind of think maybe like one side of my family did at some point, although as I understand it, the freeing of them and whatnot was very amicable. Like they they freed the slaves and then they worked together on a farm for a while, and and then they parted ways, and my ancestors great grandfather, whatever the fuck, moved further west. Anyway, but whatever. Anyway, the point is, it's like that's over and done with. you know, and the I mean, what is actually so offensive, supposedly, to the Jews about somebody pointing out that, you know, the whole propaganda aspect of what happened to them is now being kind of used against another group in this country? It's like, is it really so offensive? It's like, I thought the Jews were like really focused on never again. Like, they don't ever want that to happen. It's like, does that mean you never want it to happen to anybody, or you only care about yourselves? Of course, we know the answer. They only care about themselves, right? Because, you know, I don't see the Jews rising up en masse and complaining about what China's doing to the Uyghurs. They don't care. They don't care about the Uyghurs. And, you know, and the leftist Jews in this country will be happy for right-wingers to go to the camps, if it ever gets that far. And it won't. It won't because, you know, it won't because America is so well armed. The right-wingers in America have a lot of guns. We won't go down without a fight. You know, that's, you know, it's just not going to happen. You know, it's never going to get that far because of that. But if it did, hypothetically, if it did, they'd cheer it on. Not because they're Jews, but because they're leftists. Because leftists like authoritarian bullshit. Even when their own people suffered at the hands of it before. It's like, they don't care. They don't fucking care. They'll go, you know, they'll be right there for it because, oh, well, you're killing my enemies. That's lovely. I love that. I love when my enemies die. Like, they didn't learn from the past. It's like they'll wind up eventually being the enemy of somebody who's in power again. You know, and again, it won't be a right winger because Hitler was a leftist. You know, as I've said, you know, there's that's a bit of propaganda that has been all too successful of convincing everybody that, oh yeah, you know, it's like, well, Nazis are right wing. No, they're not. None of those authoritarian shitbags were right wing. They were all left wingers. Because leftism, at least in, you know, modern times, is all about collectivism and authoritarianism and whatnot. The right believes in exactly the opposite. It believes in liberty, in freedom, limited government. You know, some extreme right wing, an actual extreme right winger would be somebody who's an anarchist, like an ANCAP, an anarcho-capitalist, who believes in no government at all, no authority. They want pure voluntarism. Now, I'm not that far to the right because I understand that system could never work. It could if human nature was different, but human nature is what it is, and it doesn't change. So, I'm sorry, sorry, but we're stuck with some minimal level of government. But anyway, yeah, Anyway, sorry, I had to rant a little bit about that. But back to the subject at hand. It's like Gina Carano. It's like Gina Carano was simply pointing out what's happening with the whole propaganda shit. And Mecha thinks that that's the equivalent of her attacking Zack Snyder about his dead daughter and suggesting that he sex trafficked her and that was why she committed suicide. Which, like I said, that's essentially accusing him of a crime. That's defamatory. It's like there's no getting away from that. Like, it's like, if you just called him a pedo, maybe you could have got away with that, but, and it wouldn't rise to true defamation, even though it certainly should. But, but suggesting that he sex trafficked his daughter, that is defamatory. And she sees that as equivalent. She's like, oh, you're a bunch of hypocrites if you'll defend Gina Carano, but then you won't defend me. Like, you'll defend Gina Carano for what? She wasn't insulting anybody. She wasn't. So it's totally illegitimate when people take offense at what she said because it wasn't offensive. What Mecha said it wasn't just like offensive, as a, it was meant to be. It was meant to be cruel and hurtful You know, and it wasn't some general fucking comment about, you know, about groups of people or anything either. It was very specifically targeted to one person. So there's no goddamn equivalency there at all, Mecha, you fucking red-haired harpy.
You guys are. Sorry.
No.
Well, I'm gonna move on. So
Let's move on.
Yeah. So Dr.
Yeah, and Jeff's going to move on. He's going to make no comment, and I assume the reason why, or at least part of the reason why, is because Jesse's holding his nuts. You know? It's like, he does not have testicles. They belong to his girlfriend. So, he's not going to say a fucking word. He knows where his loyalties must lie with the women. And I'm pretty sure, I don't think I have it, I don't have it up here, but, in the I believe I did watch like the opening, you know, minutes of the next High Council after this, and there's Jeff fucking telling the women to tell their truth. After, I mean, wasn't there someplace in this fucking video where somebody on here fucking criticized the idea of, you know, of people's personal truths or some shit? May have been even one of the women who said that. And then on the next one, he's telling the women, yeah, tell your truth. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, fuck the Fandom Menace. They deserve to go down in flames. Holy shit.
You're idiot. Thank you very much for your super chat. Perfect name for the diffusion. But we already read that one. So Jada Becca says, I don't know if you've already mentioned this and I missed it, but when is Stealing Solo going to ship to the backers? So Jada Becca, it ships over the summer. As it says on the Indiegogo, it says August. As I said at the beginning of the stream, I have already contacted the printer, already signed paperwork for that, and already have the files made. I'm waiting for the legalese on one document, and then that baby goes off to the printer. The only last thing I need to change is the address on where to ship it because my ass moves out of here this week. So yeah, as it says, July. Now, I'm going to look into it.
Hope it doesn't cause any problems.
That'd
That'd be about par for the course, wouldn't it?
We'll start to ship out over the summer, and then we'll see it. So be on the lookout for that. And yeah.
Like, yeah, I paid for all those comics, and then I forgot to tell them where to ship it, or there's some kind of confusion on their end, and they shipped it to my old address, and the comics all got stolen or burned or whatever. So sorry, everybody, for all the money that you shelled out. You don't get shit. Even though I actually did buy, I did actually buy it. Because I figured he would have learned his lesson and made sure that he doesn't fuck up the second time. But I did kind of want, if it had been available by itself, I was thinking about trying to just get a poster, of Anna's cover for it. If nothing else, it'd make a nice dartboard, now wouldn't it? But the fucking poster went away. Like, I think you couldn't get it without getting the comic too, but then after the campaign went in demand, it's like they took away the poster. It's like, well, son of a bitch. It's like, no, I can get it as a fucking comic. Well, whatever. All right. But even though I'd be out money, if that happens, if he fucks up again and it all goes to shit, I am going to laugh my ass off.
It's a nice, fat 112-page book on the way to you. Nice and soon. So, Gek812 says, it was getting majority pushed through TikTok and Twitch, even YouTube, especially during the lockdown aimed at kids. My now 13-year-old niece lectures. Well, Gek812, I'll tell you, my cousin's daughter, stepdaughter, is about that age, and she does not talk about the way she presents the next generation. I go, oh, maybe the next generation isn't full of idiots. And it's not just these two kids. They're just your average everyday kids. They don't go to the Premier League schools. They're from Ohio. They're just your average everyday people. And a lot of these crazy views espoused publicly, aren't regurgitated by them. Now, I know it's anecdotal, but at the same time, again, it does give me hope. So hopefully, while your 13-year-old niece lectures, maybe kids around them will get out of that shit. And, nobody likes a wet blanket. So, Doug Keller says, I wish there were more movies like Murphy's Law nowadays. Is that Bronson?
Murphy's Law? I don't remember.
Yeah. I'll look it up real quick. Yeah,
It's funny, I don't remember. I don't remember a movie called Murphy's Law. It seems like I remember a series called Murphy's Law.
By J. Lee Thompson from screenplay by
Maybe it was based off the movie. I don't know.
Anyway, I'm gonna check it out because it's on Pluto for free. Knowing my luck, it'll show up tomorrow on TV.
Yeah, probably. That's kind of how these things work.
Let's see. Speaking of bad movies, says Just Nova. Watch Ice Pirates. It's still fun to watch. I would love to see it. That has been on my radar for a minute. I do like the
space herpes.
Put it like this. If it's from that decade, I'll pretty much watch whatever.
Yeah, it's definitely of that decade for sure.
007 Cloud, thank you very much. He says, without Spidey, Venom is just black goo that can look like whatever the host wants. Spidey gives the iconic look because it's a perversion of his suit.
Yep.
Well, you are a man who knows your books, dude. This is exactly what happened. So
Wait a minute.
I have nothing to add.
See, just now getting around to read. I thought you read that already. Holy
I made
shit.
my first long YouTube video feeling accomplished. Hashtag Vame. Buffalo Jeff and the High Council and the Tom. Jamram. Mortal Kombat. Who's that Pokemon? Well, you know what, Headcase Laboratory, in honor of your video, not the super chat, in honor of your video, let me press a couple buttons to close out our show in a nice, fun way. So, let's do this.
Since
so
Mecha
you said
ruined.
Who's that Pokemon, right? Well, I like
George
press.
Bush doesn't care about black people.
Just to loosen up the room before you Jamram. And then you hit him with one of these.
Who's that Pokemon?
It's me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch!
There you go. There are your button presses. With Headcase Laboratory, oh wait, sorry.
I actually think I remember that.
There you go. Now you got them all. But congratulations on the first long video.
Oh,
and folks,
okay.
YouTube
That's from
is a
that
tricky beast at
article, I
times,
guess.
But it is something that if you put in
Some
the time,
idiot
you can
talking
make it
about,
happen.
well,
Luckily,
where's
there's a lot of great
Chudley
people
in the
who
new
want to help you out. There's a lot of people that can give you great advice. So, ask fellow creators, ask fellow listeners, and if you've wanted to start a channel, go for it. There's a lot of work. It's an uphill battle, but it is satisfying. 007 Cloud, thank you. He says, Jim Carrey was my ideal Cletus because of the 90s Spidey show. He was basically a redheaded Ace Ventura. Now, 007 Cloud, is the goofy version good because of the TV censorship? I know there were some limitations on good old Cletus Cassidy from that Spider-Man show. Now, that being said, it is the perfect thing to model from a television show. Like Jim Carrey, every kid likes Ace Ventura or Dumb and Dumber. At that point in time, he was the biggest actor on the planet, so it made sense for Venom, or excuse me, for Carnage to at least, when you can't have a violent killer on the show, you at least make him like Jim Carrey. I think it's a pretty good right in the middle.
Yeah, yeah, that's the funny thing about cartoons. You can't go full Cletus Cassidy.
You never go full Cletus Cassidy.
Yeah.
Folks, you should check out the Amazing Spider-Man numbers 300 and something wherever you can, because that's a pretty solid issue, and it shows a darker side to Spider-Man that we don't get anymore. It's really nice to, see the violent side. I know it's like, it's a kid's book. Well, no, it's not necessarily a kid's book. There are some darker issues, and the Carnage story is pretty goddamn good. So we have 2 more super chats, and then we are going to close out the show. So, first off, we had a fun one from, where'd it go? Oh, London Fog 66, who says, I'm a proud owner of Batman the Animated Series on Blu-ray. Cheers. Heart of Ice episode is the best episode, in my opinion. I am the Knight. Dude, Heart of Ice is probably the best written cartoon of the 90s, maybe the best written cartoon episode ever.
Is that when they introduced Mr. Freeze?
Yeah, and his wife.
And his wife?
Can't
yeah.
remember if I saw
Dude,
that or
I mean,
not.
That story is so good.
Probably not.
If you don't,
I haven't seen a whole lot of
feel
the
either a little
Batman
kid, which I
animated
get, or
series.
you have a Heart of Ice like Mr. Freeze. That episode.
I don't know why.
Perfect. Like, I know
Either it was
people
on
talk
some,
about positive
either
stuff.
locally
We
it
had
was on
embarrassment
some
of riches in
channel
terms of
that
great entertainment in the 90s. I know every
that I
decade has
didn't
great stuff
watch
and
very
every decade has
often,
shit,
or
but
maybe
you
it
were
was a
lucky that
time
lot of the
slot that I was
quality stuff
watching
that people
something
took notice
else.
of back then was so good, or whatever made everything so bad, but it was so good that it stuck around. And I think the longevity is a testament to some of the quality. I know garbage can stick around all the time, but the cream rises to the top. With Batman the Animated Series, I will go on record and say it's the best cartoon ever made, and Heart of Ice is a damn fine episode. It's real drama. I know it's for kids, but it's real drama. Like, it's great. That's what I want. When people say, what do you want out of a show? I just want people to give a shit the way the people from Batman the Animated Series cared. That's it.
Well,
it
that goes to show you, if the story is good, whether it's for kids or not, I mean, it's kind of timeless. And that's the thing that we complain about when it comes to what we're seeing at entertainment these days, is that, oh, it's got to be relevant. It's like, no, it has to be timeless if you want to stick around. If not, in 5 years, it's going to be dated. No one's going to give a shit.
Very good point.
Up next, we also have New Guy Drew, who says, context is absolutely important. Fixing from a point of perceived moral superiority is... Fixing from a point of perceived moral superiority is different than a professional critique. I agree with that statement.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Up next, finally, we have our last super chat from Headcase Laboratory, who says, Tom, left hashtag, the soft-boiled egg has left the building. All right, so it looks like we have reached the end of the High Council. So, folks, I guess things will be changing. So,
yes, indeed, you have reached the end of the High Council, Jeff. Tom, who's apparently been part of the High Council, I guess, for some years now or something, I don't know for sure how long he's been on here, is not coming back. This is it. And instead, I believe Mary Mayhem is got introduced as the new member of the High Council. What a surprise. Another woman complaining about Tom. I don't know. Is it a conspiracy, ladies and gentlemen? I don't know. But I don't know how much I'd be surprised by it.
Come back next week. We'll find out what's going on here on the High Council. Now, before we go, Mecha, is there anything you'd like to say before we go?
I'm sorry. Come back, Tom. I don't know. Don't cancel me more.
Comics Division, anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, sure.
Hi. How are you? How you doing? I got nothing.
Yeah, well, folks, I'd like to thank everybody for watching us tonight. Thank you for everyone who's back to the comic. The link is in the description. I'll drop the link in the chat. I know we haven't been pimping it super hard tonight. Well, because it really reached all of its goals, and I'm very happy. And right now I'm just ordering stuff. And so it is in demand for a few weeks this summer, actually for a few months this summer until it runs out. And I'll give you guys ample time to know when that happens. So, folks, from all of us here at the High Council, thank you for watching. Be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.
Turn that to normal so that don't immediately start running away with what the fuck is that? Alright, there are a few things on the farms. I can't even remember what the fuck they are. Ah, here we go. Click. Okay. Just let's see this. Hyena. Una hyena. A giant, weird-looking Blotosberg that gets angry about Star Wars. His opinions are extremely limited. Jesse's managed lump of depression and anxiety. Sometimes at least. They found a tall guy that'll put up with her shit because he has to. There you go. Probably not entirely wrong. I mean, I wish them all the best. I do, but really hope that Jeff isn't putting up with things that he ought not to. Because look, as much as you have to make some compromises in order for a relationship to work, there's also sometimes just bullshit you absolutely should not put up with. That goes for men and women, by the way. Anyway, is same answer picture form trying to be. I think they make they make a cute couple. That coupled with God Empress. Let's Raven. Hashtag real talk. Well, that sounds fake as fuck. There are situations where one has questions at the beginning, then you see that one opportunist get involved and those questions are answered. I stand with @Thomas Connors Jr. Oh, well. I'm not really sure what in the fuck that means, except for the last part. I stand with Tom. It's like, I'm definitely leaning in that direction. Like, everything that I've seen leads me to believe that, probably our my sympathies, everybody's sympathies probably should lie with Tom. There aren't sides or people to stand with here. Well, it sure seems like there are. There are people who are willing to recognize reality, and people who find it easier to try and defame and discredit us than do the right thing. Well, wait a minute. What would be the right thing? I mean, look, if they you see some talk from all of the women about how, either they don't have proof or they have proof but they're not willing to show it because they're afraid that people will tell them that they're wrong to bring the proof out into the open or some shit or some crap, like that. And the bottom line is, it's like, okay, none of you are showing me what Tom supposedly did. You're telling me, but you're not showing me. And if you don't show me, if you don't show everybody, then what are we supposed to believe? Are we supposed to believe you? Are we supposed to believe Tom? Are we supposed to believe none of the above? It's like the fact, and I'm sorry, but it is a fact that the majority of women, not all, but again the majority, and it's natural. It's just how women are built. Women react more emotionally to things than men do, and it has been my personal observation in life that women have a tendency to get, something will happen. Let's say that it doesn't matter what the relationship is, whether it's a romantic one or a familial relationship or whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's say that you are a male and you have some sort of relationship with, again, like I said, not necessarily romantic, a female. But you're around the female a lot. Something you do that is completely innocuous as far as you're concerned. You may not even know that it's happening. You may not even recognize that you're doing it. Something you do or say or whatever is pissing her off. It starts pissing her off at some point. But women have a tendency to not let you know. They don't tell you what's pissing them off. They don't even tell you that they are pissed off. So you're blissfully unaware that they're upset. And this may go on for days, weeks, months, even years. In rare cases, maybe it'll even go on for decades. And they'll never let on that they were mad. They certainly won't tell you what it was about. You may occasionally get the impression that, she seems mad, but you don't know why. And then at some point, they can no longer control you can no longer contain their frustration with you, because at some point they probably convinced themselves, even though it's certainly not the case. Maybe, but very rarely would the guy, have any clue. But they will have convinced themselves that you know what you're doing wrong, and you're doing it on purpose. You must be, because you keep on doing it, whatever it is. And then eventually they fucking blow up at you. Weeks or months or years of frustration emptied in one go. And that's you see ends of friendships, you see divorces, you see things like this happen. Pardon me. As far as the guy is concerned, out of the fucking blue, because the bitch never fucking said anything. She never said anything. You had no clue. But that's what happens. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it happen. Anyway, is why Mary Mayhem gets a seat in their gay tree fort and why Tom is gone. And that is unfortunately true. She was on the very next High Council, and Tom was not. Tom will never be back, and I don't know. Yeah, again, I'm not even clear whether Jesse's on the High Council or not. Maybe she's just taking a break this last one, or maybe she, I don't know. Dear. The only good thing about this is that they at least seem to recognize that Mecha is a liability too. Well, that is a point in their favor, I suppose. I hope. For all I know, she might have just stormed off on her own, and they'll just as soon bring her back on tomorrow. They're even more fucking idiotic if they do. Mary Mayhem is bad enough. Edit also for your amusement. Jessie and her gorilla are on with Mandy right now. Yeah, I didn't watch that. I don't know where we should. Oh my God, no. It's 3 goddamn hours. We're not doing that. How the fuck long have we been going? I'm not gonna look. It's far too long. I know that. So let's just get through the rest of this shit really quickly. This is, literally the image used to shill it. Okay, not joking. It's like they know. Well, maybe, it's Milestone that's behind this. Jeff isn't going to give up that puss. They know Mecha has to go, but due to the feminazi shit that Mary is also peddling, so does Tom. Hoes before bros. Mecha and Mary are crazy and unhinged, milking that female currency, and I don't think it goes past that. But yeah, if you're looking for tinfoils and who's poisoning wells around here, I would look no further than Milestone. And I don't like to believe that of frankly anybody, but it's probably true. I mean, come on. This is why it's like, sort of separating people, having this like, the woman has her circle of friends and the man has his circle of friends, and never the twain shall meet. It's like there's a wisdom in that. There is. I kind of wish that wasn't the case, but it is. I mean, human nature is what it is. You got to adapt to how people work, not try to make people adapt to how you wish that they worked, because it just doesn't work that way. This fall from NBC, it's the show that literally nobody asked for. Gorilla. God. Watch as 3 strong, independent women try to navigate a toxic patriarchy with the help of their adopted developmentally disabled gorilla. Jeff. The pilot episode concerns Mandy using her sassy southern personality to help Jesse repeal bigoted anti-bestiality law. What the fuck? So Jesse can find true love with Jeff. Okay. I wasn't sure where they're going with that. I was like, oh my god, is she up to something with her cats? Like some of those twitched thoughts in their dog or whatever. Meanwhile, Mary is continually haunted by emotional cyber rape inflicted on her over the internet by the alt-right neo-Nazi menace known only as Tom. Well, that does look, there is what is this? Yeah, the matriarchy, goes to Drama Town. Then we're going to watch that. I am going to do that one, and it does have. No, wait a minute. No, is that one? No, I don't know. There is one. I don't think. No, that's not it. No, that one is the one that has Jesse and Anna, and fucking Mecha shows up in the chat and repeats the same goddamn thing again. But there is one. Have I already done? No, I didn't do it. Did I? No. We watched. There was a clip on the farms here from it. But there is, or was it on Twitter? There's one where it's it's Jesse and Mary, and Mary's just. I mean, the way that she's fucking talking, it sounds the way that she's so fucking emotional in that damn interview, whatever, and I'm pretty sure the term your truth, my truth, whatever is thrown around just over and over and over again. But she is so fucking emotional in that it's like she's talking to you about how she's been held prisoner in some cabin in the woods and subjected to rape and torture and God only knows what for years and finally escaped. I mean, that's how fucking emotional she is over this shit. And what is it? It's like, well, Tom raised his voice at me. Tom, talked over me. Tom, what else did she say? Tom read a super chat that was kind of gross, and then tried to continue the joke, and I was super uncomfortable. And it's like, okay, but I think you're really, it's like the melodrama is out of control here, honey. It's like, what the fuck? Critics are raving over 3 See You Next Tuesdays and a gorilla as a beautiful 118-pound natural redhead who now looks 30 years younger than Brie Larson. By the way, I found this show very empowering. You go, girls. Down with Tom. Macarandum. I don't get the controversy concerning the gorilla. We make love to, apparently YouTube censored word, gorillas all the time here in Ohio. Though I wish they cast a dog with Down syndrome instead. Oh, dear God, what would that even be like? I think they are very underrepresented in the pornographic media I watch. Cheech? Formerly of War Campaign, okay? It is anti-Semitic to not watch this show produced by our finest people in the entertainment industry, ADL. I like Star Wars. Captain Picard is my favorite character from Star Wars. Watch my YouTube channel. Teehee. Anna, that Star Wars girl. Well, That one's less funny because if you know anything about Anna, you know that she actually does know some shit about Star Wars and Star Trek. Unlike some people, you know. That's sick. That's her. What am I doing here? Go fuck yourself. Testify. Rated TV dumb. Who did that? That's Captain Menace. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, sir. I have no sympathy for Mags because she's Scott Snyder's pet tranny. What? Is she? I didn't know about this. I only much transient work in the industry to brave Tootsie like scam that was played in manner where Mags went full troon for maximum training privileges. I don't know. I don't know what the hell we're talking about. I do believe it's the other way around. Max always a wanted to make comics to be and be a woman. Trooned. That's a new one for me, I guess. I'm not familiar with that. Oh, pardon me. Blah blah blah. Okay, that's I don't know. That seems to be that's the problem with these threads. There, you know, there's too many different subjects being discussed. Just wait until it comes out officially that Brie Larson is going to be playing Mara Jade in the next Star Wars movie or series. Yeah, that better not happen. Frankly, I'm already so fucking sick of Disney stealing shit from the expanded universe and recanonizing it one piece at a time so they can fuck it over. Fandom rejects are going to lose their collective shit. Well, no doubt, but you know, so is any true Star Wars fan, for fuck's sake. You know, Mara Jade is quite the beloved character. Thank you very much in the expanded universe. Beware the taco. See you next Tuesday. See you next Taco Tuesday. About to speak in sketch. Okay. Beta. Well, possibly. If so, you know, it's like I feel bad for you, Jeff. Like I said, you know, if you really love her, then I understand you got to try to make it work. But holy shit, you know, don't put up with too much. It's like don't do what other men have done and let her make your life completely fucking miserable. That's the link between all these people and their lack of credit is simply that they don't want to or need to. They make plenty of money just doing fuck all, making shitty boob tube videos, reading out super chats like an electronic zombie muppet. Electronic Zombie Muppet. That sounds like a good band name, doesn't it? No, that couldn't possibly be the case, right? He's all about fearlessly standing up for the fans against Hollywood tech industrial complex. Oh, wait. Hey, at Team YouTube. This is from Gary Nerdrotic. Transaction revenue is showing 0 for my last 3 live streams. Happening to multiple YouTubers. It has been over 72, still nothing. I assume that's 72 hours. Are you aware of this? And if so, are you working on it? Shake the 10 cup a little harder. I'm sure Daddy YouTube will fill it sooner or later. I'm assuming this is just at Frog sniffing his own farts. Link/archive. EVS. I hope you all backed Jawbreakers, Lost Souls, and God King. They're about to skyrocket in value. Hubris breeding Nemesis, etc., though was amused at all the presumably trolling replies asking if Zack had died. Well, I don't know. You say something like that, and it's like, well, you know, could be. Like, for whatever it's worth, you know, it's like, look, I've said it before. It's like if you have managed to make YouTube into basically a career, you know, it's hard for me, at least, and you know, it's like I'm not making anything from it, and I don't really expect to. I mean, if I do, great. But you know, I don't expect to at any point ever get there. But if you have gotten there and you're making good money from it, it's hard for me to like criticize that. It's like, man, if you can make money, just doing videos and shit, it's like, why not? Why not fucking do that? Or at least for a while. I mean, unless you've got something that you really want to do with your time, that would necessitate giving it up. In which case, I would, I mean, if I can't speak for other people, but I would probably, give it up if I was making the kind of money that Nerdrotic is making, and I really want to do something else. It's like I would try to find some way to be like, okay, I'm not going to do this forever. It's like I'll do it for a little while, save up some money or whatever, but maybe try to cut down on our expenses. But I want to transition to doing this, and that will necessitate me not being a fucking YouTuber anymore. So, talk to my family about it and be like, yeah, it's like I'm not doing this forever, guys. I know the money's good, but I'm not fucking doing it forever because I hate it. So let's find a way to make it work without me doing this shit. But if he likes it, it's, I mean, for fuck's sake, why are you upset that he's making money? He's not making any money off me. I have to say, Nasser's streams are so much fun. They are kind of. I mean, not always, but sometimes. Do enjoy the chaos and the abuse that Nasser gets. Yeah, that's fun. It's like the good Liam streams, but done right and in good nature. EVS is laying the law on Mecha 40. Yeah, he is, and good on him for that. Also, something I loved about Mecha's Spurg stream, I'm not sure if that's the one I've got there or not ready, was how she thought she was getting so much highbrow because she is into politics now and watching Tim Pool. Fuck Tim Pool. Got a fence post permanently up his ass. Politically, she is probably closer to Clownfish TV, center-left, and anti-SJW. But mentioning Tim Pool, a.k.a. some of the dumbest takes you would get on politics, is speaking volumes. Yeah, probably so. And she is admittedly left. I don't know if it's so much center-left as more... I don't know. I feel like she might be, in some respects at least, she's a little bit further to the left than Clownfish. And I'm not convinced any longer that she's nearly as anti-SJW. Maybe not at all. She's still talking that game, but she has said some absolute SJW-style things about all of her newly made enemies in the Fandom, Menace, and Comicsgate and whatnot. I think Clownfish is genuinely anti-SJW, but I'm not so sure about Mech anymore. I'm just not. Geeks and Gamers platformed all these SJW, but yeah, they did. Guys, Jeremy's a cow that keeps on giving. He's something. Geeks and Gamers players. I tried to get dumbass Jeremy to change the channel name to this years ago. Cucks and Consoler, okay. Assuming, in a way, I think he's just publishing Jawbreaker. Supposedly, yeah. This is all. We know all this already. This is all from the 19th, and that one was from the 11th. But anyway, I didn't find this shit until more recently, and I still haven't found the origin. If it's even online, it may not be. Like all the fucking. The origin, the true origins of this schism or whatever between Tom and Mecha and everybody else, may have all happened. I think I asked Vicky about that, and I think I commented on one of her videos or something and asked her about that, and she's like, yeah, all this supposedly happened in back channels or something, so it's not public. And it's like, okay, well. Then we'll never know. It's like we'll never actually know for sure what the fuck happened, or whether it's like without like a recording of Tom's voice or something. Then we don't know for sure whether he was doing any of the crap that they are attributing to him. All the crap they're saying, oh, he did this, he yelled at me, he did that, blah blah blah. Maybe, but then again, maybe that's just how you took it. You know, because that's another thing about that I've noticed about women. Again, not all, but some women. It's like they don't hear what you say. They don't, and if they do, they don't remember it. Like I've had that experience of, you know, you say something and then you are there when they quote unquote repeat it to somebody else, and you're like, wait a minute, I didn't say that. And they're like, well, that's what I took you to mean. And it's like, the fuck are you talking about? I meant what I said. You know, it's like you didn't use any of the same words. You completely flipped, you know, that quote 180 degrees from what I actually said. You know, it's fucking insane. But again, that kind of shit happens, and I'm assuming it's because because they're so emotional, you know, on average at least, in the way that they you know, think about things, that it's like they when information comes in, some of them put it through an emotional translation filter, you know, which is absolutely the wrong thing to do, because it it means that they decide that you said something that you absolutely did not fucking say. And then they go around telling other people that that's what you did or said or whatever, and it's like what the fuck? You know, like, you know, and all these twist things, it's like, you know, I remember a certain story about how, oh, my ex-husband, he was so abusive. Oh, what did he do? Oh, he cut up my credit cards, and he jacked up my car so that I couldn't leave the house, and like, oh, that sounds terrible. Is, you know, it's like she's painting a picture of him being this really controlling jackass. Then you find out later that no, the reason why he did that is because she would take those credit cards and her car and go out every single goddamn day that they were married and shop and run up enormous fucking bills and expect him to pay for it. And he tried talking her into not doing that, and when she refused, she just kept doing it. She's a shopaholic or whatever, and he decided, okay, the only way to stop her from running us into debt that we can't ever claw our way out of is to cut up her credit cards and jack up her car so she can't leave. You know, when you know the truth, it's like, oh, well, instead of a controlling jackass, he sounds like somebody who was desperately trying to, you know, keep their financial future from being completely ruined. Expendables with super... I don't know. This is all Comicsgate stuff. Mandy will strip for sub-summers. Yeah, dear. I mean, I'm not going to try to, you know, it's like, if you want to do that, fine, you know. I was even looking forward to her Pirates book, but damn, Nation, thing's way more expensive than I thought it was going to be. It's like you're pricing it a little bit too high there, folks. I don't know. That's a video in and of itself, frankly. You know, the way that Comicsgate projects are priced, it's a little it's problematic, you know, to say the least. All right, this next, the recent uptick in thoughterry being reported on. I'm worried that very soon I will turn into the Cosmic Warriors. So that's JDA, right? Yep, that's John Delarose channel. And it will just be an hour of him screaming, "The power of Christ compels you." You should write him into free see you next 2 days in a gorilla as the minister next door. Plenty of potential for wacky adventures here. And we're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm pretty sure actually, I'm not sure. I might have seen that. I don't remember. Let's watch the clip.
Look, I mean, let's be honest. A woman's never going to add value to a book like a man can. They're not going to come up with as interesting a concepts. They're not going to do as good of a job. So in order to do it, they have to distract from that and sell what they can sell.
I really hate to agree with him there, and I'm sure it's not always true for all women, but it is true probably for most women. If you've ever watched any of Razorfist's streams and his girlfriend, I guess it's his girlfriend, I don't think they're married, is there, like it. Well, no, it's not his gaming streams. It's his political streams where he's on camera. Sometimes she will show up, and occasionally she will pass some comments, and you can kind of tell that she's trying to be clever the way that he's clever, but I mean, occasionally she'll say something that is funny, but for the most part, any attempts at humor on her part kind of fall a little flat because they're too, like, they're just not. There's no subtlety. There's no subtlety at all to she basically just makes a flat out insult to somebody. It's like, wow, okay, it's like, that it doesn't, I don't know. It just doesn't work, like she's not, she seems like a wonderful lady. Not going to say anything bad about her really, but she just doesn't have razor fists wit. She just doesn't. And all too often, I think that's probably the case with women, is that they, it's like they just, I mean, some of them, the better ones, if they aren't up to it, they accept that and they move on. They accept that they, they don't have, they don't have the razor wit of their man or whatever. But some of them keep trying, and it's like, honey, don't, just don't. Doesn't work. Doesn't work for you. I'm sorry.
Right. And that's what happened. What happens is you look at this over years, and you see it at first. She's got a little low cut shirt or whatever, and all the dudes get all thirsty on there, right? They're disgusting. She's not the problem, by the way. The dudes who encourage this shit are the problem. The thirsty beta male orbiters are the most disgusting fucking people on the planet.
I don't actually. I've heard it used many times, but I don't actually offhand know the origin of this usage of the word thirsty. I really hope that it isn't what it kind of sounds like it might be a reference to.
Those are the people who need to be just purged from our society more than anybody else, right? Absolutely purged from our society. Disgusting. So they go all thirsty, and then she's incentivized to do it more. And then she comes out with these trading cards, which is she kisses her lipstick on the trading card and mails it to people. For real, dudes want this apparently.
He's not wrong. I mean, when you've got dipshits out there who are willing to pay for dirty bath water from some internet slut, it's like, whore, whatever you want to call them, thought. It's like that, no good can come from that. None.
Apparently, it's fucking crazy. Why would you want that? Why would you want that? That does not help you at all. It's crazy. It is. It's clown world, Mr. Dongs. Clown world. But I mean, horrors have always existed in society. It's always been a thing.
Yep.
Right. It's just
one of the strangest. Look, I've had friends who have gone to to prostitutes before, who've utilized prostitutes, whatever, however you want to say it. So it's like, I know people who've done that. I personally, consider it to be unbelievably disgusting. It's like, it's just the very thought. It's like, ugh. What? You don't know where she's been. Very, very literally, you don't know where she's been, or who's been with her. And it's like, ugh. There's an awful joke that I could tell, but I'm not going to. But anyway, it's like, I know that that some men, many men, do use prostitutes. I know that. Nevertheless, I have to admit, it was one of the fucking weirdest experiences of my life. One of the weirdest conversations that just comes out of the blue, at least. Where I was at work and a customer came in and he just, looked right at me, and I mean, he bought something or whatever, and then he looked right at me. He's like, I don't remember exactly how I phrased it. It was something along the lines of, was it? Did he say, "Are there any?" or "Where are they?" One or the other, something like that. Yeah. I think it was where. I believe it was, "Where are the whores?" Or maybe it was, "Are there any whores around?" It's like, what? It's like, it was so out of, it's like, what the fuck? It's like, I don't know. It's like, I'd never had anybody ask me anything like that before. It's like, what the and he had, so he repeated the question, and I was, and kept saying it in that way, and it's like, first of all, what is up with the way that you're saying that? And secondly, it's like, how would I fucking know? It's like, I don't go out and screw whores, I mean, anyway. But what the fuck? It's just such a weird thing for some stranger to ask you out of the blue. At least I thought so. He's all, dressed up like a cowboy or whatever. It's like, God, is this what you do with your life, sir? You go to a rodeo or whatever, and then you go looking for a whore. Are you trying to pretend that you're a cowboy in the old west? Are you planning on dying, as I'm sure many of them did, of syphilis? I don't know. It's so fucking weird.
For all of society's history, they were always relegated to be shamed. It's a shameful profession. It's a gross profession. It's something you have to do in secret.
Yeah, see, there are lots of things that should be done in secret that should remain that way forever. Now, JDA may believe that, like, homosexuals should be relegated to that forever. I don't actually believe that. I believe that any and all homosexuals that are prepared to, live a proper normal lifestyle of, it's like you be out in the open about who and what you are, and you get married, and you're monogamous, and you don't do any of that weird perverted shit. Don't go to bathhouses and weird crap like that. You just live an ordinary life. It's just with a same-sex partner instead of an opposite-sex one. That, as far as I'm concerned, is optimal. It's way better to have, homosexuals living a normal lifestyle rather than a, we have to do everything in secret lifestyle. But as far as things like, whores, it's like, yeah, it definitely should not be something that anybody gets any praise for. It should be shameful. And, to a certain extent, even, like masturbation. It's like like from the quote from Coupling. I mean, I'm not, he's a Catholic, so he's probably against masturbation. It's like, I'm not, and I'm not. It's like, I don't have any problem with that. But it's like, I do kind of agree with the I wish I had the clip. Well, no, I don't wish I had the clip. I can't play it, for fuck's sake. It's fucking YouTube. But it's like the clip from Coupling, from whatever episode that was about it. Where Steve or whoever it is explaining about masturbation. It's like, it's a stealth activity. It's supposed to be, it's supposed to be secret and shameful or whatever. It's like, something to that effect. It's like, you're supposed to, you're supposed to do it, you do it on your own in private, and you lie about it afterwards. Anyway, so it's like, yeah, there are things that are supposed to be something that you're not open about. You're not, that you don't feel any sense of comfort talking about in mixed company. You just don't.
It's something you don't want to be associated with those type of people in polite company.
Exactly.
And for some reason, like, we got this, like, fourth wave feminism. Is that what's going on these days?
Probably.
Hashtag body positive. I don't know. And they go out there and they're like, I need to be able to be free to express my sexuality. And that's what ends up happening. And so now we've got this backwards culture where you don't actually have to be ashamed to do this. And that needs to stop.
Amen. He's right. as a whatever, and a except not. I don't agree with the first statement. Anything else is on point. I don't. Which first statement are we talking about? A woman need to improve herself when she can show some skin or cry harassment. In front of a camera for Coomer bucks. I wonder if more women could do actual decent work if the West had a rom-com slice of life market like the Japs have. Okay. Interesting. Her accent melts my ears off. I can't watch your videos for that reason alone. Yeah, I mean, I mean, people can't really control their accents. I don't, it's not like I've got a great accent or anything. It's like I hate, I kind of hate to say anything bad about people's accents, whatever they are, but you got to admit, it's like I don't know. There's something about her accent. It's just, ugh. Making streams, blah 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 blah. All right, that's apparently all of that page. This, oh dear, oh yeah, yep. There's something that we'll have to talk about later. Listen to Telepreston John Sue Dean, which is supposedly legitimately big news. When both of them get arrested, they can fuck off and die. As people make fun of shit I just can't find funny. I don't know what that rating's in this one. Fuck Poulter and Lamont. Oh dear God. I don't know what that was. I thought it was going to be a clip of Preston saying something. This like I don't know what the fuck that. Okay. I love this. No, fuck off. I know who you are. Testify. You follow. Testify. That shit back. That of course is from the the Cry stream or whatever where Miriam's on with Jesse. We saw the clip of that on the last Fandom Menace thing. Alright, I don't know. I guess that's it. Look, I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why Rosetta is making sandwiches in bed, whether she like literally can't get out of bed or what was going on, and I don't know why Testify has such a hate boner or whatever for her. One I will say, actually I'll say two things. One, I can't tell for sure, but that plate looks kind of like some that I have. Is bad angle to tell for sure though. But I will say that it's even if you are you're feeling really shitty, whether you're sick or injured or whatever, you really do want to get out of the fucking bed. Okay, you really really seriously do want to actually get out of the bed and at least crawl your way into a chair or something to eat, especially if you're preparing the food, because if you don't, you're going to wind up with crumbs in the bed, and that is not only disgusting, but it's uncomfortable. Have you ever laid down on a bed, tried to sleep with a crumb or something poking into you? It's amazing how you can feel every little bitty piece. Art style, I'm not sure what we're talking about here. Probably mostly Comicsgate. Oh, here we go. Well, be more appropriate laugh at than Frog. completely losing your shit on Twitter now towards EVS. Okay, I don't know what the hell that is. Hey Mecha, I'm sorry about this, but EVS just called you a red-haired land whale. Stay strong. If you did this, you owe me an apology. I shouldn't be attacked by YouTubers who have nothing to do with the situation between myself and Midnight's Edge. Leave me alone. I didn't ask for your involvement or advice, and you prove me right if this is the case. Prove you right about what? He then gives her good advice. I'd advise you to keep matters that are between you and Midnight's Edge off of live streams if you aren't looking for additional commentary from other YouTubers. Since you traded your privacy for attention, fake victimhood, and super chats, here comes my analysis and laughter. Then, all caps, nuclear explosion. Oh dear. I didn't fucking ask for your advice. Like I said, I've been trying to get this resolved for 2 fucking years behind the scenes. Look, if you were actually trying and you couldn't resolve it, I have to question your competence more than anything. It's like, come on. It's like somebody who is deaf, dumb, and blind could have fixed whatever problem there was in that amount of time. Shit. So have 3 other women. Fuck you. It's my channel, not yours. You're just jealous. Tom said Gary is in charge, not you. Butt out. I wonder if did Tom really say that? And if he did, was he trolling Mecha? Was he just trying to get her to pick a fight with Gary so that she looks even more unhinged? If so, good one, Tom. I don't think there's archives because she deleted them. PDQ. I just managed to snag caps of these before she did. The last one is from a Discord edit. God bless Jazz Crab. He managed to get an archive snapshot of the last one. Okay. Really bad. Okay. All right. Is there anything else? Getting ridiculous. I'm not even sure what he's talking about, but yeah, everything's kind of getting ridiculous, isn't it? Just trace over porno a la Gregland. I don't know what I don't know. I'm not sure what the fuck this is. The hell is that? Wait a minute. Testicle. What the fuck? What are we talking about? The mayor. I love this gal. I have no clue what the hell this is about. What is this? Does this even reply to? This one, fail docs. Yeah, I mean, EVS says he likes Narwhal's minimalistic art style, but I gotta say, I don't. I really don't. I mean, he did that animation for Narwhal. He did his own book or whatever, and he did an animation video or whatever of his art, and it's like there was something about that it wasn't terrible. It was kind of interesting, that video that he did with it, but it reminded me of some, similar style shit that I think I saw when I was a kid on TV sometime or other, way back when. kind of interesting, but yeah, generally speaking, it's like I would not pay for a book, that had Narwhal's art in it. Just, I mean, I don't care if it's like a bunch of story with, maybe hundreds of pages. It's like the art is just no. I mean, like I said, PBS says he likes it, and I don't know if he's lying or if he's telling the truth. He could be telling the truth, but not me, man. I don't know. Sorry. Just, it's not my cup of tea. I'm not gonna shit on it beyond that. I'm just gonna say that's not for me. Problems with Comicsgate. Cows are anti-charismatic black holes. Right, worse Spurgs, but only in comparison. Next to Tug, who Ethan is totes in with, or Mecha, do these guys look less weird? Simping Zach. Who has 3 children from different women, none of whom he is raising or even lives near. Yeah, that's being a really shit person, honestly. Pumping out bastards. It's like, get yourself fixed if you're going to do that. Children need a father, and if you're not willing to, to be there, then don't produce them in the first place. Yeah. And, Ethan is certainly snapping up all of the true talent probably in CG. I guess that's his move, is to be like, yeah, it's like eventually all of what was known as Comicsgate will be under all caps label, I guess. Which is gonna, piss the little guys off even more probably. They'd be like, oh, I mean, they shouldn't have expected anything different, honestly. Essentially, Frog is getting right Jawbreakers. 1 year, 2 sad stories. Ethan will find artists to draw them. Video is 2 minutes in length and feels fairly unenthused. Ethan put out a snore stream. I think I watched part of that. I don't remember if I watched the whole thing. Comicsgate official High Sparrow Cecil tends at the 21-minute mark after a boring hour of clickbait with Rhiann Johnson, Marvel nonsense. Possibly the only person less interesting than Cecil. Shane Davis appears. I like Shane Davis. I don't know how interesting you can say that he is, but I like him. I think he has his moments there. Probably most of them when he's particularly drunk, but still, he has them. 135 decides to do another victory lap from Mecha Random's complete meltdown, clipped here from the farms. Ethan proceeds to describe a situation he doesn't really understand. He calls them Tom's hangers-on. They're purse puppies. Cecil boringly regurgitates the past events in as boring a way as possible. J. Scott Campbell and Zack Snyder stabbed fans in the back. Well, they did, They suck. Finally, Ethan gets to the maybe demise of DC Comics 225 mark. Yeah, probably going to happen. 3. Kyle Ritter appears, but doesn't show. Okay. There's Sterling commentary. Does light up the stream. Well, that's an unbelievably worthless stream. That whole Nassar Mecha stream. Ethan and companies seem to be dancing around it. Yes, they are canceling her. I think they're reacting in a perfectly legitimate way to her abhorrent behavior. It's like listening to people call cancel culture consequence culture. Well, I mean, there's... initially kicked her for being racy. I kicked her for being awful. Her subsequent spurgery, actually, okay, I will give you this. I don't know why they kicked her. I know why I would have kicked her though. Subsequent spurgery has given people something to latch onto because some of them seem intent on finding good guys and bad guys and everything. If you say so, I don't know. I mean, people are people. We're all basically bad. Let's call a spade a spade. The Fandom rejects wanted to appease Snyder bronies and Hollyweird. I guess. Dumbass move. They kicked their first puppy. Surprise. Was a mentally ill weirdo. She's cancelled and she's a crazy bitch. Yeah. And after reading all that shit, I still don't know who the is. I mean, are you talking about Tom, maybe? I don't know. Nothing from this. They went right back and found more. Oh, okay. Yes. So, I don't see anything. Does it say, where... I don't see. I guess maybe this is like I'm supposed to know. Oh, okay. I bet what this is that this Chrissy person here is Mecha bitches about her in her video. She's a comedian, I think, supposed to be. So apparently she was on Friday Night Tights, and I guess Tom was there with Gary or whatever, and so that's what this guy's saying is that they found a new woman to fill their ranks or whatever, to be their their token pair of boobs. Gary's in charge. LOL. Once before, many months ago, Nerdrotic did a special Saturday live stream in response to reaching 100k subs, or something where he laid bare his backstory, substance problems, time spent in prison, how he lost his shop, etc., then immediately privated it. Okay, but I mean, maybe he did like more details than that, but he talks about having, he references his cocaine use and whatnot a lot. And his time in prison a lot, and his fucking shop a lot. So I don't, it's like, okay, he talks about it all in one go, and then so what? I don't see why he would or wouldn't. It doesn't make any sense because it's like he talks about all that shit all the time. He's to AA meetings almost every day. Oh, well, that's new. That's news, I suppose. He goes to AA meetings almost every day. Okay. He said sometimes twice a day. Wow. Okay. How does he have time to do all of his YouTube shit and go to the gym and all that other crap that he does, as well as presumably have time for his fucking family, if he's actually going to AA meetings constantly? I have a hard time believing anyone would give him another expensive shot at running anything. I wish I had recorded it. Yeah, I wish you had too. Okay. I don't know if I'd call the equivalent of fuck off dumb SJW bitch to be part of cancel culture, but okay. I would consider her absolutely insufferable if she were... Yeah. Well, you probably would have, and maybe to your credit, before things got to the boiling point, but anyway. I'm just getting loud with my ass off as this Chernobyl tear meltdown continues. There's nothing Frog has said about her I disagree with. Sounds exactly like most Kiwis sound like. Okay. Mentions several to all of these things on almost every stream he does. Yes, as I said. Genuinely don't hate Gary, but he talks about the fact that he fucked up his life like some people talk about CrossFit, or the way Tim Pool mentions skateboarding on the south side of Chicago. Yeah. Appreciate a redemption arc as much as anybody else, but these hard cases that get sucked into the AA mindset of being powerless over their problems just weirdly pathetic. Okay. Gary has a nice life, family, room full of toys, an accessible YouTube channel, lots of fans, and probably a very decent income from just bullshitting about pop culture. Sadly, he'll never think of himself or anything but an addict, because that's what that treatment does to you. You've never recovered, you're always in recovery. I guess being addicted to meetings is better than being addicted to smack, but still, Enjoy your life, Gary. Stop identifying as a piece of shit. Amen to that, I would say, to that statement, because it's like, I know somebody's like, they're, well, actually, okay. I'm going to stop trying to count in my head, because I just realized it's like, I was starting to say I know someone who's an alcoholic, and it's like, actually, I know lots of people who are alcoholics. Like, lots. Okay, so let's move on from that. I know one that does that I guess went to the meetings or whatever and does that whole, I'm still an alcoholic. It's like, but you don't drink. No, I'm not a drunk, but I am an alcoholic. I'll always be that. It's like, okay. I don't know. I think if it were me, if I became an alcoholic, I think which could happen easily enough, I suppose. I do like alcohol. I don't indulge in it very often. Possibly for that reason. But but if I were to become one, it's like, I don't think I'd define myself as an alcoholic. I think I would define myself as a drunk while I was drinking. And then when I decided to just fucking sober up, I'd just be like, I'm not a drunk anymore. And I would never brand myself as alcoholic. And yeah, commie for sure. Okay. That's more CG shit. Alright, we're done with that page, I guess. There's Ethan. Checking in, this thread isn't great. Newman's own is a dredge of shit. Okay, I think Newman's own is somebody on the farms. Either that or like Ethan really fucking hates salad dressing. Posting here anymore, it's so much better when I don't. Well, honestly, disengaging from all social media is probably better for everybody. And I'm not talking about him specifically, I'm talking about all of us. All of us are better off without it. But I still read it every day. Is sad about the bad reviews for last night's live stream. I thought it was great. Well, I thought it was okay. Yeah, I wouldn't say it was great, but I wouldn't shit on it like these guys did. I have to watch it again. I don't know. Time permitting, I probably from time to time watch my own videos, I don't watch them on YouTube, but I watch like the video files. Not over and over again, but like several times, just usually before I upload them, but sometimes once or twice afterwards, just to kind of like triple, quadruple check. It's like, is anything really fucked up in this? It's like, no, it's fine. But that's time permitting, and that's not like the long fuckers like this one. That's like just the short ones. Oh my God, it's like, Ethan's live streams are sometimes as long as my longer ass videos. It's like, you can't imagine actually doing that, just listening to the same thing over and over again. It's like your own live stream. It's like, that's kind of, I don't know. I suppose if you're narcissistic enough or something, anyway, check out of course he could simply be bullshitting people. That is, I know what he's doing there. He's trying to get us to say that's a nice box. It is. It is a nice box there. Okay. Well, the start of the stream was good. I liked you laying out how Jeremy and others pretty much just opportunistic grifters kind of started to drag near the end, but I might have just been tired too. She goes, Godzilla on Ethan is unlisted, including comments like Liam Gray and Oz are respected masters of internet conflict resolution. Okay. Sad but true. For those when she spent over an hour ranting about her canceling, no longer being invited to any reindeer games. So she broke her own word on not giving this oxygen and had to look up what ableist is after she used it on Twitter. That's what they do every day. Okay. Check in. Well, you do you. You're always welcome in my book. Ethan has some fans on the farms, and obviously some that are definitely not fans. Start the stream is good. That's interesting. Do you other accuse then this? It's a length and/or frequency problem. Vicky and Dean try to keep their streams with an hour max. Limit the number a week. It is a matter of length and frequency. I think it depends exactly. I don't know. I don't know. There are times when I will watch an EVS stream. I mean, he's not asking me. I'm not a Kiwi person, but I as for me personally, it's like there are times when I like really like his streams, like, you know, even if they're very long, you know, it's like I don't know. It probably has something to do with how enthused he is for them when he's doing them, and then others. That might be the same thing as over here, but if it is, then YouTube would have more reliable ability to go through it fast. And there are times when I watch the streams and it's like, oh my god, it's like just end the fucking thing. It's like this is so pointless. A vague plan. I don't know. That's interesting. This is both. You cannot have the same group of people streaming around the clock. Alright, Mecha's a dumb, stupid. See you next Tuesday with zero humanity in her.
That is not above Snyder. Remember from Anno's POV. Did Anna's father
Right
call
at
you
the
all white
end.
supremacists? All right, did he? Because I don't think he did. So I don't think that's relevant. I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think you're comparing one person's personal outrage to it to, yeah, that's not the same thing. I don't think that's a fair, valid comparison. Oh, and by the way, my phone does record how many times people try and call me from, you know, blocked numbers. Is
that why
So, you know...
Is that why we're hearing that? God, I hate that shit. Is that why we're hearing that little staticky shit on her mic? Does she have her fucking phone next to her on silent or something, and it's, you know, it's trying to receive calls?
Hey, if you want me to take you for a...
Remember that used to happen. It doesn't happen anymore, seemingly, but it used to...
Remember when Vic Mignogna...
Like, what was it, the old...
sued Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi, and he was actually in the right, and he didn't do anything that they were accusing him of? Well, we have video evidence and proof of everything that Jesse Miller's doing to me right now, so... He's also threatened to sue me.
What was the old ones? What was the old phones? I can't remember what they were called. But it was before 4G, and it was probably before 3G or whatever the fuck. It was, what was the system before that? I don't remember what it was called. But whatever that was, it was like 3 letters or whatever. Whatever that system was, it's like every fucking time you could tell when you were about to get a call if you were anywhere near a computer or a stereo or anything with a fucking speaker in it, because there'd be that and then your phone would start ringing.
Anything that they were accusing him of? Well, we have video evidence and proof of everything that Jesse Miller's doing to me right now. So
Oh, Jesse Miller.
He's also threatened to
Okay, Jesse Miller. I thought she said Jesse Milestone. I was like, wait a minute. I thought she was kind of, sort of, at least in your corner on this shit. No, Jesse Miller is apparently, I don't know who the fuck he is. I don't know if he's like a YouTuber or something, but he's apparently somebody who went on some kind of fucking trip with Mecha and the Midnight's Edge guys, with Tom and Rob. Tom, Rob, Mecha, and Jesse Miller. Apparently they went to Vegas together or some shit. But I don't know anything about him.
me. He's also threatened
other
to sue
than that.
me. And if you sue a woman who is in the right, you're gonna be laughed at. He's been calling me nonstop, Rob. And it's from
There we go, Rob. You know, is I don't know if he lives there now or what.
from a block number. So what am I supposed to do? Huh? What am I supposed to do? Well, I'm not. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Us women need to stick together. FPS Sunny.
Okay.
The dumb thing is that people don't want to hear the oppositional ideas. When something bad happens, it needs to be spoken, but these weirdos don't want to be called out. That's the problem, too. Silliest Goose says. It's like they don't want you to.
Oh my god.
Just say enough. They don't want you to say, "Hey, Tom, stop being shitty to people." And he's like, "Oh shit, I didn't realize I was." Old ninja Kentaro says, "I didn't mean that way. Snyder deserves to burn. I mean, it doesn't. It's tough to hear jokes about dead kids. I didn't say anything about the kid. I said nothing about the fucking kid, though."
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the kid when I say he's the father of the year. When I say maybe he passed her around Pedowood. Nothing to do with the kid.
Where are you
Nothing
people
at all.
getting that? I said father of the year. That's nothing to do with this kid. Right? Where are you getting this? Or what you meant to the joke?
Father of the year, nothing to do with the kid. Like, she literally just said that. I was joking, but that she just God.
I'm
The
not,
fuck?
shaming you for it. Okay. You're not shaming me for it. Okay. Like, where are they getting that?
I'm your simp. I'm not shaming you for anything. I promise, Queen Slay, blah blah, whatever the fuck.
Where are they getting that I took shots at this kid?
No, you didn't take shots at the kid. Well, sort of, I suppose. But like, do you not understand that even if they don't like Zack Snyder, they still are gonna be against you attacking him in such a fucking cruel manner, you heartless bitch.
I don't get that. That's the difference.
Like I said, she repeats that this is not the same YouTube video. She repeats this shit over and over and over again. She doesn't get it. She's clearly in earnest on that one. She doesn't get it. She doesn't understand. She's a psycho. She does not human very well.
Because I told Jesse he needs to grow, and his band of suck-ups started talking trash to me. See, I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of it. What was on screen in the chat? Wrote Rob's number. Don't cry on camera. That will be a perfect epitaph. I'm not going to. I'm not going to cry on camera. This isn't a philosophical debate. Tom has shown a pattern of abusive behavior when called out on him by multiple very credible sources.
Multiple very credible sources. Who would that be? You? Mary Mayhem, who was crying like, you know, like she'd... Like I said, like she'd been kidnapped and held prisoner for years. JC Milestone, who, for all my attempts at trying to see the best in her, she's
Can I tell you a worse joke in this is to take some heat off of? I don't know. So anywho, my voice is going, so I gotta figure out what I'm doing, and thank you guys so much for hanging out. I might do some baking stream later, I don't know, but I will see you guys on the next video, live stream, or wherever. Bye.
Yeah, so yes, stupid and no humanity. Yeah, it does seem to be a severe problem there. Any women who pretend to be red-pilled or anti-woke will always default to "I'm a whammon" when trouble comes their way. I thought gender politics, gender/race bait is not red pill. Yeah, like I said, she's showing her true colors. She'd do another one. apparently she just keeps on this. Oh God, do we want to see that? Only the beginning. Yeah, probably so. This is the old one. Full. This was in the ending. Is not the re-upload. Oh, okay. 50% not 50%. I don't care about that. Mecha is the cool chick. TM as the unfortunate-looking woman who hangs out in sausage festivals, and well, there's something to be said for a sausage fest. There really is. There are no women there to bite them off. No grass-fed hogs to bite them off. And we'll have some pathetic loser simp for her. Yeah, simping really is a problem, isn't it? Until they don't feel until they don't, then the cool chick goes ballistic because she's not used to being treated as a princess. Because is not used to not being treated like a princess. Okay. Why does she keep claiming that Zack Snyder, that calling Zack Snyder Father of the Year has nothing to do with his kid? Good question. It's insane. When you take a shot at someone's parenting, you're implicitly talking about their relationship to their child or the way the kid turned out. Yes, exactly. Snyder's kid turned out dead. Yes. When you add that to her remark about Snyder passing his kid around Pedowood, yes, that's it's like if she'd stopped it, even if she'd stopped it. I mean, look, Father of the Year is clearly meant to be very specifically cruel and hurtful, but if she'd stopped there, she still might have kind of survived this as far as how everybody felt about her, but. Like doing the whole passed around Pedowood thing. That's like that was. There's no coming back from that. And even if there might be, she's making goddamn sure that there isn't because she just won't shut the fuck up about it. She just won't, man. She won't stop. It makes it rather clear that she's doing exactly what the Fandom Menace people thought she was doing, blaming Snyder's parenting for his child's suicide. Anyone with a functioning brain understands what she was implying. Yes, her faux outrage at this interpretation of her comment is disingenuous as fuck, and the only people that would believe it are the disgusting simps that still orbit this gas giant. Well, I'm not one of her simps, but I can believe it. I really can. You're like her faux outrage. It's like I think you're giving her too much credit. I think she is telling the truth. I think she really doesn't understand why people have a problem with what she said. I think she really doesn't get it. Because I think she's fucking psychotic. She just, she's not, like that quote that you're quoting there that says it's zero humanity. It's like, yeah, I think that's part of the problem. Like there's something not right with her. There's something missing. I recall an axiom from back in olden days. There are no girls on the internet. Because it really didn't make a difference. The minute anyone said, "But I'm a girl," the only proper response was, "Tits or get the fuck out." Okay. Pardon me. It was truly a different age when everyone was treated with the same disdain and ridicule regardless of gender, and hyenas were not shields. Not that, but that was before the dark times, before the rise of the simp lords and the danger hairs. Oh, I hadn't seen that one before. Danger hairs. I think somebody pointed out that it's like it's to warn off predators, and they're like, "Ooh, see, it's working." And it's like, yeah, you're so clever. Mecha looks like someone stuck a red wig on a beluga whale. Oh God. Same skin tone as well. Well, you know, she doesn't get a lot of sun up there in the mountains, eating pot brownies all day. Which apparently she doesn't smoke, by the way. I think that's in one of her videos. She doesn't smoke. She just eats edibles. And it's like, okay. That is perhaps even worse, because instead of smoking and getting high and getting the munchies or whatever and deciding, oh, I need to eat a whole bag of Doritos or I need to eat a whole loaf of bread, you know. Instead of that, it's like, I'm going to get high and eat really high-calorie shit at the same time. And then later I'll probably be in the mood for some more high-calorie shit. Stuck in a feedback loop or something there. Her screeching about the same thing every day she streams is costing her 100 subs a day, according to Social Blade. Awesome. That's great. She's got that coming. The only 2 days she hasn't lost subs are the 2 days she didn't stream. Now she is attacking Chrissy Mayer, I don't know, because she'll be on FNT Friday Night Tights. Okay, she'll be on Friday Night Tights, and everything she keeps screeching about is more he said, she said, he said, she said, that will probably involve Kevin Bacon in some degree. This was a sloppy cut and paste back to Mayor. It's about a Twitter post about Chrissy Teigen exploiting her miscarriage. Seriously, who would Photo op? Okay, their own miscarriage. Well, pieces of shit. She proceeds to bitch and screech some more about Tom and gets Rob to finally say something to confirm Gary's involvement. She screeches some more. Okay, yes. And that one, I think, is the one that I have here. Is that? I don't know. Smearing of women. YouTube. So that one's not there. But it is this one here, I believe. Because that does happen in that video. So it's backed up. Thank you, Testify, or whoever the fuck it was who did that. And there was an impression last night as a test run new CG Live, but was just EVS getting his thoughts on the Venomous collapse, the Venomous grifters in general, as well as airing out things he's been holding back in regards to High Council and Jeremy. Well, you know, hopefully EVS has realized what a piece of shit Jeremy is and always has been. After that, typical hangout BSing stream. Speak for yourself. I know that strong women, strong Jewish women especially, will be the ones who get identity politics out of pop culture. Oh my God. Last night, diners in Los Angeles were attacked for answering yes to the simple question, are you Jewish? Today, I put on my Magen David. Is that like a Mogan David? I assume that's, it's like, that's the Star of David thing. So, I mean, you're virtue signaling, essentially. Ugh. Like I said, Jews love to play the victim. I mean, as near as I can tell, in this day and age, they are really quite rarely victimized, but holy shit would I like for the few assholes out there to please stop giving them reasons to play their fucking victim card. Leave them alone. Ridicule them from afar. Be like, you're no fucking victim. Just shut the fuck up and go away. Mecha looks like someone shouldn't be difficult to produce receipts for 2 whole years of abuse. See? You'd think so, wouldn't you? fucking screen caps or a recording of their voice chat or something. I'm not talking about Gary telling people she was out of the club. I mean honest to God receipts of real abuse. Well, again, and that's probably why we're not, if she has them, that's probably why she's not showing them. It's because it wouldn't match up with what she said. That's the whole thing. If she had any, she probably would do some damage to Tom and Midnight's Edge, as there are tons of lefty weirdos that would love to spread those receipts around, but she doesn't. She's just flabbily flailing her flabby failure. And she's fat. It's fat! He says, oy vey. That's the diary of skank, okay? Her family didn't survive the train ride. They were kicked out of the train so the others could die in peace. Oh, that's terrible, but it's funny. Watching Mecha stream. Get in the chat already. Also, I had to pause. She started yelling at Rob, who I guess lives with her. Yeah, apparently so, I guess. I don't know. To come comment on the shitstorm she created. Way to ensure she gets screwed. I don't know how much. I don't know much about the guy besides he sounds simple as hell. Are we talking about Rob? I guess I don't know, but chose to stick around the crazy bit. Yeah, apparently Tom actually helped them get hooked up or some shit, according to Tom in the chat on the matriarchy thing that I've got to do the next video on. Almost wish she was a bigger YouTube so our meltdown would get the spotlight it deserves. There's been great Nas third party with little actual investment in comics. The thread is more colorful when you offer your input. But either way, matey, cheers for the entertainment and take it easy. Plenty of people on this thread disagree. I don't know what the fuck that's about. Don't care. Okay, what do you think of the recent Mecha stream? So let's be nice to Frog. Look at these fine cows created by Frog. Preston Peg Porn, Liam Tornbrain, Rohan Rape My Kids Kebab. Oh God, did Ro actually tell people to rape his kids? I mean, I could believe it. He's fucking weird as shit. Panboy Gay and Cell of Chop Frog Child. Sketch the rapey? Is he? He chase women down in his wheelchair. It was fairly normal before Frog. Was he? Mecha Reedum. Micah Reedum. Jerem Brand. That's good. Not to mention Tiddly's Stragglers like Rat Boy Risey. Rat Boy. Berserk Putz. Plus the effective cowing of big fish like Smiller and Dirtworm. Frog isn't a cow so much as a herd. Serious question, is there a more prolific begetter of cows in the world? Don't know. Alright, let's just go to that. Okay, what did you think of the recent? I've only seen some of it. She's a delusional SJW lol cow to the point where she's probably worthy of her own thread, or at least a consolidation of a thread with her and the other vajayjays in the Menace. TFM vajayjays thread, okay. That'd be interesting. One worthy thing she hopefully did is that her meltdown might have gotten Midnight's Edge to grow a brain and act a no thoughts allowed policy, not apparently according to that previous poster who was talking about well, I mean, it wasn't on Midnight's Edge, of course, it was on Friday Night Tights, but still. And I'm pretty sure that it's now been 2 or 3 weeks in a row that they've had that Chrissy woman on. She's like a new regular now, apparently, on Friday Night Tights. But yeah, at least I think so. But like I said, it's like I rarely actually watch Friday Night Tights. They're usually streaming against. Well, I mean, they're streaming against and obviously kicking ass on most other people that are in that same sphere, like Doomcock or whatever. Although certainly, if you want a more relaxed sort of thing, then probably Doomcock stream is better. But I actually prefer to go and watch Hard Bastard because he's usually streaming at the same time too. And honestly, it's like watching him take on the mainstream media is really much more entertaining than his based takes against the mainstream media are much better than the half-assed anti-SJW or whatever coverage of mainstream media events on Friday Night Tights or wherever. So at least Piper is complaining about getting the cold shoulder from them. Sad that the same can't be said for the Fandom Menace because Jeff is a pussy whip beta. So the Midnight Edge Twitter stopped following me and soft blocked. What is that? So I'd unfollow them. What is soft blocked? Muted? But you don't know when you're muted, so what is that? I don't know. I don't understand. Not that Twitter savvy, I don't guess. As did a few people associated with him shortly after one of my friends, I think, started streaming with them. Did I do something? ? If anyone knows anything, let me know so I can fix it? ? Or am at least aware of what I did wrong? ? I'd chalk it up to Twitter, but seems to go hand in hand with the friend ending associations with me and a few others they used to stream with. I got zero beef, mind y'all, as I still adore them all, just trying to make sense of what's going on. Yeah, I want nothing to do with the drama. The friend stopped associating with me at the same time, though, hence the ? After friend. So I'm super confused. A sort of a side note here. I believe I just got an email update about the Peregrine campaign that Piper is part of. I believe she's part of that crew that did that book. It's a long, and it'll probably be, if it's not on the farms already, it will be before long. It's a long, rambling thing where, the dude running the campaign is basically giving you all the medical details of his parents and all of their problems, and that's why he doesn't have the book out yet. It's like, look, dude, I'm sorry that your parents are not doing well, but it's okay for you to just tell people that they're not doing well, they've had a lot of medical problems, and leave it at that. Like, you don't need to be, violating HIPAA or whatever on your own fucking parents, telling everybody all their medical shit, okay? You really don't need to do that. Lots of people don't like Ethan for lots of reasons, and sure are legitimate, if not wholly personal. Blah 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 blah. I don't really care about that message. Last stream, thinking about I'm becoming enthralled. She reminds me of Liam in some ways. Aside from being a redhead, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Those SJW words around and then starts spewing red pill speak. I can only draw from that she doesn't have a deeper core beyond her e-thought seeking attention. Well, probably not. Does have that you can't call Liam an e-thought. It doesn't, does leave the question of Jesse and the others. Doesn't seem like Tom learned anything. He found a new gaggle of purse puppies last I checked and is doing the same shit. Well, in that case, it is possible. Here he's got 2 geek gals scheduled for Friday night size. And if we're seeing a repeat of the same behavior, then it may actually mean something. It may mean that probably some of the stuff that they say about Tom is true, and you're seeing basically gamma male behavior. And of course, he's desperate to try to get some women. I mean, even though he's never going to succeed, he's desperate to try to, pull women into his orbit and hope that he can score something from them at some point. And then, if they don't cooperate, if or whatever, it's like, he'll be screaming at them over the fucking internet too. One of the things I found strangest, though, is that I think, to the best of my knowledge, like the whole business, Mecha did say on one of her streams or whatever that Tom kicked her seat when they were in the car together in Las Vegas or whatever, and it's like, okay, whatever, but I'm pretty sure there was some other moment where she, I don't remember where, but at some point I think she was complaining about how he threw something at her and slammed a door, or maybe it was Mary Mayhem who said that, one or the other, and it's like, the fuck are y'all talking about? It's like, you weren't in the same room with him, were you? It's like, as far as I know, they don't even like live in the same state or whatever. They're totally different places. It's like, he threw, what are you saying? He threw something at the camera and he slammed the door to his office or wherever the fuck it is that he records his shit. I mean, so what? I think I'd find it, really fucking funny if I was live streaming with somebody and they threw something at their camera and walked out of their, the room they got their setup in. It's like, okay, that was weird. Why didn't you just, click a button and turn it off? Like, what the fuck? It'd be weird. Describe him as anti-charisma. Wait, who? Ethan is anti-charisma? Can't be serious. Like, Ethan's pretty charismatic as people, as any of these people go. That's why the thread is Comicsgate. Truth is, he attracts them and even arguably creates them with those foibles you mentioned. Alright, Mecha and Tom 42. Watched some of her videos a while back and was weirded out by the fact that she very clearly has an obsession with Brie Larson. Like, I can't stand Brie Larson either, but how is she even remotely relevant right now? She isn't really. Captain Marvel is beyond old news, and to her credit, Brie Larson's YouTube channel appears to be harmless and milquetoast, if anything. Who still fucking cares about Brie Larson? LOL. She's beating a dead horse, obsessing over the same topic over and over again. She's not making relevant content. Her channel is pretty much dead based on the views she gets these days, and it's not because she's being censored or because her channel's growth is being curtailed by quote-unquote jealous men. Her channel stopped growing because it sucks, LOL. And the story behind her being phased out of some live streams is because she's apparently killing the vibe and the audience didn't like her. Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, you saw how it was in that one that we just went through. It's like, a lot of the time she didn't say a fucking thing. It's like, if she, it's like, I really hope that she doesn't think that, well, I couldn't get a word in edgeways. It's like, you had plenty of openings if you just fucking said something. You just didn't. Most of the time, you just sat there. Didn't say anything. Bored, like, and, kind of hostile when you finally did decide to get bold and open your mouth. Which, makes me think that maybe she was basically stewing the whole time that she was quiet. getting more and more pissed off until she decided to have a go at Tom there at the end. Anyway, the people running the streams are just listening to their customers, honestly. Probably so. Did watch the live stream with Jesse and Anna. Okay, that's the next one that's up. Personally, I don't blame Anna at all for getting pissed. Mecha's comments were really unhinged. Don't get me wrong, I think Mecha actually has a point for calling out how the fandom is still simps for Snyder. Well, yes and no. I mean, like, if she wanted to attack the Fandom Menace for simping for him, that's fine. And if she wanted to attack Snyder in any way other than the very specific way she did, then I don't think there'd be a problem here. At least not on this level. You know, but like I said, it's like she picked the one thing that she couldn't get away with. It's so weird. Like, yeah. Aiming this gun at my foot, I could aim it just a couple of inches away and only get a few rocks to hit me in the shin. No, I'm gonna blow my foot clean off. I was like, a total unforced error here, or at least it should have been. But again, it's like she doesn't get it. She doesn't understand why there was a problem. You know, some people apparently think that's fake, but I don't think so. I think she really just doesn't understand. She's you know, it's like she's a more advanced NPC or something. She's got a lot of if statements or whatever in her programming to cover a whole range of shit. But she finally came up against something that is like does not compute. She's got no programming for how to respond to this. Doesn't, you know, just, yeah, seeing the algorithm break down. All right, after we did it on the live stream a few months ago, yeah, that was utter bullshit. Of course, I've already said that. But she took it to a really classless and factually baseless, mind you, level. Yes. And given Anna's background with her sister dying, yes. Mecha can't comprehend how or why she got so pissed at her comments. Okay. Well, like I said, she's not humaning very well. Not at all. Mecha Random 42 is a weirdo. I think maybe psycho. And apparently a very mean weirdo at that. Well, yep. She's either seems to be psychopathic or sociopathic. Not sure which one. I'm leaning towards psycho, but you know, you can let me know. Let me know in the comments. You know, what do you think? Lesson: never trust people with danger hair colors, especially if they're fat. Not even one. Note to self: remove blue hair. No. I have natural colored hair. When it comes to the fandom. I once, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, I once thought of trying to bleach my hair blonde. Yeah. But I decided, I was like, I think I read about how, that damages your hair. I was like, okay, I'll give it a miss. Fuck it. Can't imagine how fried out her hair must be after she puts presumably like permanent color in it or whatever all the fucking time. Ugh. I mean, seriously, like that can't be good for you. And who knows? I mean, maybe that diagram or whatever that JDA had, it's like maybe it's totally accurate. It's like the red hair dye seeped into her brain and fucked it up. That's why she doesn't understand anymore. So, maybe she did at one point, but now she's not able to comprehend basic human things. When it comes to the Phantom Menace, honestly, I'm honestly not a fan of most of these people. I like Gary from Nerdrotic for the most part. I actually genuinely really like Young Rippa. Yeah. Eric July is pretty cool. He's still, I believe he's an ANCAP, so it's like he still wants something that is completely not ever going to happen and can't, and it's absolutely would not work. So there's that unfortunate aspect to his ideology, but other than that, he's pretty cool. It's the only one whose videos I watch regularly, and that's pretty much it. The rest of them I have no interest in. Critics, Piper gets me about this whole picture as this aging low-level attention whore who adopts every possible shameless shortcut. Unnecessary skin, cat ears, bright colors, etc. She pouts her lips and smushes her finger into her cheek and announces with mock confusion, I'm not going to try to pronounce that. I hope I did nothing bad. When as a woman, she almost definitely has a feel for what's happening without even knowing the details. Maybe so, I don't know. I don't know whether to think that women are like really good at figuring shit out without knowing what would seem to be requisite facts in order to figure it out, or they just kind of sense it, or believe that they're just clueless because they don't ever analyze a goddamn thing. And yet there'll be no second guessing from nerds about the cynicism being put on display, because they just don't know. Almost all of them will simply take it at face value and not read into what the motivation might be. I honestly don't give a rat's ass about people's motivations. Well, at least not most of the time. These people are all... they're irrelevant. Well, I mean, obviously I care a little bit, otherwise I wouldn't be going into this at such length, but it's about the Fandom Menace in general and so on and so forth, but but people like Piper, it's like, I didn't even know who the fuck she was. I thought Piper, there for a while, I thought Piper was Preston Poulter's ex-wife. Then I found out that, no, it's this other chick who was on the same stream with her. Okay. I was like, oops. I didn't know who the fuck she was. It's like I'd never heard of her before. Anyway. Well, whatever. Apparently Preston's ex is named Aubrey, like not Aubrey, like you'd kind of suspect with those letters, like you'd suspect. Oh, they missed one or two. It's like they didn't include all the letters of her name. It's misspelled or something. It's not. No, apparently that is her name, Aubrey, and it's like, okay. Never heard that name before. Never heard anybody with that fucking name before. Weird. Assuming that's a real name. I mean, I assume it is, but anyway. Your attention that still have knowingly what's going on, probably never will at this point, just have no hope at all. Okay, whatever. We know, which is really all I care about. Simps are gonna simp regardless. True. Like Dark Grift and Finatra. Isn't that right? Testify HD. I don't know for sure what to think about Finatra. Apparently he's, I guess, like a drunk, or I thought he was a stoner, but I believe somebody said that he was actually a drunk, so it's like, okay, well, whatever. 6 of one, half a dozen of another. It's like Anthony, it's like, he seems cool enough most of the time. I mean, I'm not so sure about his takes on everything, but and I don't know, honestly, he does that whole fence sitting thing. He's just to try to be a neutral party, and it's like, dude, you can't go through life like that. You gotta take some sides. I would suggest siding with the truth, not trying to be like, oh, everyone's viewpoints are equally valid. It's like, no, they're not. It's like somebody is telling the truth and somebody is not. It's like, you may not be able to figure out what the truth is, but you should at least go into it knowing that there is a truth, not this person's truth and that person's truth, the truth. Which he probably understands that, but he really just likes to play nice with people. So, except Testify, and who can blame him on that one, right? Anyway, Remember, testify as a shit. so says Mary Mayhem. No, not Mary. It was Jesse. Jesse was the one who said that shit back. Mary was the one who said that weird going from crying to not crying voice, indicating all too clearly that it was just a put on. About she was like doing this weird ASMR voice thing. It's like, I know who you are. I know who you follow on Twitter. You follow Testify. It's like, what is up with that voice, Mary? What are you doing? Did you forget what you're supposed to be here for? The last few DA talks Vicky stream about 4.99 and the Mecha dumpster fires. So originally see 1 to 1.5 hour, and I guess the Bovinian derivative person must not be an American because he's used a comma instead of a decimal point to do 1.5 hours. Long stream there. For some fucking reason the Europeans use the comma instead of the decimal point. I don't understand that. It's so fucking weird. It's just, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. They're mostly on topic, and when they have nothing else to say, they stop. Oh, well. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. I mean, there's something to be said for that. Don't get me wrong, and I'm probably, when I see how long I've been going on this fucking video, I'm probably gonna be like, I wish I'd stopped at an hour and a half. And probably everybody else does too. But there are other times when I watch a fucking stream of these, I don't usually watch Vicky and DA, but watch somebody else's stream, and it's like, like JDA, he's usually fairly entertaining, but I noticed that, about an hour, sometimes a little over an hour, very rarely does he get to 2 hours, and he almost always just announces, I'm getting bored, I'm going to call it, a day or whatever it is, just, and end the stream, and it's like, I don't know, I mean, there's something weird about the way that he says that. It's like, I don't know, it makes him sound like he's got, ADD or something, it's like, what, I don't know. And we can always make the jokes about how he doesn't have endurance. Just kidding. But I'm sure somebody will. I'm sure somebody will make that joke. Anyway, best weekly review in Comicsgate, bar none. If you say so. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess they're providing a useful service, as it were. Roundup to, a weekly roundup or something for people who want that particularly. I mean, look, sometimes, it's nice to have somebody just kind of, do that quickly, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, the problem with Comicsgate and the Fandom Menace and any of this shit that I have wound up, paying attention to, part of the time at least, is that anytime when I am tired of it and I just want to I decide, what, this week I am not paying attention to anything on fucking YouTube or anywhere else. It's like I'm gonna go watch TV or play games or something, and I'm just not gonna, in my free time I'm not gonna fucking do anything with regards to social media. If I decide to do that, then I come back a week later, it's like all manner of shit has broken loose, and it's like it takes forever to try to piece it all together and be like, what the fuck happened? What? What? It's a good show to watch that doesn't turn into a re-ring circus. Oh, come on, it's like the circus is fun, man. That can be fun too. Oh, well, good. It's like he agrees. But not all the time. Well, yeah, that's true. Sometimes you just want the headline news. Or it sounds like blah, 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 blah. Oh, God, how much of this page is left? Oh, considering the attackers probably had a certain skin color, that tweet makes her more a Nazi than a SJW. And I waiting for woke Twitter to trend. Just one these days, anyway. Okay, with this, what is interesting is that before her meltdown, her subs had plateaued for almost 2 months. Huh. That's interesting. Apparently went up, but then they went down. Oh, shit. On thread. Halal request? What the fuck? In the fucking show, suck my dick. Bitch, fuck you. Remember the time Andy Orski invited Sargon on and told him to suck at a dick before kicking him. Admit I had a spit take when I heard the entire chimp out. Okay. Just a little late, just want to say, believe for a minute that what this bitch says claims are true. Geek girl YouTubers are the worst. Somehow Jessie got famous despite how little effort she would have to expend to look like a male biker. Newman has been screaming Ethan equals Volcal for a long time. Try to explain on multiple occasions why he isn't. Shit Ethan has done / said pales in comparison to the shit we've uncovered when posting doxes of this fantastic community and the resulting fallout and lulls that happened after. Personally, I'm more interested in King Preston of Cuckington's attempts at lawsuits. Oh, yes, and to see how far he'll go with that. And, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Jessie and Anna are more tomboys than geek girls, in my humble opinion. Well, I mean, in some respects, I guess. I mean, Jessie looks like a tomboy. I guess he's talking about Anna's behavior more than anything, because she doesn't look like a tomboy. Jessie is into sports and would be fun to pit her against Malin in an internet cage match, since they both fly off the handle. Okay, well, as long as it's on the internet, because otherwise, obviously, Malin would beat the living shit out of her. You know, like, women have no business playing sports against men. They, not even boys. I mean, you know, professional female athletes get their asses handed to them by high school and maybe even junior high boys. Anyway, Anna's more femme and girly girl. Yeah, but there is a true neckbeard somewhere inside her. You're just being crude about peaches now. Her being easy on the eye sure helps, but she would do Star Wars videos regardless of the algorithm since she is a true fan. Yes. And they both are unapologetically women as far as I know, but I have watched too few videos of them to be 100% sure. Mecha is the cool geek chick / good girl? What? Are you kidding me? I am not like other girls. Notice me senpai. Okay, which is fake and mean. Okay. Why do you think she's obsessed with Brie Larson? In real life, geek communities, she would be the girl people fuck to empty their nutsacks and then ghost her while she begs for more. Okay, interesting. I'm not gonna say that that's not the case, but anyway, the internet, she can get some simps because she is one of the few girls in the space, and because fat angle jiggles. Okay. Meanwhile, she's doing YF level content with Geeks and Gamers, depth analysis. What is YF? I don't care. Geeks and Gamers depth analysis, and also trying to channel geeky sparkles from Clownfish TV who is also a fat redhead who screams at the mic, but also kind of knows cartoons, Disney, and basic journalism, and has the more milquetoast neon to balance her. Yeah, I mean, Kiki Sparkles is... I mean, obviously, she, you know, especially as a leftist, she has bad takes, but, yeah, I don't know. I don't, you know, I was like, I don't dislike her. You know, I don't think she's anything like Mecha in that regard. She's much more likable than Mecha. I need some heavy lifting to grow her channel, and by biting back at her former friends, she's losing the followers they brought her. Okay. Then there are Mandy Summers's Thoughts, who enters sausage fests hoping to profit because only they have buns to put the sausage in. Okay. Well, carbs are bad for you. Oz had a follow. That's gonna be like, okay. But one thing I'll say is like, come on, tell me that that's not a serial killer. Come on. I know what all this random shit is. I don't really. Okay. Yeah, I don't really care about him. Is it isn't he one of the fucking YouTube skeptics or whatever that basically, you know, died out essentially, or at least their relevance died out?
Howdy, partner. Commence the jiggling. Ding, 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 ding.
Oh dear. So this is going to be a long show. Okay. Okay. Look, we are. God, this is forever. Probably too late talking down from doing the bin. God damn it. Now, I thought by doing it at night, it'd be, you know, early in the morning, whatever, it'd be like, I wouldn't get any messages. And then here we go. It's like I've been doing this for so many fucking hours that other people woke up and now they're fucking texting me. Shit. So I've got this idea of revenge for hire story. Tells me bizarre idea in which killer pays employer. Me, yeah, I don't know if that works. You see, Hitchcock's Strangers on a Train. Zach, no, I don't watch that weird old Liza Minnelli shit. Okay. Zach is a weirdo. All right, that was okay. I guess that was all that I had to look. Oh shit! Look at what little Narzac done today. Okay. Damn. So damn talented. Or surpass Monet at this point. Oh man. All right. And tell me that is it. I think that's it. There's some other random crap sprinkled in here. On public guess it's time for another miscarriage. Yeah, and you know, I don't pay attention to Chrissy Teigen, and I don't know this Chrissy either, so I don't care. Although she is now apparently a regular fixture on Friday Night Tights. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I do really fucking care about the... Is there anything worth actually reading in these? Probably not. Oh my god. You know, it's like, if I had the money that these people spend on these fucking super chats, you know, they wasted by, you know, by having, you know, just saying dumb shit or saying shit that's already been said a million times. Riled into a guest peddler, yellow peril, armed with plenty of photos of Biden talking to Xi Jinping. The PayPeg Supremes in Nerdrock's channel empty their wallets for the privilege of sharing their completely backwards grasp of the situation. When Mecha Random was ranting about how some people in the fandom Menace, RIP, were controlled opposition, I took it as the spurging of an insane lolcow. But after skimming through the latest Friday Night Tight stream, now I'm not so sure. Well, you know, could be. Alright, so this is gonna be the next time. We're not fucking doing that shit now. Okay, so private video. She privated this one, but like I said, Testy or whoever has it on BitChute, so no worries there. This one is still up, but I think this is the one, presumably, yeah, this is the one that we were just we watched the end of, so it's unlisted, but still up. I mean, I guess, you know, you can get the link from the forums or just copy it off that or whatever. So apparently Mr. Dongs and possibly other people what's a CG mod? Mr. Dongs Comicsgate. Okay. Wow. Oh my. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go through this whole video, or anything. So, all right, that is it. Finally, thank God. And then there's that one, the fucking matriarchy thing to go through, and maybe the Merry Mayhem one. I guess I need to find it on YouTube because the fucking the thing about that, I don't know. It's like I think I saved it. I think I saved that video. But the thing about trying to watch it in the media player is that the media player, like, it doesn't. It does playback faster, but not the way that YouTube does it. Like, I guess it's skipping, you know, partial seconds or something. So you actually do hear everything they're saying. It's just sped up. But, you know, you try to do it on the media player, it's just chipmunk voices. It's like, God, that's, you know. So anyway, probably do that next time. And then some more of the farm shit. And there's the Preston thing to talk about, I guess. I don't know. And then, of course, the Mecha thing that she didn't want people to see. All right. So, at a grand total of, dear God, 6 hours, 23 minutes, and 40-something seconds and counting. Oh, my God, this is so long. I cannot believe it. Oh, God. All right. I'm terribly sorry about this. I mean, it's even longer than the last one. I'm terribly fucking sorry about that. The next one will be faster. The next one will not be as fucking long. Hopefully I didn't do as many ums and ahs and long, awkward pauses between my statements. This time. I'll try. I'll do my best. But like I said, especially something of this fucking size, it's like, if I do it anything other than just its format output or whatever is nice and efficient, anything else, it's like, it's going to take up half my goddamn hard drive. All right. Until the next one.